tickets from $3.50. Tickets available at WebTicket and Pick and Pay. Symphony by the Waters, where sound flows. The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
We in Africa, quite frankly, have the most interesting paradoxes. And I would argue it's at the heart of why many of us struggle with imposter syndrome. I am the richest man in the poverty capital of the world. I am a doctor, the best doctor in the world, in a society with 2 doctors to 10,000 people. I am a professor, the most educated diaspora population in the world, in a country with 10.5 million children out of school. Something clicks. But at the same time, we go back to our vomit of prioritizing personal success, personal interests over our collective that defines us as a society. And that's tragic. We failed as societies because we are a people who define success by individual success, by the worship of me, the doctor, and me, the lawyer, and me, the wealthy politician, a bigger house, I better pass my neighbor. First class versus business class. We don't compete about who's going to put the most kids in school. We don't compete about who's going to go to the hospital and pay the most bills. Our billionaires who we glorify do not compete about how much impact they would have made. They are content being the one-eyed man in a kingdom of what? Blind people. You know, there's something I hear a lot of my colleagues say. I want to work hard and make money in the private sector, and then when I have money, I'm going to go and change people's lives. Why can't you change people's lives today? No one is saying you need to abandon your career or whatever it is you enjoy doing. But it is a sense of responsibility. It is a deep understanding of the idea that I am because we are.
Inoluwa Aboyeji is the CEO and general partner of Fund for Africa's Future. And an important message that he is conveying there, especially in what has become quite a individual-centric society, which, of course, you know, we understand part of the roots of why society is becoming or has become what it is. But I think the call for us to think about and to care about the next person, to care about society more broadly. What is the power of an interest if that interest requires the suffering of another person? If that interest requires the dying of another person? Are those the kind of values that we should subscribe to? Are those the kind of values that we should even be supporting as people in general? And if I'm suffering, this message applies so much to a country like South Africa. When I live in so much on the one side of the M1, the Mike 1 in Johannesburg, and just less than 5 kilometers across the road for me are people who are languishing in absolute and dire poverty. What is our own moral conscience around that and how we improve it? I'm not saying that people must give away all their money. Of course, if that's what you feel you must do, absolutely. But surely there's a lot more that we can be doing to improve our country and to help those that perhaps are not where we may be. You're listening to The Talking Point. It's 11 after 9 o'clock. A very warm welcome to you. My name is Kathy Motlatlana, and I'll be with you until midday as we lead conversations that move us. Today's Thursday. Geesh, where did the week go? Thursday, the 5th of March, the first week of March, as it were, already down, getting ready to wrap it up. And coming up on the show today, we're going to start off with your national round table. There is no sitting of the Madlanga Commission today. That's because there were some responsibilities that one of the commissioners needs to attend to. It was in the diary a long time ago, so the commission will be resuming its work tomorrow. However, at 10 o'clock, we are expecting private investigator. What do we call Paul O'Sullivan now officially? What is his title? You know, I mean, I know we've been describing him as a private investigator, but what we have come to learn about Paul O'Sullivan in the last 6 months, clearly he's a lot more than just a private investigator. So we'll be taking you live to the ad hoc committee. This is where Paul O'Sullivan is expected to continue his evidence after that dramatic walkout that took place last week. And I'm expecting that you're going to have members of parliament who want to deal with that issue before they even get into the business of the day. They would want to hold him accountable. He's there with the assistant that works with him in his office. And of course, she's going to have to respond to some of the allegations that have been made. And those include allegations around an intimate relationship with Robert McBride and the extent to which that in and of itself created an environment of a flow of information between all of these different players. So we'll go live to Parliament at 10 o'clock when Paul O'Sullivan is back there to at least answer questions from members of the committee. Coming up in the first hour of the show, of course, this is your national roundtable. So we're going to be opening the lines. I'll be taking your calls. The number to dial to reach our studio line is 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. Those are the messages that you can send to the WhatsApp line. You can also use that line for your voice notes, 0614 104 107. On X, it's at SAfmRadio. The hashtag there, SAFM Talking Point. So let's take advantage of the fact that we have a full hour for the open line. I always miss having conversations with you, so I'm looking forward to taking your calls on any matters that you want to put on the national roundtable, matters of national importance that you believe the nation should be dissecting, that you believe we should be sinking our teeth into. This is your opportunity. And remember, you are all invited to the national roundtable. You have a voice and your voice matters. At least to us, we want to hear from you. The number to dial, 086 000 2032. Let's take a quick break and I'm back with your calls.
This February, love staying informed. As your day winds down and the evening begins, Primetime News moves to a new home. Weekdays at 6 p.m. The stories that matter, the context you trust, the news that connects you to South Africa and the world. Because loving what you watch also means trusting what you hear. Primetime News is weeknights at 8 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
When music meets nature, something unforgettable happens. Symphony by the Water, a world-class live music experience set against the breathtaking beauty of Midmar Dam, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Spogazi, the Black Lapels, Saturday, the 7th of March, 2026. Day tickets from 150, evening tickets from 350. Tickets available at WebTicket and Pick and Pay. Symphony by the Waters, where sound flows. Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
You're listening to The Talking Point, so let's get into it. A question coming through on the WhatsApp line. Morning, no Madlanga Commission today? Yes, sir, no Madlanga Commission today because they are taking a slight adjournment. They will resume with the evidence of Major General Richard Shibiri tomorrow. This has been a date that is long scheduled. Commissioner Sisiba Loyi has some duties with the Judicial Service Commission, with the JSE. So she has to be attending to those matters. So the Madlanga Commission will be back tomorrow at 9:30. I get a sense that sometimes our listeners, they treat Madlanga Commission like a soapy. Appointment listening. You know, at a particular time, I need to, if I'm not able to be seated in front of a screen or able to join online, I must absolutely have a radio next to me. And I know many of our listeners also listen online. But yeah, so no Madlanga Commission for today.
Morning, guys. Just on this Paul O'Sullivan back in the committee this morning, I just want to find out, they were almost done with his testimony and with questioning him when he walked out. So are they just going to finish those questions in 20 minutes and then he's going? Or are the committee members going to get a third bite now at asking him questions again? They failed to find out anything. They were going on and on about his CV and things from 40 and 50 years ago. They failed to show that he's a spy. They failed to show that his citizenship, or prove that his citizenship was gotten illegally. So are they now going to go back and get a third bite at the cherry to question him again now the whole day? It seemed like a waste of taxpayers' money. If they did it once, they found nothing, let the man go. What is he there for?
Good morning, Siskati. Mbongo Sunday Samboyi. The new title for Paul O'Sullivan is The Fake Private Investigator Dropout Engineer.
All right. Let me go to Mboisa in Pretoria. Mboisa, good morning.
Okay, how are you?
I'm well. Go for it.
Look, I just want to comment about this thing of DA. This flag.
Which thing of DA?
The flag that they put here in Pretoria. The one that is a sort of a banner about Panyaza Lusufi, their hotel shower. Do you remember that?
So you're talking about the billboard, if I understand
the billboard.
correctly.
The billboard. I mean to say that.
Yes, the billboard that the DA has put up as part of its campaign.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All I'm saying, you have been following the politics of this country and the campaign for quite a long time. At no stage that the DA has ever promised the people of South Africa anything, whether better life or anything. Since from the date of Jacob Zuma, the only thing that they know, if you remember very well, during Jacob Zuma's era, they will come and say, black people, look at your black leaders, what they are doing. Give us a chance. Look at your people. Look at your black leaders. They don't have anything of substance that they can show to the South Africans and say that we are going to make equal opportunities for all. We are going to build this for you. No. The only thing that they know, they just take a campaign over the ANC to say, look at your ANC, look at Panyaza, look at Zuma. So, I mean, their campaign program, it is more, it doesn't have any touch with the people in the grassroots level, because we don't eat slogans. No, we don't. We want to know what DA will do for us.
No, I mean, Mboisa, I've been quite interested with part of the reaction to this billboard, and just maybe for some of our listeners that are not aware, it's a billboard that the DA put up in Pretoria, and on the on sort of 2/3 of the billboard, you have an individual who's showering. It says, "The ANC showers in hotels. You have no water." And on the other side, it's sort of a vote DA banner that says to vote DA to put water in your taps. So I've seen that you have even the likes of COSATU that have responded to this billboard, describing it as an opportunistic attack and an opportunistic campaign, a cheap political stand. But this is politics.
Yeah, let me show you something.
This is politics. I don't understand the idea that a political party which exists to try and win over votes, this idea that they would not capitalize on any mistakes that are being made by their political opponents. Is this not what the political game is about, especially in an election year like what we are in?
Let me show you something. When their mayor, Silas Brink, when their Silas Brink was a mayor of Tswane at some point, he was taken to the place called, I can't remember the name of the place, but it's around Hammanskraal, yeah. Hammanskraal, yes. They were drinking dirty water, love.
Yes.
Then Silas Brink, the glass of dirty water was put. He was a mayor, and he said that, no,
and
you are saying the water here. He didn't want to drink.
Yes.
Now today they are talking about this thing. I mean, that is opportunism. I mean, that is so ironic for them.
But what stopped other political parties from capitalizing on that moment? What stopped them from taking a picture, putting up a billboard and doing the same?
No, I mean, this is, I don't want to say this, but, look at it. This is how even AfriForum works.
Yeah,
this is how it works. They can't see a black person. Each and everything that is done by a black person is wrong in their eyes.
No, Mbuisa, on this one, we're going to have to agree to disagree. Let's leave it there.
No.
It's political contestation is not child's play, and political opponents don't handle each other with kid gloves. This is part of the spectacle of politics. So this idea that they would not capitalize on it, I don't understand. Maybe there's something about it I'm missing, and some of our other listeners can help me see it differently. But you can't get mad that your opponent has capitalized on a moment of weakness. Kaya, you're in Roodepoort. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Kathy. I called in, I think, 2 days ago to the show, and your producer said that they will follow up on my query. I think the Gauteng government, specifically the transport department, speaks right and walks left. They're very dishonest because 2 days ago I went to Randburg licensing department to do my double disc. So I'm an e-hailing operator. I've got a few cars on the platform. So I went to apply for a double disc, and when I got there, they told me that the face value paper, that paper, that green one with the security features. Yes, that paper is out of stock. So they don't have it. So the security was turning away people. So I asked, how long has this been happening? How long has this been the case? And then he said, since last week, Thursday. Right. So I thought maybe it's a Randburg issue. So I drove to Sandton. Sandton's licensing department is in Alexander. So I drove to Sandton, to the licensing department in Sandton. When I got there, same issue. It's closed. People are being turned away. So there were other people there that arrived the same time as me. So they were also told that they it's closed.
And Kaya,
so
on which day was this again?
On Tuesday, 2 days ago.
2 days ago, okay.
Yes.
And you haven't followed up since, hey?
No. I went yesterday
Yeah.
I'm just trying to give you a background as to the dishonesty. Because your producer tells me that he did follow up, and they said that there's no such thing that has been happening. So I went to Alexander, and then I met other people there that were doing the same thing. They told them no, it's closed. And I spoke to some of the guys, and some of the guys were actually coming from other regions, like Midrand, Krugersdorp, and stuff. Told me the same thing, that they don't have paper in those offices as well.
Okay.
And then I drove to Soweto. Same thing in Dube Vocational, the licensing department in Soweto. Same thing. They said they're closed. So they're not being honest about some of these things. And also, Kathy, the other challenge that I'm having is that as an operator in the e-hailing space, we are required to have double discs, right? And when you try to apply for a double disc, you are sent to the department, the Department of Roads and Transport, right? And when you get there, you are told that they are not issuing permits anymore, or you're not allowed to apply for a permit. And for you to get a double disc, you need to have a permit.
Okay.
And when they come on radio, they tell us that we can go to the department and apply. When you get to the department, they tell you a different story, that you can't apply.
Okay.
So I don't
Kaya,
know which one is which.
Yeah, Kaya, I think that you've had the opportunity to raise what the issue has been. I'm going to also put this out to the rest of the SAFM community. Have you been experiencing problems related to what Kaya is talking about at licensing centers in Johannesburg in particular, where they do not have printing paper to print license discs? Lebo did reach out to the National Transport and to the Provincial Transport departments, and both those officials said they were not aware of the problem. So I'm going to put it to our community. If you have experienced something similar, please get in touch with us, because this will empower us with more details to go back to the transport department and show them that there may in fact be an issue. You can send your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. All right, it is 9:30 now. Let's take the latest headlines. I'm back with your calls on the National Roundtable. The number to dial 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, private investigator Paul O'Sullivan has returned to testify before Parliament's ADA committee. His former assistant, Sarah Jane Trent, will also testify. The state in the Senzo Mehiwa murder trial is expected to question one of the accused about images downloaded from his phone. Bongani Ntanzi has been under cross-examination in the High Court in Pretoria, where he's on trial alongside 4 others. And the International Relations Department says its Time Smart app has seen an increase in registrations by South Africans in the Middle East. The department says heavy attacks are expected to continue in the coming days. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors, Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay's Future Food Stars, Wednesdays 6 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30, making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution, it must be lived, protected and upheld every single day. Join SAFM as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change, and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAfM, leading the conversations that move us.
Exciting news, South Africa. SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable, and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign in to the app and click on Transact. Next, select Pay Bills, then click Pay At and enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
Hashtag SAfM Talking Point.
Hi, Kathy. Good morning, Kigwe Namo. Kathy, I think you should call him Mr. Paul the Walkout. Paul the Walkout. But in a serious fact, Kathy, I love what you just, the motivational speaker that you just played earlier. I remember I was telling another person, these preachers, they preach, I think it's Hubert Angel in Zimbabwe, and they were speaking so ill about South Africa, and every preacher from outside South Africa, they speak so ill about South Africa. Then I was like, what? It doesn't help for you to speak like that because you are wealthy. You went to UK and became wealthy. Now you're living in one of the most poorest country in the world. So maybe you should change your focus or your business to what's your country and making it better than always criticizing the neighboring country that helped you guys at some point.
Kathy, Andy from Cape Town. The ADO committee, Kathy, I don't think they'll ever come up with something tangible of all these witnesses who've been coming in there. I've seen the way they ask questions, Kathy. They are full of anger, especially those MK guys. When they're asking questions, they want to hear what they want to hear. They don't want to hear what the witness is saying. And when they ask, they're full of anger, and the way they ask, accusations, I don't know, it's way different to the Madlanga. If you listen to the Madlanga, I've been so in love with the Madlanga. When I miss the Madlanga, I feel like, my day is very spoiled. So I prefer to listen to the Madlanga than this ADO committee. There's a lot of full of drama and disrespects and all these things, Kathy. Where's this ADO committee taking us to? Comparing to the Madlanga, big up to Madlanga. Andy from Cape Town.
I think the DA did a very good thing by exposing this guy, Panyaza Lusofi, because he didn't see anything wrong with himself when he said, when there's no water, you can just go easily, go have a bath in the water. So the DA is capitalizing on that. Jaga PMP.
Kathy, good morning. I am Takata in Mangwevi in Landi location. I'm concerned about this thing of changing of towns' names, streets, and so on. Kathy, this thing is not helping us, especially with the poor people who are looking for service delivery in our own communities. Kathy, the changing of names doesn't give service delivery to us. Instead, is just an ego from those who are just forcing this thing because they are not even conducting the people of that specific place. Yes, we know these people, they did fight for this democracy that is killing us now, but I don't know really, Kathy. You can just change the name, but you don't fix the potholes. It's ridiculous.
Kathy Motlatlana on SAfM.
All right, thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes you've been sending through. Let's continue with our conversation this morning on the National Roundtable. Tabiso, you're in Polokwane. Good morning.
How are you?
Tabiso?
Hello?
Yes, I'm doing good.
Yes.
Go for it.
No, Kathy, I also wanted to join all the South Africans, and I've seen across all political spectrum have paid their condolences to the Lokota family. I know very well that he had his education in the University of the North, which is University of Limpopo now in Tefro. maybe that's the reason how tough he is. We know that the institution has produced a number of various, liberation fighters and so on and so forth in our country. But what I also wanted to talk about, Casey, I'm not sure whether have we lost trust, in public representatives. I'm saying this is on the basis that you remember the provincial government of Gauteng announced that the concession agreement between them and I think Bombela consortium is coming to an end after 15 years of Triple P.
Yes.
And Gauteng government would 100% own, the Gautrain through under Gauteng Transport, Department of Transport and Gauteng Management Agency. And people were uproar and were starting, generating pictures of Gautrain falling, people saying that to say, if this thing is owned by government, it's going to collapse. That really means that the people of this country, in particular, have lost trust in the public representatives to an extent that they believe that everything run by private sector is the way to go. So that's the question that I've been having for the past week or so, and it kept me worrying, to say that
Tabi,
if people.
So why are you surprised? Why are you surprised that people feel that way?
Look, I'd thought that people would look at the performance of Gauteng Management Agency, for sure, under the leadership of Mr. Hore and others, which had almost more than 12 consecutive clean audits and all of that. It's a structure on its own and has done well in terms of, dealing with the issues of Gauteng is concerned. Well, of course, I'm not disputing the fact that there are a number of SOCs that have collapsed under the, under the public sector. So, but that's the one of the question that baffles me is that one to say really does that mean that to an extent that we'll even go out and say this thing must just be private? When we are supposed to be excited to say no, but now at least it's going to be owned by government, maybe the prices will go down and people will be able to access it and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, I have not seen anyone who says, no, this thing must be owned by government. All of them were saying this thing must go back again to private.
Yeah, Tabi, so I think part of the challenge there is that there are these ongoing patterns of failure and that failure ultimately being linked to corruption. That is the real enemy that we have, right? It's not even so much that there is an incapacity to deliver. It's that the struggle is one for resources, and these resources are supposed to enable delivery, but because they don't even get to that point, they are stolen before one can even build a bridge for it to maybe not be strong or to not live up to whatever standards. They are stolen, and that is that's a big problem. So I don't blame South Africans, but if I'm to think about the other side, Tabiso, and say, if one were to maybe give the benefit of this doubt and say, surely there are institutions in government that do well. I believe they are, but they just don't do a good job of telling their stories. They don't do a good job of telling their stories, and that too does not help what becomes the dominant narrative.
Look, I agree with you. I mean, for an example, when you talk about the rampant unemployment that we're having in this particular country, and the money that is there, whether IDC, PIC, and so on and so forth, you are talking about a situation wherein if it was in the past, and I'm not saying the past we could, you should be having, a government sitting and say, let's establish state-owned companies that will look in terms of all these infrastructural projects, create massive employment in our country. But therefore, because of the failure of those that we have taken, and then the list is endless, we will not end. I think that is one of the things. That is one of the issues that was baffling me to say, but really, are we to an extent that we can even conclude that private hands are better? But what can I say? Perhaps we'll see what will happen.
Tabiso, we'll leave it there. Was it at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Edelman Trust Barometer they released a trust barometer that tracks trust and risk and all sorts of other things on an annual basis. And at the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic, do you know who people trusted more to hear from in as far as updates on the pandemic is concerned? Who they thought was telling the truth? They trusted their CEOs more. They trusted what their organizations were saying more than what the government was saying about COVID-19. And look at the Afrobarometer studies and surveys that have been done. Tabiso, the levels of trust in our public institutions and our public representatives is at an all-time low, which is why it also becomes significant that somebody like Edward Kieswetter at SARS and the independence and trust level for that institution, that's risen to about 75. Now, that's been years and years of hard work, but it stands out because it's bucking the trend. This is not where our other state-owned institutions are. Colin, you're in Cape Town. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning. Kathy, can I just say something quick? I just want to remind some of your listeners that God gave us a pair of ears to listen and to hear. We ain't got ornaments on our head. For those who keep saying, hello, Kathy, how are you? How are the twins? I'm all right, Kathy. Please, listeners, they aren't ornaments. They are ears. So listen. Kathy.
Hear, Colin. Hear.
Yeah, because ornaments are there to admire and dust off and things like that. Our ears is to listen to what you say. If you say, please carry on with the story, carry on. But I still continue. How are you? How are the twins? Kathy, the statues. I was so disappointed with Ramaphosa talking about the statues. The excuse was, his reason was, that it will attract tourism. He mentioned last year, Christmas time, New Year, they received 1.1 million tourist people that came into Durban, to KwaZulu-Natal. Now, he reckons with these statues, we'll attract 1.5 million. And as far as I know, I listen to your station and the traveling and the cars, amount of cars over Easter and the holidays and things like that. They were traveling about 1.89 million cars from Gauteng on its way to Durban. So I wonder, where does he come on 1.1 million tourists? Is he calling us Gautengers, Cape Townians tourist? So I don't know. So that to me is a feeble excuse. It's going to attract. So he's defending himself with a 22 million. And another thing too is, how many statues of Nelson Mandela and Tambo are in this country? I think it was Tabiso yesterday morning or something like that. He reckons there are 7. Isn't that enough statues in one little country of the same person?
Yeah, look.
They are squandering money, man.
Colin, I think that with domestic tourism and looking at the recovery and rebound of KZN, those numbers are probably not off. But here's what I want to ask you. So, at Nelson Mandela Square in Sandton City, you have this big statue of the former statesman Nelson Mandela. A lot of people go to Sandton Square just to take pictures by the statue of Nelson Mandela. Why do you think that won't do the same for KZN, for eThekwini?
No, I don't. I wouldn't use that as an excuse, man. You know, now you talk about tourism. Okay, let's go one step further. They want to change the name of the Kruger National Park. That millions and millions and millions of tourists know the Kruger National Park. When they get to their countries, they talk about the Kruger National Park, the wonderful animals, the wonderful... Now they want to change that name. So what is that going to do to tourism? I was at the Kruger National Park last year. No, it's called Secunda.
So Colin, you still haven't answered my question around eThekwini. Why do you think that in the same way that tourists go to Nelson Mandela Square to take pictures on the square, the statue of the former president, they wouldn't do that in eThekwini?
Yeah, but now tell me something now, Kathy. Kathy, who's going to take the pictures? Do they ever find out how many people stood in front of that statue? Have they ever found out? But to talk about 1.5 million tourists that's coming to see those statues. Once you've seen it in South Africa, you've seen it. So are we getting
Those are their predictions, because these are iconic leaders. And they'll draw people not only from the local tourism market, from the domestic tourism market, but international travelers who also get to learn about South Africa's history.
But 7 statues in the country. Well, the way Tabiso spoke, you could say, they sort of overdoing it. He didn't say exactly, but he was referring. He named all the places in the country where the Mandela statue is. And another thing too is, where are the other freedom fighters? Where are they? Where is the lawyers that fought the cases with Nelson Mandela? They don't talk about it. They don't name streets. It's a certain clan that gets statues and recognition. Remember, it wasn't only black people that fought for freedom. It was coloreds, Indians, and whites also. But is there a white statue? Is there a colored statue? Is there an Indian statue? No, man. I think they've taken it a little bit too far, man.
Okay. Colin?
Yeah.
I'd love to see a selfie of you with a statue of Madiba and Tambo. What do you think, Colin? Hello, Colin? Colin is gone. Let's take a quick break.
In 2025, Liberty paid out 48 million rand in education cover claims to 755 families, meaning...
So many kids still went to school?
Correct.
Even when the dog ate their homework?
Yep.
What if it rained so hard that even fish needed raincoats?
School's still on.
But why?
Because there's no negotiation when it comes to protecting your child's tomorrow. Even if you become disabled or pass away, Liberty, in it with you. Liberty Group Limited, a licensed life insurer and authorized FSP and part of the Standard Bank Group. T's and C's, risks and limitations apply.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfm Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Exciting news, South Africa. SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable, and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign into the app and click on Transact. Next, select Pay Bills, then click Pay At and enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. SABC TV Licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
Hashtag SAfm Talking Point.
All right, we continue with the conversation on the talking point. Dwaisa, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Sister Kathy, and SAfm listeners.
Yes, sir. Dwaisa, I'm going to ask you, try and speak a bit louder. The line sounds a bit muffled.
I'll try my best. Is it better now?
Yes, sir.
Firstly, condolences to the Kota family made whose soul rest in eternal peace. Please, Captain, my take today is on famous Ekurhuleni Metro municipality. So, having listened to that Kashega HRHOD last week, and of course previously the manager Mrs. Mashazi, and of course Julius Mkwanazi, it left me with a thought that in fact this is just a tip of an iceberg, and it shows us the high level of corruption in our country. And I seriously don't think Ekurhuleni Metro is the only bad example. In fact, I can go on and say, now I begin to doubt the qualifications of these three, and not the only one. Why I'm saying that
of which three, Dwaisa? Of the
very same three,
Mashazi. Okay, all right, okay.
Yes, Paseka and Julius Mkwanazi. If you were to tie that with the Home Affairs scandal, that tells us that, in fact, in South Africa, with money in your hand, you can just go to the counter and buy anything from your matric certificate and any kind of qualifications. So I strongly believe in that. So my second point, I think, if we were to, firstly, I'm in support of the lifestyle audit. But I think that should start as far down as your municipal councillors, from local municipalities right up to the cabinet ministers. And if we were to do that and in fact vet or investigate all the qualifications they claim to have, I think all of us will be shocked.
Yeah,
I seriously think all of us will be shocked.
Does this not come down to the issue that has been a long-standing one around the state of our local government and capacity in municipalities, that the trend is not that it is the best of the best that are recruited to these positions. I'm not saying that they're not good people in local government, but the trend is that in some instances, there's a reason why somebody who's underqualified is put in that post. The people who appoint them and recruit them to those posts know exactly what they're doing.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying if we were to vet their qualifications, and in fact, and including in that, to check first place, how did they obtain those positions? That's exactly what we are saying. We will be shocked, and no wonder the service delivery is heavily in jeopardy.
All right,
because we don't have proper qualified people, and those people. I mean, if you are not qualified for the job at hand, as an HRHOD, municipal manager, deputy chief police, how would you, as the South African society, expect good results when it comes to service delivery?
Okay, Dwaisa, let's leave it there. Dwaisa out in Ezinkolweni. And think about it, right? You are a municipal official. You drive a Lamborghini to work. On your way to work, you're dodging potholes. And there's nothing in your consciousness that says, oh, by the way, the money that is being used, illegally channeled into my account that has enabled me to buy this car is the money that was supposed to fix that road. That is revealing of it's a dead consciousness. That's why it doesn't matter. That's why people can continue to loot, because their conscience has become dead. Mpanseni, good morning.
Morning, Sis Katie.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm a regular listener, but I'm a first caller. So I'm not good enough in English. I'm not fluent, but I'll try my best to explain. I've got a very difficult to access service when I go to public department. Last year I have to apply for my ID. Unfortunately, the lady who worked at Home Affairs in Pine Town, she told me that in order to access their system, it only happened after 12 midnight, and then I asked myself, I'm living alone. As I'm living alone, I'm not good when it comes to using internet. Things that are online. I'm not good. I have to use a smartphone, and mind you, I'm also unemployed. I can't have somebody going to assist me how to apply after midnight. I have to do it alone. So unfortunately, I end up doing it anyway, and I didn't find any date around here, Durban. I ended up finding a date where I could go and make an ID. It's Pietermaritzburg, and I'm also not working, mind you. And in order to go there, I have to have 240 rand retain in order to access the nearest department when I'm applying on my own. And luckily, I end up getting an advice that I should go to any local internet cafe in order to pay them an amount so they could apply for me. Unfortunately, they did. I did go there and they did apply for me. And I found the nearest place in order to go and do my ID in Pavilion here. And I did go there and apply. When I'm trying to pay, they said they don't accept cash. I have to use a bank account. A bank card. Unfortunately, I couldn't have a money on my account since I'm unemployed. They said I must go back to Pine Town and pay there because in their offices they don't accept cash. Okay, fine. And last year, unfortunately, I received a UIF. This was once off payment. Department of Unemployment only last year October, and from November, December, January, February, the system tell me I'm still registered at UIF, so I can't get my 250. So I went to the nearest SASA office. They told me that I should upgrade my system. I should upgrade on the system. That means I have to give them my bank account details, my number that I used to apply. So I did that. And it was January. At the end of January, when I tried to access my 350, still the system was telling me that I still appear as a registered person at UIF. I went back to the office and the SASA office, and they told me that they couldn't assist me. They gave me their call center number. They said I must call their call center so they could assist me. I did so. They told me They told me at their office that I should do it on my own, on my phone, to tell them that I'm not a registered person. I told them I'm not good to use a smartphone like that. So they can't assist me. I must do it on my own. Fortunately, I already did that, and it happened successfully. But it's been 14 days, or more than 14 days since I did. But the system still rejects me as a person who's still registered as a UIF beneficiary. So I couldn't access anything. According to their system now, you have to do things on your own. If you are not smart enough to use a smartphone, that means you are on your own, and they cannot assist you at all. It's so very difficult to access their service. I don't know why they introduced a system that requires everybody to have a smartphone. If you don't have a smartphone, they told you they can't assist you without a smartphone.
Sure.
Ave kunzima sisibam ave kunzima ukuthola usizo kulabantu njengesikhathi I mean Home Affairs.
Okay.
They tell you must have a smartphone and access the
Mpanseni, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you through to level. I mean, to be honest, just hearing you describe the back and forth, I can't imagine how exhausting and frustrating it must be. But this is way Batubili principles, right? Because if it was about Batubili, why must it take all of this just to get basics done? Just the very basics done. It's time for your latest news update.
In our top stories, O'Sullivan back before the ad hoc committee and Mugabe and co-accused bail application postponed. Good morning. Private investigator Paul O'Sullivan has returned to testify before Parliament's ad hoc committee. His former assistant, Sarah Jane Trent, will also testify. Yesterday, O'Sullivan apologized to the committee for walking out of its hearings last week. He caused a stir in the committee when he abandoned his testimony, saying he was rushing to catch a flight. A lack of electricity at the Alexandra Magistrates Court in Johannesburg has prompted the postponement of the case of the son of former Zimbabwean President Robert Mugabe and his co-accused. Bellarmine Mugabe and Tobias Matunodze, who appeared in court this morning, will be back on the 11th of this month to apply for bail. They are facing charges including attempted murder as well as possession of a firearm and ammunition. They are accused of shooting and wounding an employee at Mugabe's home in Hyde Park last month. Griselda Lewis reports.
This case once again has been postponed. There is no electricity at the Alexandra Magistrates Court, and we understand that it's been like this since Monday. All the cases at this court, we understand, have been rolled over due to a lack of electricity. So we'll be back at this court on the 11th of March. His lawyers indicating that they are ready to proceed in this particular matter.
The state in the Senzomewa murder trial is expected to question one of the accused about images downloaded from his phone. Bongani Ntanzi has been under cross-examination in the High Court in Pretoria, where he's on trial alongside 4 others. They've been charged with the killing of the former Bafana Bafana captain in October of 2014. State prosecutor George Balwe began taking Ntanzi through photos said to have been downloaded from his phone. Yesterday, Ntanzi and the Defence Counsel were given time to look at the pictures.
My Lord, the photos that were disclosed to us is Exhibit DG5B, the 18 photographs. The photograph that is now here on the screen and accused number 2, or the witness is confronted with, did not form part of that bundle.
In all honesty, I'm seeing this photo for the first time. I've never seen it. Constitute new information at the instance of the defense, my lord. And it amounts to a trial by ambush.
The International Relations Department says its Time Smart app has seen an increase in registrations by South Africans in the Middle East. The department says heavy attacks are expected to continue in the coming days. The department spokesperson Crispin Piri says as of yesterday, the total number of registrations stands at 6,400.
We have received 6,400 registrations thus far on our Travel Smart app. These are South Africans who have indicated that they are in the region. There are about 100 who have signaled that they are.
One thing, Chair, was there is a document that was circulated to members yesterday deemed to be an apology from the witness. If you can lead us there so that the deemed apology should be read for the record before we maybe enter in questioning. Thank you very much.
Okay. The MKP.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say to you, Chair, and good morning to Mr. O'Sullivan, that what happened outside, in the President of Parliament last week when he left, he made some allegations against me that I must go and pay my debt at the bank. Now, I have to say it here, that at a later stage I'm going to show you and him, he must retract that as aspersion, casting aspersion that I'm owing 600,000 because that money was paid and the proof is here, it was paid last year. So for him to point a finger at me and say, when I'm saying to him, you are running away, he said, I'm running away from the bank. You know, I just want him to be prepared for that because the issue which he was talking about was done and dusted. And in fact, Chair, if you're running a business, if you know what business is all about, there was nothing sinister of one owing or having a judgment or whatever, because it was a default judgment. But that judgment, which is talking about, is history. And I've got proof here that money was paid. When he was doing interviews on NCA, he was asked several times on a daily newspaper, he mentioned that 600,000. And I want to just say to you, Chair, the proof is here, so I want him to apologize and retract that statement. Okay. And yeah, thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will reserve in the question time for our statements. Thank you.
The EFF.
Thanks, Chair. We'll wait for the questions.
Okay. The IFP.
Well, thank you, Chairperson. We will be actually waiting to interact with the witness.
The PA.
Thank you.
The FF plus.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing for now.
Okay. When we circulated the letter that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
You don't ask me, Chair. But I have nothing
Honorable
to say,
James,
like...
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
look, I must apologize. You know the sitting arrangement today. I'm always looking there. I'm looking for you there where I know it to be your usual spot. I'm sorry.
Apology accepted. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Anything that you want to say?
No, nothing for now. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable members, yesterday when the apology was circulated, we said that there was a part in the apology that included confidential information, which the witness has requested that it must stay between us and him. And I'm saying to Bonani that if that apology has to be put on record, you may not have to be surprised when certain parts of that apology are not being read here publicly. Is that okay, Mr. O'Sullivan?
Sorry, what's the question, Chair?
I'm saying that in the letter that you wrote to us, you requested that there was some part which was confidential because it contains your personal records and you may not want, personal details, which you may not want them to go out publicly. Am I representing you correctly?
That is correct, Chairman.
Thank you so much. Maybe even without reading that letter into the record, is it not better when you say it yourself? You say it the way you want it to be said. I think it will be better that way if you say it yourself.
Thank you, Chairman. Is it working properly?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So it's a lengthy document. The beginning of it, it's an affidavit under oath. It says, I, the undersigned Paul O'Sullivan, state under oath as follows. The purpose of this affidavit is to deal with my apology for and reasons for departure from the ad hoc committee on 2026-02-26. I unreservedly apologize to the Speaker of the National Assembly and all Member of Parliament, including but not limited to the Chairman and members of the ad hoc committee, for departing from the ad hoc committee at 13:15 on 2026-02-26. The circumstances leading to my departure can be described as follows, and then that I explain a number of confidential reasons why it was necessary for me to leave.
Yeah.
So that's the apology I gave, Chairman.
Thank you so much. What we will do, honorable members, because this is not a housekeeping meeting, the apology has been formally presented before yourselves, and then at your own time in your own meeting, you can look at the apology and decide whether you accept it or not. But the witness, what he says is that he is unreservedly
I heard you using the word unreservedly apologize for what happened on that day. I'm going to allocate your members. Each one of you, I'm giving 20 minutes because I'm understanding that you are not meeting with the witness for the first time. This is the fourth time today. So I'm going to, let me check first. Who are the members who still have matters that they want to raise with the witness? ANC 1, 2. DA is 1, is Honorable Top. From the ANC is Honorable Sangoni and Honorable Ngola. From the DA is Honorable Topa. From the MKP is the 3 of them. From the EFF is the 2 of them, Honorable Malema and Honorable Matthews. And then we have Bangazita. And then we have Vessels, Honorable Vessels and Honorable James. Honorable Kola Banat, are you triggered? No, it's not per party, it's per person. Are you satisfied that Honorable Topa will represent you? Can I check again before I close the list? It's only yourself, Honorable Kola Banat and Honorable Sokanyile, who have not raised hands. Am I correct? Thank you so much. Going, gone. The list is closed. I must check the time. Can I remind all of you that the witness is still under oath? We don't need to administer oath again. What is the time now? Yeah, Honorable Sangoni.
Apologies?
Yes, let's quickly check if we have apologies for today. Yes, Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you, Chair. We have an apology from Honorable Ntuli. He is engaged in other parliamentary matters today. And then Honorable Sokanyile is going to depart and join us again after lunch. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Topa.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Ian Cameron will be a few minutes late. He was in Roland Street the last we spoke. And Glenys Breitenbach has a standing apology for the week.
What is the apology on Honorable Breitenbach?
Chair, it has been, I think, explained, and she said for the whole week she would not be here due to party business.
Oh, okay. Any further apologies? Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will just have to be excused around 3 o'clock just to introduce 2 reports in the plenary.
Okay. Thank you so much. The rotation starts now. Who is starting from the African National Congress?
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. O'Sullivan, a lot of evidence has been presented before the committee. And amongst the issues that were raised with the committee, one is that you have, through a video that was played here, threatened Parliament and the members of the committee. The second issue that the committee had to deal with is a threatening message you sent to Mr. Nkabinde when he was testifying here. After you have staged a walkout, General Pahlane reiterated that you have constantly sent him threatening and insulting messages. Yesterday, a prosecutor that prosecuted a case against you, Advocate Mashuga, showed us numerous threatening and insulting messages you sent to him
when he was a prosecutor in a case against you. Why are you this bully? Why are you this bully? Why are you this bully? Bully. Yes. Why? You don't know.
I can't explain.
You are just bully. Without any explanation. You just bully around people. You threaten them. You threatened, according to the evidence that was delivered to us yesterday, Advocate Mashokha, that you are going to send him to jail. You later, after he's arrested, are going to go after his wife. You are going to ensure that his house is taken to auction. You will buy that house in auction and you will sell it for profit. Why are you bullying people around? Where do you get this authority, you and you alone, to bully people around?
Sorry, Chairman, it might be seen as bullying on my part, but it needs to be taken into context with the unlawful conduct of those people against me, which included dragging me off a plane in front of my minor children, assaulting me, detaining and torturing me for 3 days, repeatedly raiding my offices, and all sorts of other extraneous activities, including falsely charging me and forcing me to stand trial on no fewer than 6 different trumped-up trials, 4 of which were acquitted. I was found not guilty. It forced me to spend 88 days in court of my own time and 140 days in preparing to spend 88 days in court. I had to move my family to the other side of the world for their own protection because people wanted to kill me, and that included police officers who were part of this whole conspiracy against me. So if my conduct was seen as bullying, it was a response to the outrageous and egregious conduct of prosecutors and police officials who acted unlawfully as they were part of the state capture project. They wanted to silence anybody that was exposing corruption. So that really is the very simple answer for the alleged bullying. But to be frank with you, the criminal justice system, as we know, is still captured. And the cases I've opened against those people are still gathering dust, save for the cases I've opened against Pashlani, because he's now on trial for, I think, plus minus, I don't know the exact figure, but plus minus 300 million rand. And if I hadn't have opened the case against him, I think he would have probably gotten away with it. And if I hadn't have stuck to my guns, and if we look at this in perspective, I opened the case against General Pashlani in February 2016. And by October 2016, no investigation had been done whatsoever, apart from the investigation which I carried out at my own expense, on my own risk, to identify witnesses and take statements from them, because IPID was captured at that stage. Okay. So I'm sorry it's seen by certain people as bullying. It's certainly seen by the people who attacked me as bullying, but what they fail to do is point out, while they're describing my bullying, the unlawful conduct that they carried out against myself and my family. And okay. Yeah, that's it.
No, that's fine. Even so, there is nothing that gives you a right to insult and threaten people. And for that matter, the evidence that is before us is that there is nothing wrong we have done as this committee. There is nothing wrong Advocate Mashokha did, but you sent him threatening emails. But let's part that part. Let's pass that part. So, was the braai about a braai or about a book launch?
Are we talking about the braai in December 2016?
Yes.
The braai was a year-end braai, and invited to that braai was a journalist who wrote a book, and that book was distributed at the braai, and also distributed at the braai was a document which is actually in part of my bundle called Joining the Dots. Unfortunately, whatever else took place at the braai is a complete misrepresentation. I was only there for an hour and a half to 2 hours, and then I left because I had to go to the airport. I was flying overseas. So it was a braai and a book launch and the handing out of a document called Joining the Dots, Chairman.
Okay, if so, why was it highly confidential? If it's a braai and a distribution of copies of a book written by one of your own, why was it highly confidential?
It wasn't confidential, Chairman. The only thing that was confidential at the time, and this is a fact, at the time there was an attempt to murder myself, and at the time I didn't want anybody to know where I was. So the only thing that was confidential was the fact that the braai was taking place and that I would be there. Bearing in mind, by that stage, I'd already survived something like 6 or 7 attempts on my life in the prior 3 years to that time.
Did you buy Roto van Krisha's house?
No.
The prosecutor that prosecuted your impersonating an IPID official case solicited witness statements from the security guards that were there when you visited the estate, the estate manager, and the people who were dealing with the building plans and stuff. And they are corroborating with the allegations made by General Pahlane that you have asked them questions about, amongst other things, the nature of the guns his protectors carry, how many protectors, how many cars and stuff. And you have said to us, you only went there to point out what you deemed as a crime scene. So how did this kind of question be part of what you call just a pointing out of a crime scene?
Chairman, there was a criminal investigation by IPID which was 10 months late getting off the ground because of the capture of IPID by the then Minister of Police and others. And the investigation, when it got off the ground, resulted in me being requested, and I complied with the request, to assist bring the investigating team up to speed. And I've set this out in some detail. The allegations, and I didn't see what took place, I believe, in this committee yesterday, but the allegations, the false allegations made by Michael Mashucha contained within his affidavit is a repeat of the same allegations he placed before the Zondo Commission in 2020. And I provided a very detailed response to those allegations, including the tape recordings of the meetings that we had, which proved that the counter-investigation being carried out by the Northwest team or Mabula team, whatever you would like to call it, the counter-investigation being carried out by them resulted in them obtaining contradictory sworn statements from witnesses who had already provided sworn statements to IPID officials. And the sworn statements provided to IPID officials were now being countered under the false allegation, and I believe the evidence has been led by Robert McBride. The false allegation was that there was a so-called threat against General Pashlani. But the reality of the situation is there was no request to carry out a threat analysis. That was a cover story. And the cover story resulted in a docket being opened, I think, on the first week or the second week of January, multiplicity of statements being taken from state witnesses who had already given statements to IPID, and 3 weeks later, fraudulently obtaining arrest warrants and then arresting people to stop the investigation into General Pashlani. The end result was that IPID took it upon themselves to launch an application in the High Court to have the counter-investigation declared unlawful, and the counter-investigation eventually, I think it was Justice Tugton, Neil Tugton, and Justice Neil Tugton gave an order stating that the conduct of the Northwest team was illegal. But notwithstanding all of that, my submission to the Zondo Commission sets out chapter and verse with evidence, and the evidence includes the transcripts of the meetings that took place. And those transcripts prove beyond reasonable doubt, and the voice recordings prove beyond reasonable doubt, that the counter-investigation statements were false, and they were only intended to bring false charges against myself, my then corporate counsel, Sarah Jane Trent, and I think 2 or 3, I can't remember their names, of the IPID officers that were carrying out the investigation based on the docket which I had opened. And at that point, it became clear that, in fact, the docket I had opened ended up getting parked, and I don't think, although he was arrested on it, I don't think he was prosecuted on it. And then other dockets were opened by IPID, which I had absolutely nothing to do with.
Okay. No, I think we got to the point. Did you or did you not threaten those people there to falsify statements, to give you personal banking details of people, to give you the building plan of General Pashlani's house, and if not, they are liable for an imprisonment of a time period not less than 2 years because they are defying you and you are from IPID?
And the answer is no. It's an absolute lie.
So if you were there to point out a crime scene as a complainant at IPID, what was Miss Trent doing there?
What was what?
Miss Trent doing there?
Well, she was my corporate counsel. She's an attorney, and she assisted me with the investigation into Pashlani. She was also at the time a director of Forensics for Justice. Forensics for Justice were carrying out the investigation. Forensics for Justice was registered, and the purpose of Forensics for Justice is to expose state-sponsored corruption. And if you go on the website, you can see all the cases there where we have brought charges against people for corruption. And I think only 2 of those cases involved working with IPID. And that was the case against General Ntlemeza, who eventually got fired. It was found that his appointment was unlawful because he was not a fit and proper person, and also the Pashlani matter. And the Pashlani matter that the docket I opened only related to where the funds came from for the construction of his house and his corrupt relationship with a police supplier. And when IPID investigate that, they found a lot more. And I wasn't involved in that investigation at all.
Okay. Let's go back to your walkout.
The what?
Your march out.
Mass house. What?
When you stood up and left in Parliament. Do you understand that you took an oath that you are going to answer fully and satisfactorily? And you just stood up when the evidence leader was still busy questioning you. Do you not consider that as a breaking your own oath that you have taken in Parliament? And consequences for that should be followed in accordance to the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislators Act.
No, I don't.
You stood up without being released.
Honorable Ngola, that question is not related to our terms of reference. It's a matter which the committee can deal with at its own time.
Are you saying, Chair, we shouldn't ask questions in relation to the march out?
Yeah, no, it's not related to our terms of reference. Let's probe the witness for the purpose we called him here. If members want to discuss that matter, we can discuss it later, but not during the proceedings. If you want the witness to respond to that, let's deal with the matters that we called him here for. And when we are done with these proceedings, if you want him to explain that incident, then we can give you time to deal with that.
No, Chair, you'll recall that at the time of the incident, you would have rotated the matter and asked if we want Mr. O'Sullivan back. And we would have, as members, expressly said yes, and given the reasons why we want Mr. O'Sullivan back. And amongst those reasons was the conduct of him as a witness under oath in respect of the work we're doing here as Parliament. So I don't understand now if we are not going to go to that extent, Chair, because we have expressly said amongst the reasons we want him back is that the way he has conducted himself in this work we're doing is actually relevant to a sitting of this.
That is exactly what I'm saying, that for now, use your time to ask him questions. When we are done with this part, we will give you a chance to ask him questions on that matter.
That's fine, Chair. I'm happy to.
It must be a separate item.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's fine, Chair. I'm done for the first part. Thank you.
The 3 minutes that I've taken from you, don't want to use them?
No, I'm done, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning again, Mr. O'Sullivan. You know what? I think a lot of ground we've already canvassed, but there are obviously things that have since arisen since the last time you were here, and we thought that we would use this opportunity to then address those. Now, just this morning when you arrived, you said SAPS is still captured. Who has captured SAPS right now, according to you?
Chairman, I've set this out in my affidavit in some detail. And I remain of the opinion that certain senior management within the police, specifically within crime intelligence, and the police commissioner himself, they have a lot of questions to answer. And I'm not Parliament, but somebody somewhere needs to be asking those questions. And the type of questions I'm talking about are set out in some detail in my affidavit. And I have gone over it already. If you require me to go through it again, I'm happy to do so. But I remain of the opinion that if you can open a docket in South Africa and 3 weeks later get warrants of arrest for 2 people or 4 people who are exposing a corrupt police chief, that's proof that the state is captured, that the police and the prosecution service is captured. And then when those people get arrested in breach of a High Court order that says that I may not be arrested, and by the way, I spent over R500,000 to get that High Court order. And the only reason I applied for that High Court order was because the cops the dirty cops, kept raiding my offices and kept threatening to arrest me, and did arrest me and drag me off planes and do all these nasty things. I was left no alternative but to get the High Court order. Having obtained the High Court order, we have video footage of this Northwest team arresting me and my attorney reading the High Court order out to them and them saying that order doesn't apply to us. And then that same night, when my attorneys go and bring an urgent application for habeas corpus at midnight in the High Court, because it's an urgent matter, the same prosecutor that was here yesterday, Michael Mashucha, he went there and told the court that order doesn't apply to him either. And they wanted to detain me.
Sorry.
And the reason they want to detain me was as punishment to stop me from exposing corruption.
Okay, I've got the High Court order because I wanted to ask you about that. But you see why, and I don't want you to go back to your affidavit. I mean, we've gone through that at length. The problem we have, whether it's your problem or our problem as a committee, is that everybody makes sweeping statements about how corrupt criminal intelligence is. I would have thought that at least you would be in a position to at least give us some sort of evidence around this. Would you be able to do that? Do you have evidence that points to this corruption in criminal intelligence and the police commissioner?
Yeah, I have the evidence, Chairman. It's contained within my affidavit. And I mean, must we go back to it and read it? Because it's there. I've set out copious detail of how the crime intelligence Secret Service account, which I call a slush fund, has been a piggy bank for senior police officials for the last 20 years. And it's still a piggy bank. And in 2012, I've used as an example, that piggy bank budget was 98 million rand per annum. This year, it's 600 million rand per annum, which is a growth of over 500%. And during the same period, inflation only grew at 113%. And then you end up with a situation where, if you understand the purpose of the Crime Intelligence Fund, its purpose is to get information so you can prevent crime. And during the same period, there has not been a concomitant reduction in crime. In fact, it's the other way around. Crime has gone up.
Okay. Mr. O'Sullivan, so Advocate Mashucha contends that you have contravened both the National Prosecuting Authority Act as well as the National Credit Act, and he sets out why. So I'm going to start with the National Credit Act. He's talking about your ability and consistent obtaining of personal credit information, amongst others, financial information of private citizens. Now, you are not authorized to have that information, do you?
Chairman, that's not correct. If you look at the Act, and I don't have the Act in front of me because I didn't know this question would be coming. If you look at the Act, it makes it clear that the information can be used for fraud prevention and fraud investigation purposes. Now, fraud and corruption are pretty much the same thing. Quite often, Chairman, a person is charged with fraud and corruption or just fraud. And those investigations, they are investigative tools. So there's every certified fraud examiner in the country who carries out fraud investigations, signs a code of conduct, has access to those tools.
But
They're not allowed to.
Sorry, Mr. O'Sullivan. When you were getting the personal information of Mr. Dupree, for example, Mr. General Pahlane's driver.
Now, Chairman, when you're doing a fraud investigation, you have to be able to find witnesses. And in the case of General Pahlane, we received information, and it was the builder of the house. His name, Frikkie de Blanche. And Frikkie de Blanche gave information that he was paid with checkers or spar bags out of the boot of General Pahlane's car. And the first payment was 350,000 Rand in cash. The second payment was 350,000 Rand in cash. So we asked him who was the driver of the car. Actually, it was IPID that wanted to know his details. He couldn't provide that details. So all we had was a name. And I can't remember the first name. I think it was Alvain. Alvain Dupree. So we went through the population register and got a list of all the A. Duprees. And then you can work out by looking which one of them is working in the police. And then we were able to establish that. We then provide that information to IPID. And then IPID decided to interview, and they asked me to go with. And the reason they asked me to go with was because they felt, this is the late
Sorry, I think
Mandla
you've answered me. But
he felt that Mr. Dupree would answer questions better to a white man than he would to a black man.
Mr. O'Sullivan, when you got then Honorable Skosane's information, were you investigating him for fraud?
I didn't get his information. It's a High Court judgment, and it's public information. So I got a phone call the week before I appeared last time, and the phone call gave me the details. I sent somebody to Middelburg High Court, and they confirmed to me that there was a High Court judgment against Mr. Skosana.
But were you profiling then the members of this committee, Mr. O'Sullivan? Because I don't know why that would necessarily be of interest to you.
Well, it's not of interest to me unless somebody phones me and provides me information. So we don't profile. I don't know anything about you or anybody else on the committee. The only person I got information about was Mr. Skosana, and it was a phone call. They provided the information. I then decided to check it out.
But can you see where I'm going with this, Mr. O'Sullivan? It's, I mean, there's accusations that are made because of your forensic capabilities. You are able to go after private citizens, you get their personal information, and then that is used to intimidate them. What would be your comment to that?
That's absolutely not true.
Okay. Then I think Honorable Ngola has asked you about Uesta and Fenta and the issues of misrepresentation.
The Mr. what, sorry?
Of misrepresentation, because it said that, you know, you misrepresented yourself as an IPID officer. I don't want to go back there. But I want to go to Advocate Mashukha, and this is a conversation we're having as members, that everybody sits there. You've got markedly different versions of what had happened, but in Advocate Mashukha's statement, he says there's an email that you wrote to Mzinyati, who I think was the DPP of Gauteng, if I'm not mistaken, where you said the latest criminal suspect I need to bring to your attention is Advocate Mashukha, and then you go on and on. Now, why do you refer to Mashukha as a criminal suspect, and what evidence do you have that Mashukha is a criminal?
So the email, I don't have it in front of me, but the email would have set out the reasons why, and also would have set out the reasons why was my statement to the Zondo Commission, which is 55 pages long, and I set out chapter and verse in there. And if the chair requires, I will make that statement available to this committee through the evidence leader. And that statement sets out chapter and verse that Michael Mashuka perjured himself by lying through his teeth to the Zondo Commission and to the court, where...
Sorry, without going to the statement, sorry, Mr. O'Sullivan, without going to the statement, but I mean, when you say he's a criminal, can you just, is it a crime of perjury, or is there anything else that you are accusing Advocate Mashuka of?
My allegations were perjury and defeating the ends of justice.
In relation to the case that he was prosecuting you for?
In relation to his conduct in assisting the Northwest team to shut down an investigation involving General Pashlani, where the allegations were quite clear that we had a corrupt acting chief of police. Now, if you have a corrupt acting chief of police, it doesn't take long to figure out what's going to happen to the criminal justice system. And in the case of General Pashlani, the evidence against him is overwhelming. I think he's arraigned on 2 or 3 different trials. By the way, we had nothing to do with those investigations at all. That was other work that IPID did. I had no knowledge of that. But in my affidavit to the Zondo Commission, I set out to prove that there were 5 lies that Advocate Mashuka made in order to obtain warrants of arrest. So that means he fraudulently obtained warrants of arrest for one reason and one reason only, because he was part of a conspiracy to shut down a corruption investigation.
Okay. Your High Court order, Mr. O'Sullivan, so you go to court, you say that you're being harassed by the South African Police Services, I'll assume. And you, I'm sure amongst your prayers, you ask for 48 hours notification before an arrest. Is my understanding correct in terms of what you asked the court for? I mean, I think I'm struggling to understand why a court would grant a citizen such unprecedented, in my view, leeway to say the cops cannot touch you in any matter in perpetuity. You must be given 48 hours notice. Could you take us through how that would have come about?
Sure. Chairman, this is a very simple one to explain. This took place in September. The application was launched in September 2016. Now, prior to September 2016, I had received multiple breaches of my constitutional rights by dirty cops being directed by various parties, and those parties included the then head of DPCI, Major General Mklemeza, the Gauteng head of DPCI, Major General Mokotedi, and the acting chief of police, General Pashlani. Now, in my affidavit, I set out chapter and verse as to why that court order was necessary. Because the harassment, we asked for an undertaking, we were given an undertaking, and a week later, the prosecutor said, no, I'm not honoring that undertaking, I'm going to arrest your client again. So then we went to court. And in fact, we didn't ask for that court order. What we asked for was that for any alleged offense that took place prior to, and I think the date was 1st of June 2016, for any alleged offense prior to the 1st of June 2016, I not be arrested at all, but I be brought to court with a J175, which is a summons to attend court. And the prosecutor made it clear that no, he'll arrest when he feels like it. Now, that's contrary to prosecution policy. It's contrary to the rules and it's contrary to the Constitution, because arrest is the last means to get a person to court. You can summons a person to come to court. Now, why would you arrest a person except, and by the way, there's 2 DPCI judge reports as part of my bundle. And in those DPCI judge reports, the second DPCI judge report, which they took 3 years to investigate, they found, and it's in my statement, they found that the conduct against me was a massive violation of my constitutional rights. And if you look at the letters from the prosecutors, they made it clear that the intention was to arrest at any cost. Okay. So there was clearly a conspiracy to shut down the corruption investigations we were busy with.
Okay. So, Mr. O'Sullivan, you do agree, though, that there's now the special dispensation that is created for you and arguably you alone. What do you intend to do in these 48 hours that you must be given notice before you're arrested?
Prepare bail application so that they can't do what they did last time, which is to drag me off to a police station, tell my lawyers I'm at another police station, and then hide me and put me in a place where they can torture me. And that's what they did for 3 days and nights.
So given that Mr. Ntlemeza, Mr. Pahlane, and all of them are no longer in the system, would you be looking at getting that order revoked? Would you have any objections to having it revoked?
Well, given the conduct of the police right now, I would absolutely object to it. By the way, the police launched an application to set it aside and they lost. Okay. So the reality, and let me explain to you why they lost, Chairman. They lost because they weren't able to prove that their conduct was lawful. So you cannot have police deciding, let's punish this guy by arresting him on a Friday afternoon and keeping him until Monday. And while we keep him, we'll hide him somewhere. No, that's what the apartheid police were doing.
Okay. Mr. O'Sullivan, sorry, my last question. I do apologize. I've run out of time. Will you ever get to a point where you acknowledge, if not admit, you acknowledge that in your interaction with IPID in particular, and I think during the time of Mr. McBride, you would have overstepped what any ordinary citizen investigator is meant to be doing? You were sharing phone numbers, ID numbers, forensic details, all sorts of things that you should not be having, effectively ingraining yourself within IPID and IPID machinery. Advocate Mashucha contends that that is the reason why you paid for Mr. McBride's legal fees, so that when he gets back, you are embedded within IPID. Do you still maintain that you have not overstepped your the legal framework in which you are meant to operate as far as an investigator is concerned who is outside IPID, because you are not an IPID member?
No, of course I'm not an IPID member, and I never held myself out to be an IPID member, Chairman. And as far as making a contribution to legal fees, I didn't pay the legal fees, I made a contribution. What we had at that time is we had a captured police service, we had a captured prosecution service, and state capture was in full swing. And
but then did you not then capture IPID?
Pardon me?
Did you then not go and capture IPID?
No, absolutely not. In fact, the reality of the situation is that when I didn't just, by the way, make a donation towards the legal fees of Robert McBride. We also made a donation, and I know they've disputed it, but it's a fact of life, and I've got the proof. We made a donation, I think, of 100,000 Rand to the Helen Suzman Foundation. The reality of it is that the only possibility of starting somewhere to uncapture a captured state, I saw we weren't going to get anywhere with trying to uncapture the police. We weren't going to get anywhere with uncapturing the prosecution service. We had an unlawfully appointed head of prosecution service, Sean Abrahams. We had an unlawfully appointed head of the police. We had an unlawfully appointed head of the DPCI. we had an unlawfully suspended head of IPID, and the acting head of IPID was in cahoots with the criminal syndicate that were involved in state capture. So I was quite keen to see Mr. McBride back at work, and hopefully, you know, it was kind of the last chance of trying to do something to save this country from going down the drain. And when I got involved with Mr. McBride, which was at the end or beginning of November 2016, I took that involvement through, by the way, I was overseas for Christmas, but I took that involvement through till probably the end of January, and then I said, I've done enough, I'm stepping back. And that's exactly what happened. And if that's capturing IPID, that is a dream. It's the opinion of the Northwest team and their captured prosecutor, and it's the dream of Mr. Pashlani, and it's the dream of Mr. Nkabindi. And if you really want to get to the bottom of things, you must try and work out how all these witnesses miraculously appeared here with this single narrative that actually Paul O'Sullivan is the head of state capture, not all these criminals.
Okay, final question. So what is your relationship now with our law enforcement agencies? Are you still embedded, my word, are you still embedded within the system? And why did you feel the need, all the way from London, I think you were at, I'm not sure, to come out and blast General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi the way that you did after his press conference? I think at some point he even sought to sue you, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Okay, first thing is your current relationship with law enforcement, and then you went out and you attacked General Mkhwanazi after his 6th July press conference. Why did you feel the need to do that? If I'm not mistaken, and you were not even in the country. He threatened to sue you, there were insults flying left, right, and center. What is it about that triggered you so much that you felt the need to do that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I answer that?
Write the question down.
Okay.
The time of the...
So,
No.
My problem...
Mr. Apollos.
Pardon?
The time of the member has expired. Write the question down.
Oh. Okay, I'm finished now.
She will write it down. She will remind you later during my time. Now is the time for other members. Her time has expired. The MKP, listen here. It's now 11 o'clock. You are going to share the hour between the three of you. 20 minutes, 20. If you speak for 20 minutes, it's not my problem. So you give each other 20 minutes. 20 past, 22, 11 o'clock. Your time starts now.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Chairman, can I just ask something first? Can we put this screen up here? Because I'm not able to turn. I have a spine problem and I cannot turn and look this way. But if we can put a screen up there, I can see the person that's talking, and I can be able to relate to it. But I cannot turn and look over here.
Yeah. The two of them are coming to sit here immediately.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah. Yeah. I want you to look at each other in the eye and smile with each other.
Thank you, Chair. Can I proceed? Good morning, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Good morning.
Yeah, let's start from the response that you have given to Honorable Sangoni about the 48-hour notice. If I heard you correctly, you are saying the reason why you must be given a 48-hour notice before you are arrested is because they want to afford you an opportunity to do bail application. Is that what you have said?
Yeah, that's what I said, but it's not just that. It's also to have lawyers on standby, because what the police were doing on a regular basis were attempting to arrest me. They threatened to, while I'm in court, I brought an application, for example, Chairman, to get my passports handed back to me because they refused to give me my passports. They didn't want me to travel overseas. So I had to bring an application in court to get my passports back. And when they handed my passports back, they first of all tried not to hand me my passports back.
Yeah,
They-
no, I
they
think,
said, no,
I
but
think,
this is very important.
No, no,
because
no, no,
it's
no.
very
but,
important
but,
you understand
but you
the
have
reason
responded
why.
to what I was asking.
Sorry?
So I'm saying you've responded to what I was asking.
Okay.
And I think that is enough. So, you know, that to me means there are laws for Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and laws for other citizens in this country. Because in terms of the process, when a suspect is arrested, he must appear in court within 48 hours to be charged formally, and thereafter is given 7 days while in custody to make bail application. So that means there are different rules or there are different laws for Mr. Paul O'Sullivan in South Africa.
Well, I think the laws are the same for everybody in the country.
No, but there is no.
Sorry, am I allowed to answer the
Yeah,
question,
but if
Chairman,
you can
or am I
quote,
going to be
if
interrupted
you
while
can quote
answering
the law
question?
that says before you are arrested, you must be given a 48-hour notice.
Chairman, there was a High Court application brought in September 2016 as a result of multiple abuses of my constitutional rights. That High Court application was initially opposed by the state, and in November 2016, the state agreed to the order and the High Court order was made. And if they hadn't have breached my constitutional rights, I wouldn't have had the need to bring the High Court application in the first place.
Yeah, that is why I'm saying, because you can't even quote a section. You can't say this judgment was relying on this section, because there is no such. There is no law in South Africa that says before a suspect is arrested, he must be given a 48-hour notice. So that is why I'm saying
makes an order, the High Court makes an order.
That is why I'm saying it means there are laws for Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and laws for the entire citizens of South Africa.
Chairman, that's a statement from the member, but the reality of the situation is the High Court made that order and the state consented to that order. A year later, the police tried to have the order overturned and they failed.
When you were here, we played a video of your interview in which you made certain remarks about members of parliament. And you made an undertaking that you will go to a media to retract those remarks. And you were given a platform in the media to explain what you did here on your previous appearance. Why did you not use that platform to retract what you said about members of parliament?
Chairman, on the way out, the media asked me, and I confirmed it to them then.
What did you confirm to them?
The apology and the retraction. And I don't go on social media and I don't watch TV, so I don't know whether or not they did it. But it was an ENCA reporter put the mic to me. I confirmed the retraction and I confirmed the apology. I complied with the undertaking I gave, Chairman.
You know, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, I know the chair said he will give us another platform. So I'm not going to go into the merits of what transpired at this stage. But I'm very worried about your character. You threaten people with ease. And I get worried when a white person threatens people, black people like this, because you are putting an emphasis to a narrative that there is an apartheid residue in this country. And you are a manifestation of that residue. And as members of parliament, some of us feel badly that This residue even finds expression in a democratic institution, such as Parliament, who are representative of the people here. So if we can't protect ourselves against white arrogance, it means our people on the ground are vulnerable. And it means they express the West, because if it reaches here in Parliament, it means what is happening on the ground is worse. When Advocate Mashuka was here yesterday, he read an email that you sent to General Patlane. I'm going to read this email. This email was sent on the 26th of November, 2016. And the author of the email is Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. This is how it reads. This one is just between me, you, and Mr. Patlane. You know you are a corrupt cop. I know you are a corrupt cop. Figgy knows, your wife knows, Yola knows, Henry knows, and soon the whole world will know. When I send you to prison, and you know I will, you should not blame me. Blame yourself for being a dishonest piece of rubbish. I'm going to enjoy putting you away, and when I'm done with you, I'm going after your wife. Then I'm going after Ntlemeza, and then Mokaketi. When I'm going after Ntlego, or then I'm going after Ntlego, then I'm going after the boyfriend of the Ling Ling twins. And whilst I'm going after all of you, I'm going to send Moon to prison. Then your house and assets will go under the hammer, whilst you and your wife are in prison. I will do what I did to Krishi. I will buy it on auction and sell at a profit. Stop me if you can, you low-down piece of rubbish. Do you know this email?
Sounds familiar.
Is it appropriate for you to address people like this? General Patlane this time, was he not a commissioner?
He was an acting commissioner.
Yes.
Pardon? Sorry, am I not allowed to answer?
You are allowed, but on my guidance.
Okay, so I mustn't answer.
You are, but on my guidance. I'm asking you questions.
No,
so you are not going to prescribe to me how you should answer.
Chairman,
you are allowed, but on my guidance, I'm asking you questions.
I need to request.
Or both, switch off your microphones. Yeah.
Yes, the question is one.
Listen to me carefully, please. May you please have a cordial conversation.
Yeah, the conversation on my side is cordial. There's nothing.
You know, sometimes it appears rude on my part when I come in and say the time has expired.
No, the conversation is cordial.
May you please use your time fruitfully.
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, is it appropriate for you to write this kind of an email to an acting national commissioner?
Given the circumstances at the time, it was more than appropriate. This is in the week when I received a death threat, which we trace back to a police official connected to him, and Mandla Mashlangu received a death threat. He was subsequently murdered. Given the circumstances at the time, it was entirely appropriate, Chairman.
So it's appropriate to you to say to a man you'll go after his wife?
Given the fact that his wife was involved in the corruption with him and had been unlawfully appointed and elevated in rank in the police, and that she was involved, and in fact, Chairman, 3 months or 4 months after that email, he was arrested, she was arrested, and they both sat in the dock together.
It's appropriate for you to say to him, you will buy his house and sell it at a profit.
Why not?
So it's appropriate.
Why not?
It's appropriate for you to threaten a witness while he's testifying here in Parliament.
I didn't threaten any witness. I told the witness he was lying through his teeth and he belonged in prison.
Didn't you send a message to Mr. Ngabinde?
I've just said, Chairman.
Is that not a threat?
Sorry, I can't answer if you're going to keep interrupting.
No,
me.
I'm asking you questions. You will answer because I'm asking. You will answer. You will answer. You will answer. I'm asking you questions and you will respond.
I'm trying to answer and you interrupting me.
I'm not interrupting you. I'm asking you questions.
So what is the question?
Asking is not an interruption. I'm saying to you, is it appropriate for you to send a witness a threatening message while he's testifying here in Parliament?
I didn't send any witness a threatening message. I told him it was an offence to lie, it was an offence to commit perjury, and he belonged in prison. And that is a fact. And
when you say you will send a person...
I have not finished answering the question, Chairman. I told him also that I would be opening a docket against him. I have opened that docket against him, and I think the rest of it we shouldn't be debating in Parliament. We should leave it up to the criminal justice system.
Is it appropriate for you to send messages to a prosecutor who is prosecuting you?
He wasn't prosecuting me.
Well, was he not prosecuting your case?
The case had been struck off the roll.
No. I'm saying during the course of prosecution.
No, I didn't send any messages during the course of prosecution.
Even after, because when the matter is...
Chairman, I can't work.
No. But
I'm answering a question and it's becoming
But I'm contextualizing my question to you. I'm saying to you, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, when a matter is struck off the roll, it can be reinstated. It doesn't mean that that matter cannot be reinstated. Is it appropriate for you to send messages to a prosecutor who is dealing with your case? Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
Chairman, I'll answer a question if I'm allowed to answer a question.
You are allowed. You are now allowed. You can respond.
You see, I'm being interrupted again.
You are allowed to respond.
Given the circumstances of what was going on at the time, given the criminal conduct of the Northwest team or the Mabula team, whatever you want to call it, and given the circumstances of that prosecutor, what I did, I believe was appropriate. And if it's not appropriate, that was, by the way, 9 years ago. If it's not appropriate, why are we discussing it today?
No, it's because the case is going to be reinstated for as long as we are members of Parliament. It will never die a natural death. It was struck off the roll. You were not acquitted. So it will be re-enrolled. Now, if that prosecutor was still working for the NPA, he was going to handle the matter as he was doing before.
Is that a question?
No.
Can I answer?
Yeah, you can answer.
Are you making a statement or
yes, I'm making a statement, but you can respond if you like.
Okay, yes, I will respond. What you've indicated, in my opinion, amounts to prima facie evidence of the fact that certain members of this committee have taken a decision that a case that has no merits whatsoever will be reinstated. That means that those members of the committee that have demanded the reinstatement of that case have failed to read the memorandum by the new National Director of Prosecutions, where he makes it clear that there will be a re-examination of the case. He doesn't say he's going to reinstate the case. And I can assure this committee there is not a cat in hell's chance of that case being reinstated, because the case is fake. And it's made up by dirty cops and a dishonest prosecutor, and it's going nowhere.
No, it's the court that will make that determination. We are not a court of law.
Well, I'm glad the court will make that decision, because just a few moments ago, you said you were making that decision.
Yeah, no, we'll make sure. We'll use our oversight powers to make sure that that matter is reinstated.
So that would amount to political interference in the criminal justice system.
No, it means you don't understand the principle of separation of powers and the constitutional mandate of Parliament. but you are not there. You are saying you received a call from somebody who told you that there is a judgment against Mr. Skosana. You know, we're tired of being told that I can't disclose my sources and so on, because it has been a song of the year now. That's what you told us when you appeared. You did not want to disclose many people. You were saying it's confidential and so on. So who called you? Who told you that there's a judgment against Mr. Skosana?
The call came through, Chairman, on a, I don't know how you say it, where you can't see the number. It was a black male. I don't know who the person was. I asked him for his details. He wouldn't give it to me. He told me, do yourself a favor. He gave me the case number, Middelburg High Court. I wrote it down. I got somebody to go to Middelburg High Court and have a look, and they confirmed there was a judgment there against a company. I have the details somewhere of the company, and the company was a close corporation, and the member was allegedly personally liable for the judgment. And
So you were told by a stranger?
it was in the court papers.
No, I'm saying the person who called you.
He only gave me the case number. Shall I give you the case number?
No, we know the case number.
Okay.
The person who told you, we want his particulars.
Well, I don't know how I can get those, but he wouldn't give me his details. We get anonymous calls all the time.
So he gave you a call?
Pardon?
He gave you a call?
Correct.
Yeah. And then he told you that there's a judgment against Mr. Skosana?
Correct.
Do you have his number, that person?
I just explained, Chairman, the call came through on a, where you can't see the number. So if you do #31# before you make a call, it conceals your number, you can't see it.
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, generally, do you respect black people?
Absolutely.
But why are you threatening them like this?
Who am I threatening?
Those that I've mentioned to you.
Oh, phone Radovan Kretcher, he's a white person. Ask him if I threatened him. Phone George Michaelides, attorney, who stole 35 million rand from his trust account. Ask him if I threatened him. I threatened them with criminal justice. That's it.
No, I'm saying, why are you doing that? Because you did not only threaten them. There are a few of many that you have threatened.
I opened cases against them as well, criminal cases.
No, but you also threatened members of parliament.
Which members of parliament?
You threatened us.
How did I threaten you?
You sent an email to the evidence leader.
And what did the threat say? What did I say? I'm going to come and hit you.
You were telling us that we belong to a party of criminals, and you are going to.
That's not a threat.
You will
That's
send
a
us.
statement.
You will send us to jail.
I never said I'll send anybody to jail.
No, that's what you said.
No, I didn't.
That's what you said.
I did not.
You said you'll send us to jail.
I'm sorry, Chairman. He's wrong. I never said I'd send him to jail. I said nothing of the kind.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I don't want to eat on my colleagues' time.
Party. Next speaker from the MKP. You are 20 minutes start now.
I'll take less than that, Chair. Bob Sullivan, Sawubona.
Sawubona.
Kunjani?
Good, Johnny.
Ngiyaphila.
Sorry, I'm a little bit hard of hearing. If I can ask you to speak up a bit.
Ngiyaphila unjani?
Yeah. What can I say?
Sibonga. Quick one. You stated somewhere here, you said, if it wasn't for you, Pahlane would walk away with crime. You just said that earlier on.
I said if I hadn't have opened the case against him, he would have got away with it.
So you admit you're the one who opened the case?
I've stated it in my affidavit that on the 25th of February 2016, I opened a comprehensive criminal docket against General Pahlane, having spent several months investigating after receiving information from whistleblowers who came forward and provided me with evidence.
So can you, in South African law, open a case against somebody and then be an investigator at the same time?
So, if you are, I've made it clear. If I look at my if I look at my statement to the Zondo Commission, I make it clear that opening a docket is different if you're the victim of a crime. Now, for example, if somebody breaks into my office and steals my computers, it would be inappropriate for me to do anything more than an internal investigation and then open a docket. When it comes to Forensics for Justice, which was a charity that was formed for the purpose of investigating state-sponsored corruption, I formed a team of people that could investigate and did investigate and provided those resources to the state, because the state is under-resourced when it comes to investigating that type of crime.
May I interject you?
Pardon me?
May I interject you? My question is it allowed in South African law to open a case and be the investigator at the same time? The question is it allowed in the South African law?
It happens all the time, Chairman.
No. The question is, did it happen before? Did it happen at... I'm only asking,
Yes,
is it allowed in
it's
the South
allowed.
African law to be an investigator, at
It's
the same time
allowed.
be the person who opened the case as
It's
a
allowed.
civilian?
Yeah, it's
No,
allowed.
it's not allowed.
It's allowed.
No, we'll argue that later. That's wrong. The Rodovan Creature's house.
Yeah.
Are you staying there?
No.
Did you stay there?
Pardon?
Did you stay there?
Never.
Have you been in that house?
I've been in it.
Doing what?
Having a look.
Just a look.
Had a bride there.
Had a bride there.
Uh-huh.
On what conditions were you having a bride there?
Pardon me?
On what conditions were you having a bride there? Who authorized you to have a bride there in that house?
Well, the owner of the house.
Who's that?
A company.
Whose company is that?
Pardon?
Whose company is that?
It's not my company.
Whose company is it?
I don't
Who's
know.
the owner?
I don't know the name of the owner now.
How were
I
you
believe
invited by a person you don't know?
Pardon?
How were you invited by a person you don't know to a braai?
Sorry, Chairman. I wasn't invited.
You went to a braai.
Can I finish answering?
Time.
So, I wasn't invited. I got hold of the company that purchased the house.
Yes.
And I can't remember his name. I got hold of the director and I said, can I come there and have a braai?
Who's that owner?
Pardon?
Who is that owner? How did you get hold of that name?
That person doesn't own the house anymore. It's owned by somebody else.
It's fine. I'm not asking who owns the house now. I'm asking who is that owner?
His name, Anthony Fitzhenry.
Okay. Now, at that time you went to that braai, your life was in danger, right? Is that the reason the braai was private?
What one doesn't like to do is go out in public places when you know that there's
Your
somebody
life is
trying to
threatened.
kill you.
Yes. And at that time, you went to that house invited by a person you don't know. You went to the braai of a house of a person you don't know, but your life was in danger.
No,
Does
it's
it make
not-
sense?
It's not true, Chairman. I'll explain to the member again. I got hold of the owner of the house and I asked him if I could use the house for a braai. I wasn't invited.
Did you know the business owner?
Pardon?
Did you know the business owner? Were you friends?
I'm sorry, I can't
Were
hear
you friends with the business owner of the house?
Yeah, yeah.
Now you are friends.
Yeah.
You started by saying you didn't know the house owner, you didn't know the business owner.
We're
Now you
friends.
changed and you are friends.
We're friends now, yeah.
Baba Gashamang.
Pardon?
No, you're lying.
Pardon?
You're lying.
I lie what?
Your statement, you've got three statements at once. You said you didn't know the business owner. You got a call from a person you don't know.
I got hold of
Suddenly you had a bride there of a house of
Yes,
a person
and
you didn't know.
we became
Did
friends.
you buy that house of Red of and Creature?
No.
Is that your house?
No.
Did you buy it indirectly through a company?
No.
If your life is in danger, how would you go to a house of a person you don't know? I see, yeah, leave it. It's fine. I see, yeah, I'm not sure. For never in my now. Tell me this. A makeup artist is shot dead, allegedly, by her boyfriend.
Pardon?
A makeup artist. Facial makeup artist.
Who?
I'll tell you the name later. Let's listen to the story. She is shot dead, allegedly, by her boyfriend. And the policeman covers up that story, allegedly. right? Keep that in mind, 1. 2, drugs worth 300 million get stolen and lost. A case alleges that a person who is a police officer is involved in that case, and the case gets withdrawn. That's number 2. Are you following? A father loses his son in hospital when a doctor was operating that son. It is alleged that that father goes and says to his friend he has shot that doctor because he lost his son through the hands of that doctor. That's number 3. Are you following?
I'm trying to.
Okay, very, very well. You're doing very well. It is also alleged that cigarette smugglers, cigarette sellers, and all that get cases covered up by the same police officer. Now, the most amazing thing is this. This police officer owns multiple franchise of business, lucrative businesses. But this person remains a senior officer with a very little salary compared to what he's making outside.
Sorry, can I just ask you to slow down a bit, because if you're talking fast, I'm not keeping up. Just the last sentence.
Now, this person is a businessman who owns franchises, lucrative franchises. But he remains a police officer.
Like McDonald's or something like this.
I'll mention the businesses later if I have to. This person remains in the police leadership. But you, as a lover of South Africa, never investigates that person, Farouz Khan. We can't even get the name here in Parliament to get that person to come here and answer for his question. It's apparently he's being covered up and protected. Even by us now, they say we are protecting him. We can't get him here. Why didn't you investigate Farouz Khan, but you went for Patlane, whom you do not have a single evidence of what he has done? Your statement sitting there in front of you doesn't have an ounce of evidence about Mr. Patlane. Why did you leave Farouz Khan out?
Chairman, there's probably 1 million crimes going on in South Africa, and you can ask me the same question, why I didn't investigate them. Let me just put the following to you. Forensics for Justice is a registered non-profit organization, non-profit company, NPC. It has limited resources. If nobody came to us, by the way, with all this talk about the makeup artist.
But you do know Khan, right?
I've met him twice.
You know Sibia, right?
I've met him several times.
Mandla, right?
Who?
Mandla Mahlangu.
Yes.
Mandla Mahlangu has a 7 million rand plot. Has a house in Savannah with a salary of SAPS. Why would a police officer, why would a person who owns so much businesses continue to be a police officer when he can open that space for people in South Africa to get a job, who has multi-millions of businesses, sits there and it doesn't catch your eye? Allegations of 300 million of drugs, that doesn't catch your eye. But Patlane's house catches your eye. 80,000 rand sound catches your attention. Aye, Bob Sullivan. You are silent.
Sorry, Chairman. Is that a question?
It is a question. I'm just curious on how do you pick who to attack?
Pardon?
How do you pick? How do you identify who to attack? Why would you leave Mandla? Why would you leave Farouz Khan out and just go strictly for this person, Upatlan, for 80,000 rand for a sound system that has proof of payment? Your statement doesn't even have one single evidence of Patlane. I'm even thinking that Patlane was this dismissal of his is also something that we need to look at. Uyangizwa yazi. Uyazi uyangizwa ngempela. Akasezwa mase khuluma mina manje.
Okay.
No, I will end here, Chair. Thank you.
So the reality of the situation, Chairman, it's not a case of what catches my eye. If somebody comes to us and gives us information that, in this case, it was a Brigadier Munsami in the police who came to us and explained to us in some detail about how he believed there was corruption going on with General Pashlani. As far as you mentioned Feroz Khan, I had a tip-off about Feroz Khan. And when I investigate that tip-off, I found that the tip-off was false. So I called, I didn't tell Feroz Khan who the tip-off came from, but I called Feroz Khan and I sat him down and I explained what the tip-off was, and he gave me and that was like 5 or 6, maybe more years ago, and that was the last time I saw him. Now, at the end of the day, we can't just say, oh, something catches our eye, so we must go and investigate it. We're not the state. We're a charity. And we don't have limitless resources that we can run around.
But Mr. Sullivan.
And do all these things, when in fact, when somebody comes to us with prima facie evidence, we then have the ability to investigate something, and we investigate it. I don't know what you're saying.
I'm saying you must know our South African language. You've been here for 40 years. You must know simple things. You say you love South Africa, right? Wait. It doesn't make sense that Mr. Pashlani has paid for that sound system and has proof, but you continued with the case. But you're saying with Feroz Khan, you got a tip off and you just let it go just like that.
No. In fact, unfortunately, you've completely misinterpreted the statement, which is included in my bundle.
What evidence does your statement have on Pashlani? Just one evidence.
You know, Chairman, I can't
but I'm only asking, while you are I'm just talking on top of you, you can answer. You hear me?
I cannot answer one question.
Oh, Lolo.
Or while I'm answering it, I get another question. So the reality of the situation is that the evidence in the Pashlani case that we investigated, the sound system was less than 1% of the complaint. In fact, as far as the sound system was concerned, we weren't interested in the purchase of the sound system. We were interested in the fact that a contractor of the police installed the sound system. In other words, a police supplier went to his house and installed the equipment in his house, and he didn't pay for that installation. The other part of our complaint was that he built a house.
Why did you go and look for proof of payment for the sound?
5 million rand.
Babu Paul, why did you go and look for proof of payment if it wasn't important, Babu Paul? Just simple.
I don't know what the question is. So I can just get a question.
Chair, I'm grateful. Thank you. I'm sorry to say that.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Firstly, Chair, I just want to start by saying I want to give evidence of the allegation made against me in the President of Parliament that I'm running away from the bank. I must go and pay my debt. Can you please, Ramano, give him the proof of payment which was paid last year? The issue which he's talking about. And I want him to apologize and retract for us to have a conversation because he misled this country. Because that issue which he's talking about, that judgment we are talking about is here. And the company name is Landiwe Security and Projects. I even paid, no, because they're going to take screenshots. Hence, I want to give him. I don't want this thing to be going all over. No, you must be himself who said that. It should not be me. That was a judgment. That was the payment. So you've misled. The person who called you, whoever he is, misled you. The payment, total payment is 642,000.
No, thanks, Chair. I don't know which part of our investigation this one falls under, where a member of the committee produces evidence. I thought it should be the other way around. because we shouldn't create a wrong precedence of the committees to follow where things are done like we're in a schoolyard, school kids accusing each other of this and that and having to prove to each other about this or that. I think just saying the allegation was a lie and so on and so forth is sufficient than to produce evidence to a witness about personal matters. And even as that this should not be published and tomorrow we're going to see it out there, we will not know how it got out there. But the fact that it passed through this passage, it will also have implications on us. Thanks.
That is a valid point, Honorable Malema. I think you wanted the witness to know that you, as he instructed you last time, that you must go and pay your debts. You want him to know that you have paid. You are in good standing.
Thank you, Chair. Like everyone in the country who run big business, you will understand that. But what I'm saying is that misleading this parliament was completely out of line. So I just want him to retract that. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, do you see the proof of payments? Switch off your microphone, Jali. Do you see the proof of payments by...
Chairman, what I see is I see some documents which are a bit fuzzy, but it appears to be proofs of payment.
Yeah.
I also see a document which says judgment by default, 25th of September 2025.
Yes, what we are saying is that you must not read that because it's personal and confidential.
Okay.
It's for your perusal.
Okay.
But what he says is that once you have seen that and satisfied yourself that he is indeed in good standing, because he has his own personal reputation to protect and the juristic person that he represents.
First of all, Chairman, I didn't...
And that your statements have gone viral.
Yeah. Well, if they went viral, Chairman, it's because the member in question recused himself from Parliament, followed me out...
I don't want to make that a point of debate now.
Okay.
If you listen to what Honorable Malema said, let's not bring what does not belong here into our proceedings. I want him to ask you questions, and then at the end, when you have gone through that and satisfied yourself, in whatever platform, if you agree to go out with a ENCA and that order of journalists which followed you on Thursday last week, I can arrange for you outside.
It's not going to happen, Chair. If the member...
No. It's not a point we're going to debate now.
Okay.
Now I want him to... You and him to have a conversation on our terms of reference. Thank you.
I'm not surprised. The arrogancy is on a high level, and I can tell you now, we are dealing with a wrong honorable member, maybe. Maybe in the last administration, people used to dance for your tune. I'm not going to do that. You've seen the proof of payment. If you doubt it, because in the precinct of Parliament, that's what you said. Here, and you say you are not going to retract what you said, even if you have the proof of payment. That tells me that even before you came in here, you instigated all of us because you are calling us crooks. And I can tell you, Mr. O'Sullivan, that we've been tolerating this white supremacy for many years in this country. And, you know, some of us, you said you've been threatened. I'm just making a remark, Chair. You've been threatened many times that they want to murder you. Some of us were arrested multiple times. You know, we've been kept under state of emergency for many years. In fact, my friend, two of my friends passed on. Ephraim Mohale passed on. We didn't even know the remainings of Josh Shabangu, our friend who passed on. We are only arrested 10 times. We are making a fuse about it. Some families, we are still missing some of our friends in the struggle. But let me start by saying to you now, I'm going to question you. Because you've been threatening prosecutors, generals. Now, let's start here. On the knowledge allegation of these syndicates we are talking about, you stated that you have no knowledge of the allegation made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi regarding a criminal syndicate infiltrating law enforcement structures. Given your extensive involvement in investigations relating to senior sub-official, can you explain why would you have no knowledge whatsoever of the alleged network or individuals identified in those allegations?
Chairman, it's like asking somebody why they don't know about this or why they don't know about that. The reality of the situation is that until I heard the mention of the name Kat Matlala, I'd never heard of this person before. I had no knowledge other than what I'd read in the media about his involvement or alleged involvement with some extraction system or scheme. It wasn't a matter we were investigating. We had no knowledge of the inner details of that system. What I did, however, have knowledge of was Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's involvement in trying to unlawfully pervert the course of justice when it came to the IPID investigation in respect of General Pashlani. And evidence has already been led. And I suggested in one of my earlier emails to this committee that the committee should in fact call Humbalani Kuba, who is a senior IPID investigator, and let him explain to this committee how it was that he came to meet General Mkhwanazi in 2017 and be escorted into a hotel room. Escorted into a hotel room.
Chair, please, can I need your indulgence,
taken
Chair.
away from them, and then to be told that he needs to come over, like Cedric and Kabindi has done, and become a witness against IPID because they want to stop the Pashlani investigation.
Chair, can you please help me? The last time I've asked again, because we are not on a lecturing room here. The question is simple. If that's the case, have you opened a case against General Mkhwanazi? Yes or no?
A case was opened way back
against General Mkhwanazi.
Against all the people.
No, I'm talking General Mkhwanazi. Leave the other people.
The case wasn't just against.
No, I'm talking about General Mkhwanazi. I don't talk about Kuba. I'm not talking about any other person. My question is simple. Have you opened a case against General Mkhwanazi?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, there's perception that, in fact, you have done that. You stated that it was made clear and unambiguous that you, Mr. O'Sullivan, you are not a member of the IPID. Can you explain how that distinction was communicated to a witness at Sable Hills and whether any written disclosure or identification was provided to avoid the perception that you were acting as an investigator with an official authority? Honorable Nomvalo asked you earlier about that you are a complainant and an investigator. How so?
So what's the question?
No, don't do
I'm
that
having
to
a
me.
problem because I'm getting a multiplicity.
No,
What is
it's
the
one.
actual question?
It's one question. You just delaying my time. That you impersonated yourself as an IP official.
Okay, so this question, Chairman, has been answered. In my affidavit...
Can you answer me now?
I'm going to read from the affidavit.
No, don't read. Answer me, because I have the affidavit. I've read that. I just want an answer from you.
Affidavit. This is the affidavit I provided to the Zondo Commission.
No,
on the 19th of October.
I don't want a Zondo Commission here. I'm asking you.
And the point I'm pointing out here And I'm referring to the...
But please don't take me to Zondo Commission that fast.
I'm referring to the affidavit of Michael Mashucha to the Zondo Commission, and I refer to it with the headline, Lie 2, O'Sullivan expressly held himself out as an IPID investigator. And I stated under oath, this lie is easy to prove. One only has to have regard to the transcripts of the meeting with Jooste, that was Mr. Chris Jooste. It is clear from the transcripts that despite the lies peddled by the Mabula squad and Mashucha, I at no point introduced myself as being from IPID, let alone expressly held myself out to be from IPID, as Mashucha fraudulently claims. How does Mashucha then contrast the exculpatory evidence emails I had with Jooste on 2016?
Mr. O'Sullivan, I've got that. I'm saying to you, please, if Zondo Commission calls you again, please go and explain to them. I'm asking you here, as a member of this ad hoc committee. My question was very simple. If you don't want to answer, it is fine. But reading that is not going to take us anywhere. Now, I'm going to ask you again. Your interference of evidence in your WhatsApp messages, in annexure, the CCTV photos are not important and cannot remove it from the statement. Who gave you the instruction? On what authority was the evidence alleged to be removed? You remember the story about the CCTV one at the Sable Hills.
I don't understand.
Okay, let me lead you. In the email which you wrote, 26 December 2016, you said, like Honorable Nombalo said, you'll bring Mono and yourself to prison. You were threatening Patlane as well, and you're threatening Advocate Mashucha. Can you confirm whether this communication was received and whether it was reported to the authorities?
Which communication?
I'm saying to you, you know, there's attachments here of emails. Are you denying those emails?
I can't see these emails. I don't have them in front of me.
You don't have those emails. Evidence leader, he says he doesn't have those attachments which Advocate Mashucha gave us yesterday. You'll make them available. In the same correspondence, you warned that your wife and associate will be targeted next. That's what you responded when Honorable Nomvalo asked you. I'm making a follow-up now. Did you interpret this as an intimidation or aiming at influencing the investigation on your conduct?
No, definitely not.
Why were you threatening them?
As I explained before, given the criminal conduct of both the Mabula team and Michael Mashucha, it was appropriate to take steps to notify them that I wasn't going to tolerate their nonsense.
Now, the rubbish which you spoke about here last week, you were saying that there's rubbish when we are asking you, and you call us names. I'm going back to where I said the CCTV issues, because there was a removal or exclusion on CCTV evidence formally recorded in the investigation file. And my question, and who authorized it? Did any investigator or official attempt to alter witness statement or evidentiality material relating to the CCTV footage? Or you don't know anything about the issue of CCTV?
Yes, in fact, that was also covered in my statement to the Zondo Commission, where Mr. Jooste was sent a draft statement. And when he wanted to sign the statement, he asked if he could remove from the statement the reference to the CCTV footage which he had given to Pashlani. And Mandla Mashangu, who was present, he said to Mr. Jooste, you may remove it from the statement. So it wasn't anything to do with me at all.
Chair, just before, because I've got 9 minutes now to go, I want us to play a video because we have a dishonest criminal fraudster with a so-called forensic for justice. There's not justice at all. That so-called forensic for justice, for me, is forensic for fraud. Okay, can you please play that clip?
Microphone. You see, what we will not accept here is both of you, Mr. Apollo Sullivan and Honorable Skosan, if you are going to use those words, criminals and fraudsters, to describe witnesses before us here, that cannot be accepted. We are probing allegations, and both of you must refrain from using those words to describe any person coming before us, or to describe any person against whom allegations have been made.
Yeah, but Chair, those words were used by some of the honorable members from the DA, and it was not an issue. They were never called that they must stop that. I can play them for you if you want to, unless it's exclusive.
I'm astonished that he's saying it's what's the right number?
No, it's fine. It's that clip. Now, Chair, as I said earlier, I agree with the former.
Just one moment, Honorable Malim.
No, I wanted to come in before Honorable Skosana comes in. Those remarks Skosana is making are not meant for black witnesses only. It was said to Kat Matlala, and we all allowed it. We all did. And no one, not a single one of us, raised an objection. And for me, it's not a conclusion necessarily. If Honorable Skosana says you are a fraud, you are a thief, you are what, it's a statement that is put to the witness who can rightfully so dispute and say, no, I don't agree with that statement. And we proceed like we did. I mean, Matlala was called all sorts of names, and he said, I'm not any of the things you are saying. And we all proceeded. It's on record. So It shouldn't be that Paul or anyone else comes here and gets to be treated differently, because he calls people crooks, he calls people all manner of names. And he must be made to test his own medicine. Thanks, Chair.
No, this is what I'm saying. I was addressing both speakers, both himself and Honorable Skosana, because Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has repeatedly, orally and in messages that he allegedly sent to people who appeared before us as witnesses, have called them as such. And even in today's proceedings, he repeatedly made those claims that people are criminals. When Honorable Nomvalo was asking him, why did you do that? Why do you think you have the authority to do this, to do that? He tried to give a context that criminals were trying to do this and that, and I did not have a choice but to do that. That's exactly, I want him, in particular, and Honorable Skosana, to know that as a committee, we have not reached a stage where we are convinced or we have assessed evidence to say somebody is a criminal or is involved in criminal activities. We are still probing, and I just wanted to put that message across, including you, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. Can you proceed, Honorable Skosana, to ask questions?
Yeah, but Chair, Honorable Malema is correct. Those words were used. But there was no, you never said anything when those words were used. But be that as it may, I'll continue.
So
Mr. O'Sullivan.
You think I'm protecting him?
Yeah, that's my feeling, Chair. You know, that's my feeling.
Let me tell him here in your presence, Mr. Paul Robert O'Sullivan, I'm not protecting you.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I just wanted to ask you, did you assisted your partner, Sarah Jane Trende, to lay a charge blaming Duduzile Zuma for the unrest caused by her father's detention without trial by Judge Kampempe and other judges? Did you help Sarah?
To make a case against who?
Duduzile Zuma, Sambu.
Sam Butler.
Yes.
Zuma Sam Butler.
Yes.
It was quite a few years ago. I think it was 2021. And I believe that I sent a complaint to the National Director of Public Prosecutions consisting of a sworn statement.
Chair, sorry, Chair. Did you help him or not?
Her.
Yeah, did you? Yes, your partner, Sarah Jane Trent.
I think I may have done.
Yeah, you've done that. Not that you think you've done that. Yeah. But be that as it may, you've been saying that you are opening dockets against people. How do you open dockets if you are not a policeman? Only a policeman can open a docket.
I'm sorry, Chair, but the gentleman's understanding for the law is factually incorrect.
I know, I'm asking about the docket. How do you open it? Because you are not a policeman.
You go to the police station.
And open what? A docket.
All the documentation and you
No, I'm talking about a docket. You said you are opening dockets.
Correct.
You can go and open a case, not a docket. It's only a policeman who can open a docket, Mr. O'Sullivan.
They register the docket.
No.
On the system, on the cash system.
I'm saying, unfortunately, you've been playing with our justice system in this country. You are law unto yourself. And this must stop. And we are going to open a case against you.
Well, I'm happy for you to do that.
You know, and I can tell you now, it's not a threat. You know, it's our duty as members of this ad hoc committee not to allow anyone, including you, and even this case of you having the so-called 48-hour notice. We'll make sure on that. There's no citizen. It's only you in this country who has that. No one else. We are not that special. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. We are going to take the following 4 speakers and then break. They will come in this order: Honorable Chopper, Honorable Malema, Honorable Mattheis, and Honorable Bangazita. Let me acknowledge the presence of Honorable Ndamase. Honorable Ndamase, good morning to you. Every time we wanted to acknowledge you in our proceedings, you disappeared. Today we caught you. There is no way you can escape. Thank you so much. Honorable Chopper, your time starts now.
My mic? Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Mr. Sullivan. The questions of the DA already have been asked to you, and today is a bit of a summary of what I've witnessed, with the exception of possibly one question. You must understand that many contradictions to your statements and that of other witnesses include, but obviously not limited to, Advocate Mashuga. And Mr. O'Sullivan makes it extremely difficult for this committee to ascertain what is true and what is factual, considering that we don't have a forensic investigator at our disposal. When Honorable Ngola asked about Critch's house today, you denied buying the house. Let me pose it to you differently, Mr. O'Sullivan. Did you buy the house in an auction?
So I bid at the auction for somebody else. So, yes.
And you put that same house in the market in January.
No, I didn't put the house on the market. The owner of the house put the house on the market.
So you were bidding in the case.
Pardon me?
So you were just bidding in the case. You were not using your own money. It wasn't for yourself or any other business that you own.
That's correct.
My opinion in your view, sir, is somewhat split, considering your conduct statements and your evidence. Firstly, I have respect for you, for your age and your experience, and it comes with a lifetime of work. Few people reach a stage in life where they've spent so many years involved in matters of justice and crime. And I think that in itself, Mr. O'Sullivan, does deserve acknowledgement. But where I do find myself in conflict is when I read some of the words you have chosen to write, and it has already been spoken on today, and subsequently threaten people who have appeared as witnesses and who have also testified before this committee. Some of the emails that were placed in front of us are just plainly rude, and they're threatening. They do not resemble what I would expect from a routine professional engagement. And while I appreciate your defense to bullying, as that is your view, sir, it is still no way to conduct yourself, especially when speaking to the NPA, who were prosecuting. And because your threats may be construed as interference with the independence of the NPA. If you had to threaten the evidence leaders and the members of this ad hoc committee in a similar manner, I'm sure you do not believe that this House would allow it. At the same time, what is also clear, and it is consistent, that you have pursued corruption with determination. I think you have said so almost in every email that you have sent. So your effort is also not undeniable. However, it becomes difficult when the same pursuit of justice is accompanied by language that undermines your own credibility. And so when emails cross the line into threats and personal attacks on one's family, it risks bringing your own reputation into disrepute. And that is something, Mr. O'Sullivan, I cannot agree with you. Now, I will say this, it is entirely possible that many of the things you say, the suspicions and the allegations that you raise in those emails, do maybe contain truth. It's not for me to judge whether the person is guilty or not. However, they might contain truth. And it may be very evident that what you wrote about some of those individuals, that they are indeed hiding something, which in my opinion is something that I believe. And if that is the case, it should not come at the expense of your improper conduct and decorum over the years in the emails, in this House. And perhaps it's part of the environment that you've worked, that you need to appear to be tough. But there's a very short distance, Mr. O'Sullivan, between demonstrating toughness and becoming unnecessarily rude, or overreaching the limits of what one is permitted to do. And I think that is a fact that binds everybody in this room, as we are all bound by the same rules and regulations. Being direct is necessary, Mr. O'Sullivan, but by being direct can quickly become threatening, and being firm can quickly become attacking. Mr. O'Sullivan, you are entering a stage in your life where many of us are taught, and I'm sure many of us in this room will agree, that a person deserves a measure of respect simply for the years that they have lived and experiences they have gained. I've also seen that some people here have spoken to you with extreme disrespect. There has been name-calling, insults, and comments that are plain defamatory. And in my view, Mr. O'Sullivan, it's also morally wrong and completely indefensible. At the end of the day, sir, you are also somebody's father, you are someone's brother, friend, maybe you have grandchildren. But with equal respect, sir, when one speaks to others in the same harsh manner that we have seen in some of your emails, it becomes difficult to separate the two. You have in many instances been on both sides of the fence. You have dished out, Mr. O'Sullivan, and now you have also received. I have no doubt that, like many people in this room, that are passionate about removing corruption from our institutions, the goal is shared by many of us. But there are rules to be followed, Mr. O'Sullivan. And there are standards of conduct that must be maintained. Passion for justice cannot replace discipline in your behavior, in the language you choose to use, and how you approach people. And that's the balance I struggle with when I look at your evidence before this committee. You find corruption and wrongdoing on one hand, but then on the other, you front as a white man, and those were your words, sir, to access places like Sable Hills, and you take pictures of people's houses, and you question and interview people. And unfortunately, Mr. O'Sullivan, it is a fact that I battle to reconcile. But I thank you for coming back to this committee, despite all the issues and medical issues and so forth. And I thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan.
May I respond?
Yes, Mr. O'Sullivan, you can make few remarks in respect of what Honorable Klopper was saying.
Yeah, obviously with the benefit of hindsight, it's very easy to change it's not easy to change history. When you're fighting evil, sometimes you have to put on a cloak to make yourself look a lot tougher than you are. Especially when you've got problems with people trying to murder you, people trying to arrest you falsely, people sending out somebody to kill your family because they can't get to you. So you have to, unfortunately, fight fire with fire. And whilst I regret that some of the mails may be seeming to be threatening or rude, sometimes it's necessary to bring the battle to them that will leave no stone unturned to shut you down and put you in prison and drag you off planes, assault you in front of your children, raid your offices on multiple occasions, and have prosecutors that magically whip up arrest warrants within 3 weeks of a fake docket being opened. So, yes, it may look like they were rude and insulting. And sadly, I have to admit they were intended to be rude and insulting, because I wanted to bring the fight to them and show them that I'm not going to be a walkover. And unfortunately, sometimes they will just show you what they've got there. But what they won't show you is how they have connived behind your back to pull off the things that they pulled off, which included dragging you off at 220 kilometers an hour with handcuffs on so tight behind your back that you can hardly move, and putting you in a cell with raw sewage running across the floor. And when somebody comes to bring you food and comfort items, the other 17 leaves you knowing that if you don't fight hard, you're going to lose. And unfortunately, unfortunately, it was necessary to take those steps. And if I had to do it all again, I might have done it slightly differently. I probably would have done. But the benefit of hindsight is that I realized that if I didn't fight hard, I would be dead, or my family would be dead. I had to move my family overseas for their own protection. And I apologize for being rude and taking the fight to them. But I realized that if I didn't, they would have beaten me, and they would have got away with what they were doing. And it wasn't done for any other reason than to demonstrate to them that I wasn't going to be walked over. I wanted them to be aware of the fact that I was onto them. So, yeah, thank you for that.
Are you done, Honorable Klop?
I am, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Honorable Malim. Okay, Honorable Mathies, your time starts now. 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mr. O'Sullivan.
It's until 12:33.
Sorry, Chair?
Until 12:33.
Mr. O'Sullivan, Honorable Shongwe asked you if you owned the Creature's house, and you said that you don't, and it's owned by a company. Is the director that you were speaking about Anthony Fitzhenry?
That's correct, Chairman.
Okay. Is he your business partner?
He's a friend and a business partner.
Okay. And did he resign from Forensic for Justice in 2016?
Pardon me?
Did he resign from Forensic for Justice around July 2016?
I can't remember.
But he resigned at some point. He was.
I don't.
Is that because the two of you have a few directorships together in some companies, one of them called St. Helena Corporation?
That's correct. I sold him that company.
Okay. And then are you a director of a company also called Trade Winds Corporation with Anthony?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
a public company based in London.
Okay. And this is the one who holds the mortgage for your house?
No,
No?
there's no mortgage on my house.
Did it ever hold a mortgage for your house?
I'm trying to remember the year, but I think at one stage, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And it also holds the mortgage for the Creche house?
There's no mortgage on the Creche house. It was paid.
Did it at some point hold the mortgage for the Creche house?
Never.
Never, okay. I just want to go to the charge sheet. And on page 31, advocate that was here, the former senior prosecutor in your 2017 case, he told the committee yesterday that you went to the Staple Hills waterfront estate with the IPID officers and that you took photographs of General Pachlani's home. Did you do that?
I took photographs of what?
Of General Pachlani's home. Pachlani's home. When
No,
you went.
I took Google Earth photographs in the previous year. I never took photographs of the house when I went there. In fact, I included that photograph in the docket that I opened
Okay.
And I took that photograph in 2015.
Okay. So you didn't take any pictures inside the home and sent it through to the IPID investigators. So we won't find any evidence later or any information rather, Mr. O'Sullivan, that will confirm that you took pictures and then you sent it to the IPID investigators.
Took pictures of what?
Inside Lieutenant General Paklani's home.
I've never been inside the house in question.
Okay.
Never been there.
Okay, the affidavit you refer to quite regularly here to the Zondo Commission, in paragraph 31, you state you state there was an internal confidential memorandum, right, within the NPA. And this was in relation to the senior prosecutor that was prosecuting your case. And it was regarding the arrest of Sarah Jane Trent that involved the kidnapping and that a phone was stolen. Can you confirm that you received this memorandum from the authors? Or how did you get a copy of an internal memorandum from the NPA?
The docket that we had opened, I had opened the docket for kidnap and contempt of court, and Sarah Jane Trent had opened the docket for kidnap and theft of her cell phone and intimidation. And these dockets were unlawfully removed from the prosecutors, and I can't remember the lady's name now, but the lady in question supplied me with a copy of the letter saying, listen, it's out of our hands. We have sent this docket to, I think it went to Sean Abrahams or somebody else, I don't know.
Okay, so the question here was there was an internal confidential memorandum.
Yes.
I'm asking about that because you refer to it in page 34 of your affidavit to the Zondo Commission. How did you get that internal memorandum?
Sure. I can't remember now. We're talking about 10 years ago.
So do you know who the authors were?
I can't remember their names. There were two deputy directors of prosecution.
No, the authors of that internal memorandum.
I'd have to look at my statement to find their names, but I believe there were two deputy directors of public prosecution in Pretoria.
Okay. Well, do you know if they were members of AfriForum?
I haven't a clue.
Okay. We're going to talk about the Barkhuizen matter. Do you remember? Do you recall that? In 2015, did the family request, or did you assist the family?
I can't remember the lady's name. Mrs. Barkhuizen was murdered.
Mm-hmm. And her husband, George Barkhuizen, was initially convicted of her murder. Were you involved in the investigation?
In fact, the family came to us.
Mm?
It was a pro bono case, so the family didn't have any money.
Mm-hmm.
And their complaint was that Mrs. Barkhuizen had been murdered. And when we carried out the initial investigation, we were able to secure video evidence, and we supplied that to the police, to the investigating officer. Mm-hmm. And then Mr. Barkhuizen had appointed an attorney. I asked the attorney if he would be prepared to meet with me to clear the air, and he agreed to meet with me. And one of my colleagues, Melissa Naidoo, and I suggested to his attorney that the police should be present in case they would have questions as well. And we sat in a plus-minus 3-hour meeting. And at the end of the 3-hour meeting, the police decided to arrest him for the murder, and he was charged.
Okay.
And when the matter went to the High Court, I was subpoenaed as a witness. so too was Melissa Naidu, and we gave evidence, and at the end of the High Court trial, he was convicted. I can't remember, I think he got life in prison, and he took it on appeal about 2 years later, and I believe the appeal court overturned his conviction.
Okay. So you were, from what you've just explained, that you were working with the police in this investigation?
So any investigation you do, especially a murder, you have to work with the police. You can't carry out the investigation on your own. So what we did, we carried out our own investigations, and the information that we obtained, we supplied it to the police. So we didn't investigate with the police. We carried out our own investigations, and we were able, for example, I got 25 volunteers, and we searched the whole, we searched the whole area of ground near the house where the murder took place. And we did more than that. We knocked on the doors. The police didn't have the resources. We knocked on the doors of every single house in the street where the murder took place to see if anybody heard or saw anything. And we were able to get some video footage from one of the houses, which was then handed over to the police.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. So on that case, you confirming that you were present at the Oakdean offices when I think it's Wademan, who was the investigator, conducted the search. And you conducted the search with her on around the 3rd of July 2015?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
I don't think we carried out. I don't think I think the police carried out the search. We didn't.
You went there?
I don't recall being there when the police carried out any search.
I want to go to the actual, the George who was convicted, and he took the matter on appeal, and it was overturned. The judgment is 8 pages, and the judgment, the judges make quite scathing remarks that the primary witness, his initial statement was changed, and he also refers to the private investigator. You don't remember any of that?
I have no knowledge of that. I think there was another private investigator involved. The family involved another person.
But they also summoned you in the primary investigation. So you're saying that after...
To the trial?
Yeah, so
yes,
during
I believe
the trial...
the other person was summoned as well. Or not summoned, subpoenaed.
Okay, so you were summoned to the trial.
No, I wasn't summoned. I was subpoenaed.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. You were subpoenaed to the trial.
Mm-hmm.
There was also, to your knowledge, another private investigator that was subpoenaed to the trial.
I think there was a lot of people subpoenaed to the trial.
No, I'm asking about a private investigator because
yes,
the judgment...
I believe that I believe there was another, I don't know who his name was, I believe there was another private investigator that the family went to.
So the family wouldn't have told you that they have you, because if they didn't have money, how would they have gotten 2 private investigators?
I believe they got, so we didn't do it as a private investigator. We did it as a pro bono case through Forensics for Justice. The reality of the situation is they'd been to somebody else, they had paid that person money, and I don't know what happened there, but apparently they hadn't got any results. I don't know what happened.
Okay, so there were 2 private investigators, yourself and somebody else who you don't know, but you continued investigating.
Just to clarify, we weren't private investigators. We carried out a forensic investigation.
Okay, no problem. So you're saying that the High Court judgment, where it talks about specifically about the private investigator who was with the colonel who was investigating, and they got the primary witness to change their statement, was not referring to you?
Definitely not. I never got any witness to change any statement. I wouldn't do that. That would amount to defeating the ends of justice.
But I'm just saying this judgment says that, but you disputing that the 3 judges who made this call, and quite scathing remarks, which will make the judgment available, was not referring to you as the private investigator? Because you only...
I haven't seen the judgment.
Okay, we can make that available. I'm just asking, but
Yeah.
now it's only after when I brought this up, you said that there was another private investigator.
I think we knew all along that there was another private investigator, and it was in the media that there was another private investigator. But I can't remember. We're talking about more than 10 years ago. I can't remember.
I would have just thought you would have said that when I asked initially that you did the work pro bono, but the family had already paid for another private investigator.
You didn't ask me that.
No, I didn't, but you mentioned it when I brought up the court judgment. But no, we can move on. It's not a big deal. We can get clarity from the court as well on which private investigator they were referring to in that judgment. Are you registered with the Private Security Industry Regulating Authority?
I am, yes.
Okay. Which company? How many companies are registered there? Because we couldn't find details.
It's there on the register.
I beg your pardon?
It's there on the register. I'll call it up now
okay.
if you want.
And then there's a code of conduct. Are you familiar with it for those that are registered or private practitioners, private security practitioners?
So if I can explain to you, the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, my registration dates back to the 90s, and I've just kept the registration going, but I actually don't perform any security work. So I'm not even obliged to be registered.
So who regulates your work as a forensic investigator?
The Association of Certified Fraud Examiners.
Okay.
And there's a code of conduct.
Is that in South Africa?
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the PPP investigation you did for the ANC.
The what investigation?
The COVID-19 PPE matter involving the 125 million rand.
Yeah, we didn't do the investigation for the ANC.
Who did you do it for?
I can't remember the gentleman's name.
Was he an ANC member? Was he the MEC of Health?
That's it, MEC of Health in Gauteng. He approached us.
But he is the ANC, okay. Yeah.
Yes, but we did the investigation for him in his personal capacity.
Oh, in his personal capacity.
Correct.
Because he was charged.
Pardon?
Or did you do the investigation for him because he was charged for corruption in the scandal, or how did it come about?
No, he wasn't charged with corruption.
Mm-hmm.
The allegation was that he had allowed, if I recall correctly, that he had allowed employees within the Department of Health in Gauteng. And he asked us to do the investigation personally, so it wasn't done for the ANC and it wasn't done for the Department of Health. And our investigation identified the individuals within the Department of Health. And we then handed that investigation to him, which he then went and gave to the police.
Okay, and Dr. Bandile Masuku, is that the name?
That sounds familiar.
How did he find out about you, or how do you know? Did he approach you?
I don't know. We have a website and we have a telephone number, and he approached. He asked for a meeting, and he signed the mandate, and we carried out the investigation. It wasn't a long investigation. We interviewed, I think, maybe 2, 3, 4 people, and then we drew up a report and we gave it to him.
Do you know what happened to the report?
I haven't a clue.
Do you know if anybody was cleared? Did the ANC use that in its integrity committee? You don't know anything. You just submitted it to him.
I haven't a clue. We gave him the report, and I understand he went and opened a criminal docket against the members of the employees, and I think the one was the chief finance officer, if I recall. I can't remember her name, and another one was a procurement officer, and that they had rigged. They had rigged the procurement process to acquire. I'm not sure if it was masks or something else.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So it were the staff members or those working in the department that you found were involved in the PPE, and you cleared any politicians of any criminal doing? Or did you identify any politicians in your report?
One thing we never do is we never issue a certificate of cleanliness. And the reason for that is if you issue a certificate of cleanliness and it's later found out to be wrong, what we did say, I think, in the report is these are the people we've identified and we explained the reasons why. And then I think, and again, I don't have the report in front of me, but I think we may have said we found no evidence implicating, and we listed the people that we could find no evidence. But that's not a report of cleanliness. It's just a statement that we could find no evidence.
Okay. Your relationship or your engagements with the now Lieutenant General Mosikile, she was at some point an acting commissioner in Gauteng, and she also headed up its detective services. What has been your engagements with her over the years?
I don't think I've spoken to her for more than 10 years. I can't remember. It would be a very long time ago.
So when you were in contact with her 10 years ago, however long it was, what sort of engagements did you have with her?
It's probably even more than 10 years ago. I'm afraid I can't remember. It's probably 15 years ago, 20
Did you have meetings with her regularly?
I don't think so. We may have had, I just can't remember.
You've never asked to have meetings with her and dropped off dossiers in her office on investigations?
I can't remember.
You don't?
It's possible. You know, when you open...
You know, that normally happens. We don't remember when we're not sure if someone has submitted evidence.
If I could remember, Chairman, I would absolutely say I can remember this and I can remember that. I do.
You remember a lot of other things, though.
Well, with all due respect, you know, you have to try and move some of the stuff out of your memory to put other stuff into the memory.
No problem.
And as far as I can remember, my interactions with General Mosikile at the time were business-like, cordial and professional. The same like with General Sabia, we never had any social interactions with her. There would be, I think at one stage she was head of detectives for Gauteng.
Okay.
And during that period, there would have been cases that, and I don't think we're alone in saying this, that some cases get stuck in a log jam at a police station somewhere, or there's some interference with a case where the case doesn't get properly investigated, and the only way to deal with those matters is to escalate it. Okay. And we would have escalated those matters. So, and I think that's probably...
when she spoke about you rather affectionately, but I suppose she's younger and her memory might be a little bit more fresh.
If I'd say I probably haven't spoken to her for 10 years, I think that would be fairly accurate.
Okay. No, but I wasn't talking about the time on how long, but I was talking about at a period. But it's fine.
Pardon, I can't hear you. Sorry, Chair, this chair is grossly uncomfortable.
Next, Honorable.
No, she's continuing, sir.
She's using her minutes.
She's in charge.
She's using her minutes.
She's in charge.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm almost done anyway. Just on General Mosikile, there's an email, but it's unconfirmed yet, and we are getting clarity on this email, where she recommends you to do this investigation for Dr. Masuku. Like, highly recommended you. Would you be surprised if she would do something like that?
Chairman, I would have no knowledge of this email. Okay. I can't remember why Dr. Masuku came to us. People come to us and they ask us to do an investigation. The first thing we do is the normal FICA checks and stuff, and then they sign a mandate and we get on with the investigation.
Okay, completely understand, Mr. O'Sullivan. It was just quite a big case, so I thought it would be something that would be entrenched in your memory, but that's no problem. Let's talk about, apparently, and you'll tell us yes or no, there's a download or an existence of some proof of payments amounting to 200,000. And this reflects payments that were made towards McBride's legal fees at some point. Are you aware of anything like that?
Chairman, I think I already gave evidence that we made a donation to, and it was just a contribution. I believe the legal fees ran into millions, but we donated 200,000 rand.
So you are confirming that? Okay, no
That's
problem.
correct.
And you personally authorized those payments towards the legal fees?
That is correct. In fact, we paid it to the attorneys.
Okay, no problem. We're just going to go back a little bit when you applied for your permanent residency in South Africa in 1989. And in that application with the information we received from Home Affairs, and I think, and I hope the evidence leaders circulated that bundle because we put it in the group a while ago. But in that bundle, we do have some copies. It's just two of the documents we're going to refer to. You declared that you owned two houses, one in the United Kingdom, which was still under mortgage and being paid, and then another house in South Africa. And you said you had very little cash in hand. And then there's no record on this application of multiple properties or significant capital investments. Is this correct?
No, so that would have been the properties in my personal name.
Oh, okay. No
that wouldn't have dealt with institutional.
Okay. So when you submit applications to Home Affairs, it's my understanding that you would state that this is my personal and these are. So you didn't provide the information to Home Affairs when you applied for your permanent residency to state that you also had these are the companies and these are the properties that I have.
I can't. We're talking.
You can't remember. Okay.
40 years ago, I went and I sat, and they wanted accountants' records, audited accounts, and so on. And if I have to look for them now, I don't think I'll find them.
Okay. Okay. Because Home Affairs file doesn't have anything that indicated that you had more than two properties and one was under investigation.
Under investigation.
Sorry, not under investigation, that you had any other properties that just indicate one was under mortgage.
I had multiple properties. So
well, you didn't declare that to Home Affairs when you applied in 1989.
I absolutely did. Yeah.
Oh, you did.
Yeah,
okay.
but they weren't in my name.
Okay, but you declared to them that.
I declared all my assets and liabilities.
Okay. So I think we must note that for our evidence leaders and our legal team that we get clarity on all the documents. They have provided it to us, but we must get it officially via the committee chair on what's information, because what we have, it's not showing that. And then just quickly, and on our last point here, would be in 1991, there was a motor accident judgment in the UK. Dr. R. Finn. So you wrote to the Department of Home Affairs stating that he was pursuing a private investigation against you for a motor accident that you caused. And then he obtained a judgment, 1991. And he obtained a judgment for you for £1,000. Are you aware of that correspondence?
I know nothing about it.
Oh, okay. And Home Affairs later contacted you regarding this matter, and you responded to the letter from Dr. Finn.
I don't even know who this Dr. Finn is.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. So that's also something we must note and follow up and get clarity on the Home Affairs files. But in the meantime, we do have those few documents. I'm done. Thank you, Chair. And
am I allowed to get copies of these documents?
So you didn't hand over those documents of Home Affairs that we posted 2 weeks ago?
Thanks, Chair. How many minutes? Until? 12 hour 54. Mr. O'Sullivan, when you walked out of the hearing last time, that was you feeling very superior and looking very down at us and thinking you are more powerful than all of us. Am I correct to put that statement?
No, that's not correct.
But what was going on? I mean, if the chairperson is sitting there, we are here, why would you just feel this power that you don't have over Parliament and just walk out?
I'm afraid it's a misinterpretation on your part. It may look that way. Unfortunately, and it's it's very unfortunate. My health isn't good, and I'm already now starting to feel quite a bit of pain sitting here.
Honorable,
And I really don't think...
Mr. O'Sullivan, can we reserve that question for our later session, like I requested? That we will come and deal with that matter and give you time to solicit answers from him. Yeah. If you can please now ask him, are you fine? You can proceed.
So when you were saying to Honorable Skosana, go and pay your debt, and so on and so forth, in the precinct of Parliament, you are continuing with your style of silencing people, intimidating people. And you thought Honorable Skosana was those kind of people who will sheepishly just disappear by you telling them about their private and personal matters. Because I think that's how you got your influence in society and in the law enforcement, where you come across personal information about people and you use it to silence them. And that fits very well into the narrative that you have become this bully in the country where you do as you wish. And you wanted to do that with Honorable Skosan. By extension, all of us sitting here.
Chairman, I didn't hear there's no question, it's just a statement.
Yeah, it's not only, we don't only ask questions, we
this,
also make statements.
Should I respond to the statement? Okay. You know, Chairman, when I left last week, I was followed out. Actually, first of all, there was an attempt to obstruct me leaving. And then I was followed out. And then outside Parliament, without parliamentary protection, I was provoked. I don't know what it's all that squeaky noise. Outside Parliament, I was provoked. A statement was made in front of the glare of the media. He's a spy, he's running away. Look at that spy, he's running away. And I pointed out to him, very simply, I said, you're not in Parliament now. You don't I don't know what's this squeaky noise. I said, you're not in Parliament now. You don't have the protection of Parliament. It'd be better if you just go and settle your debt with the bank. And that was it. That's all I said. And it had nothing to do with bullying or trying to silence. If the member had not have been insulting me outside Parliament, I would have not said anything at all. But unfortunately, by that stage, I had heard enough insults.
Mr. O'Sullivan, just for your information, Mr. Skosana was still in Parliament. This is a precinct of Parliament, and all his privileges and yours were prevailing at that moment. So Parliament does not necessarily mean me and you sitting under this building. It means the whole precinct. And so if we're going to take that discussion further, at least have that understanding. But I want to ask a different question.
So the fact of the matter is, Chairman, I don't agree with that interpretation of the Act. I believe that Act applies to a sitting, either a committee or a parliamentary process. I don't believe it applies to the car park and the whole of the precinct. It's like saying, oh, you're in Cape Town, you can say anything you want. My interpretation, and there may be disagreement, my interpretation of it is that I was being badgered. I was being followed out and screaming and shouting at me, provoking me. And if that wouldn't have happened, there would have been no comment about go pay back the bank, or it's better if you go and settle the bank, or whatever the words were that I said. So I'm not accepting that you have parliamentary privilege everywhere. You have here, yes, you can call me all the names under the sun, and I have to sit here and tolerate it. But once you step outside, you're no longer having the protection. That's my interpretation. And if I'm wrong, then so be it. But the point is, I responded, and I'm, based on the information I had available at that time, I was just responding from my stomach and my heart, not from my head, because I was just tired of all the insults that I'd received that day.
Were you friends with is it Anthony, the one who bought Cratcher's house? Because earlier on, when Nomvalo asked you, Honorable Nomvalo asked you, the first impression you created was that you don't know the person who bought the house. It was bought by the company. Later on, I went to have a braai. I called the director of the company, and so on and so forth. And when members pursue you, it looks like you always knew this person, even when you were buying the house. Even when you went for a braai, you knew the person. Am I correct?
Yeah, so it's a timing issue because the house was sold, and the person that bought that, when I say the house was sold, the person that bought the house, I can't even remember his name. So actually, as far as Anthony is concerned, I bid at the auction, and I had him on a telephone because I suggested to him that if the house was available on auction for a good price, it would be worth buying. So I had already known him a number of years by that stage. And yeah, so that's it.
So you guys bought a Creature's house, you and Anthony?
No, I didn't buy it. I assisted him to buy the house.
But you are partners?
Not on that business.
Or not on the company that bought the house?
That is correct.
So when it comes to buying the house, you and Anthony, even when you have assisted him and put him on the telephone and all of that, the relationship stops when he's buying the house. From there it continues, this partnership. It only separates on the buying of the house, but otherwise you are partners.
Chairman, I have a lot of other business activities that Anthony isn't involved in. He has a lot of business activities that I'm not involved in, and we have some business activities which we are both partners in. That's how it works out there. But I was not the partner on that. I just merely assisted him by going to the auction and bidding.
And you know by principle that the complainant can never be an investigator on his own matter. That you know. You can't say there is nothing that stops the complainant to be an investigator. From a simple principle of law, you cannot be a complainant and investigator in your own matter.
Which act are we referring to?
No, I'm saying a principle. A generally accepted principle is that you can't be a complainant, an investigator, and a judge in your own matter.
Well, you certainly can't be investigator and judge, that's for sure, because that would be a distinct conflict of interest. But the reality of the situation is that you can be a complainant and investigator, provided you have no conflict of interest. Now, for example, if Forensics for Justice set up investigations into state-sponsored corruption, we're not a victim of that crime. The whole of the country are victims of those crimes. What we are doing is we are investigating those crimes for the sole purpose of bringing that case to a point where the corrupt individuals can be prosecuted. We don't go out there to fabricate any cases. All that evidence has to stand the test of time in a court of law. We sit with the prosecutors, we sit with the police, and where there's under-resourcing of the police and the prosecutors, we help them fill that gap by providing the specialized skills that we have, so that, for example, the matter can be brought to trial. And if you look at most of the big fraud and corruption cases today, the police don't work those cases on their own. They work them with forensic companies because they just don't have the resources to work those cases on their own. So you end up with firms like Ernst & Young or PwC. Some law firms have their own investigation teams like Weber Wenzel, Bowman's. And those teams work together with the police. We do exactly the same. We work together with the police. We don't drive the investigation. We assist the investigation. And I think that's the most important thing to understand. If the police had to do these investigations on their own, they'd never get out of the starting blocks because they just don't have the resources. So what happens is, and there's a balancing act, with Forensics for Justice, I fund those investigations because I believe it helps make the country a better country. And we also get some public subscription. But in the 10 years that Forensics for Justice has been running, I doubt very much that our public subscription exceeds
We
R1 million,
don't have too much time.
whereas
I'm being
my
so nice to you.
contribution exceeds 15 million rand. So I try to do it.
Yeah.
It's my way of putting something back into the community.
That's fine, but you just answered it. You are not investigating. You are assisting the investigation because you know for a fact that you cannot be a complainant and an investigator at the same time. So, for instance, if I were to complain about a criminal who ran away from Parliament and I open a case against that criminal and the police say, we can't see that criminal, here is the criminal at the airport. It doesn't make me an investigator. I'm just helping police who are saying, we can't see, we have been looking around and we can't find this person. I'm like, in the same matter where I'm a complainant, the person I'm complaining at said is going to the airport, is probably at the airport, is rushing for a flight. We don't know why he's rushing for a flight when he's got a private jet. Look for him there at the airport. I'm assisting them. I'm not investigating, but I'm a complainant. You know for a fact that that's why you are saying we are assisting them in the investigation. You cannot be a complainant and investigator in your own matter. You know that.
I disagree.
Then you are deliberately trying to mislead this house. Because this country must live here with the understanding that they can be complainants and be investigators in their own matters. It's wrong.
Chairman, if the complainant is an investigative firm, but not the victim of the crime, it's standard practice that they carry out the initial investigation, and that's exactly what we do. We carry out the initial investigation, we prepare all the evidence and the sworn statements that we take, and when we've finished with doing all that, we go and sit at the police station and we register the docket. And after that, we meet with the police and we meet with the prosecutor and we ascertain, is there something else they need? If we are able to assist, we will do so. And we have cases going at the moment, complex fraud cases involving hundreds of millions of rand, where the prosecutor sits with us and the police, and the prosecutor would say, is it possible to get a statement from this person and that person? And the policeman would say, that person is employed by the complainant company. So is it okay if the forensic firm get that statement? And the prosecutor agrees. And that's standard practice. It's going on all the time. So it's not a case of where we are the victim. We are the complainant.
You, Mr. Robert.
Sorry.
Hello, Sullivan.
I wanted to ask you if you've got a police station in your house.
The time of the member has expired.
I've got 3 of them.
The time of the member has expired. Look at me. The time of the member has expired. Honorable members, I had said that we were going to take Honorable Mwango. We will not be able to take Honorable Mwango now because we must move to Good Hope Chambers. And then we will resume proceedings at 20 minutes to 14 hours. So we are going to be on break until that time. And then at 20 to 2, we are proceeding we are resuming the proceedings at Good Hope Chambers. And the first speaker there will be Honorable Mwango. And Ramano says members can follow him.
Good morning, honorable members, colleagues, and everyone who's following these proceedings. As I said yesterday, my name is Mvabatu Mezweni, the secretary of the committee. I'm sitting here to chair this session of the election of the first chairperson of the committee on the presidency. I think, in fact, the meeting was supposed to have started at 1 o'clock, but due to the fact that there was ad hoc committee that was still here using the same venue, so we couldn't start on time. However, I think the time now is 1:05, and looking at the things, we do have a quorum, and that gives us powers to start the meeting because we do have the quorum. The notice and the agenda, the members will forgive us for the agenda that is not flighted. We're still trying to get hold of other colleagues, household and others to set up the venue for us, but we'll try to continue in the interest of time. So the agenda that we have, that was shared with members yesterday, indicates that we are going to be dealing with 5 items, of which the first one will be opening and welcoming, which is what I'm doing. From there, we are going to adopt the agenda. Item number 3 will be the election of the chairperson. Item number 4 will be the remarks by the newly elected chairperson, and then it's going to be the closure. Now, before we move any further, I would like to make this remark that yesterday we're here to conduct the business, and the business was this that we are still here for, which is to elect the chairperson of this committee. But due to the issues around the rules, we had to suspend the proceedings and go and seek some advices so that we can achieve the goal that we intend to achieve. So yesterday afternoon, we had an extensive meeting. The meeting was between the committee section, NA table, and legal services. After that meeting, this morning we sent an advisory note to members, which were clarifying all the gray areas or the areas that were particularly, in fact, that limited us or that prevented us to proceed with the business of yesterday. So before we adopt the agenda, I would love to read the note for. Sorry. It was sent. Okay, thanks so much. Instead of reading it because of time and everything, I would love to believe that all members got the advisory note. If there's any member, that member is requested to indicate so that the note can be shared. Then, with that being said, honorable members, I think we must go to item number 2, which is the adoption of the agenda and the apologies. Honorable Mahlauli.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to everybody. In the agenda, there is an item that says election of a chairperson. And yesterday we agreed that we are postponing the session because we are going to meet for the explanation of an issue that surrounded Honorable George for seconding himself. I thought we are here to clarify that issue when we left yesterday, to clarify that issue, and if that issue is not an issue that hinders yesterday's election, we declare the election. What is this thing of having elections that we had yesterday? Because after that issue, what needs to happen is the declaration of yesterday's outcome. Can you give us guidance? So I'm not comfortable with adopting the agenda as it is without an explanation. Why is that item in the agenda?
Thank you, Honorable Mahlaul. When I started, not when I started, I indicated that there was an advisory note that was shared with members. The advisory note gives all the relevant information and all the details. In fact, it explains exactly what you are asking, Honorable Member. Hence, I asked if there's any member who didn't receive the note so that it could be shared with the members. So my assumption, and in fact the reading of the situation, was that all the members indeed did receive the note, and they read it, whether comfortable or not, but my understanding was that they did receive the note. So with note being received, that is the advisory note, I thought that we can proceed under the impression that members read and understood everything that was clear, that was explained and forming part of that note. Thank you. Honorable Daniels and Honorable Trollip.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I am honestly in the dark about this note. I have seen a note that was shown to me by one of my colleagues in the corridors. I have not officially seen any other communication. Now, I'm assuming that that is the note that you're making reference to, and my assumptions may also very well be wrong. And what I saw also, to me, there's like some rules that was put there. I didn't make any reference to whether it was law. So I don't know how long this note is that you're making reference to, Honorable Chair. I don't know how much time it will take for you to read that. But I think for my comfort and the indulgence of you and the rest of my colleagues, I would like you to, if not read the entire note, touch on the important aspects that give us clarity to the questions that were raised yesterday. Thank you.
Honorable Trollip.
Covered, Chair, by what Honourable Daniels has just said, but sending an explanatory note to a committee and expecting us to just accept it, I think is a bit far-fetched. Talk us through the explanatory note. We see Mr. Klaasel is here. Explain to us what that note means, why the decisions have been made, and based on what law. I believe you must take us through it step by step. Sending us a note and expecting us to have just read the explanatory note and take it as a given doesn't work in Parliament.
Thank you. I'll give you Mr. Klaasel, but let's start with Honorable Maumopelo.
Thank you, President Chair. An explanatory note cannot overrule a decision of a meeting. It can't. Then there's no need to have portfolio committees. In Parliament, we can just run Parliament based on explanatory notes. So the minutes of yesterday, the proceedings of yesterday will demonstrate at the end what was the decision taken in the meeting, and it can't be overruled by an explanatory note. I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Klaasel.
Honourable members, we are happy to just go through the salient points of the note that we've developed. I've got my colleagues here from my department, and I've also got a colleague from legal services. I'm just trying to figure out where I should begin. But this is what occurred yesterday during this meeting. It was reported to us that there were 3 nominations for the position of chairperson. That Honourable Notata nominated Honourable Michalakis, and Honourable Michalakis seconded his own nomination, and then his name was put forward for vote, and 2 members voted in his favour, and Honourable Matthias nominated Honourable Mokoena Zondi. The nomination was seconded by Honourable Mahlatsi, and when the nomination was put, 4 members supported the name. And Honourable Ramo Lobeng nominated Honourable Mpapane, The name was put to the vote, and 5 members were able to support that nomination. Now, a few questions arose in the course of the proceedings yesterday. The first one was the co-option of Honorable Matiase in terms of Rule 163, where a chairperson of a committee could co-opt a member. There was also a question about whether alternate members can step in as members when a specific permanent member is absent. So let me start with the alternate member issues. The rules are clear that where the substantive appointment, the member, is not present, the alternate has the powers of that member, of a full member of a committee. They can vote, they can participate, they can do everything. The issue then was whether a committee secretary could co-opt a member. And our view is that a committee secretary is not necessarily the chairperson as the rules envisage. That the chairperson spoken of here would be a person appointed, elected, an elected office bearer, who would have the power to take such decisions. And on that basis, a committee secretary does not have the powers to co-opt a member. In any event, the guidelines that had been sent to members prior to the meeting are clear that co-option is not an option in this regard. So the advisory note says, let's stick with the guidelines, but also let's stick with the intention of the rules that an official cannot co-opt a member. Only an elected office bearer can do that. Then the advisory note dealt with the issue of the secondment, whether a member can second their own nomination. Point 15 of the note that we circulated, honorable members, and we apologize that you only got it this morning. It was meant to be with you yesterday already, is that although self-nomination is allowed in some respects, self-seconding is not, as the purpose of the latter is
procurement and supply. We're talking to Paul, who's going to give us some insights and perhaps a way forward for you if you are in the value chain of procurement. How are you doing this afternoon?
Hello, Bridget. Thank you very much. I'm doing very well, and good afternoon to you and to your listeners. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the time. Obviously, we've seen an escalation of the events within the Gulf region with a number of strategic corridors being shut down over the last couple of days, and a lot of also just concise decisions being communicated by multiple players in a variety of sectors just within this last 24 hours. And you say procurement leaders must act within days and not weeks. As shipping diversions around the Cape, risk insurance premiums and fuel surges and all the rest of that are coming into effect quite rapidly.
Yeah, indeed. So the time to act is now, not next week, not tomorrow, not next week. So there are. So I guess 3 top supply chain vulnerabilities for South African businesses that we should be looking out for. The first is extended lead time. So the rerouting, the Strait of Hormuz and also the Suez Canal and the Red Sea are under threat. So clearly, ships are being rerouted, and that's going to add 14 days plus 10 to 14 days to global shipping cycles, and that will disrupt production schedules and seasonal demand planning. That's the first thing. The second thing is around cost shocks. War risk premiums are high. There's going to be fuel surcharges. I know our fuel prices have just gone up, but if this continues for a while, we'll have more fuel surcharges. And then, container rates hikes will also land rapidly and hit cash flow very, very hard. And the third thing is around supplier concentration risk. So any reliance that organizations within South Africa specifically have on the Middle East or even some of the European nodes that use those gateways is now going to be severely exposed, and single route dependency is a massive strategic liability for organizations. So that's where we currently sit. That's the situation as it currently sits.
And considering how how connected the world of business is, Paul. For firms that are exposed to supplies in Europe and in the Middle East, what would be the immediate mitigation steps for them, if any, at this point?
Look, I think companies need to look at some of their stock keeping units. So they need to increase, if possible, any safety stock on those critical SKUs, as we call them, the stock keeping units. Even if that's a temporary measure, they need to pull forward any inbound orders where possible to try and get ahead of this congestion, because the congestion, we don't know how long that congestion is going to last for. Looking at it, also activating secondary suppliers possibly in Africa. And this is really a great opportunity, again, to look at the African free trade area and look at opportunities to trade with some of our partners and opportunities with our partners on the continent. So to look at other African countries for secondary supply options. And then, if possible, also looking at if there are no options across the continent, other stable regions for essential components. And then looking at some of the contracts that we have with our suppliers, renegotiating flexibility clauses that allow expedited shipping or even split shipments where possible, so we can get some stock in. So those are I think some of the steps where we can look at reducing the risk of stockouts. And remember COVID, when we had empty shelves. I don't think we're going to get to that particular level of crisis, but certainly, we are going to have significant impact in some areas of the economy.
Absolutely. When we look at the South African context, which industries become more vulnerable and most exposed at a time like this for those supply chain disruptions? And considering the amount of business that we do with some of the key players, the strategic key players within this conflict, and even their allies, which inevitably, probably in the next couple of days, will find themselves being roped in to the situation that's at play.
Yeah, so it's not only around the actual supplies coming from areas of conflict. It's also because of the supply chains that are being routed via those areas. So it's twofold. So obviously, if your suppliers are based in those conflict areas, then some of the issues, some of the measures that I spoke around earlier are immediate steps that organisations in South Africa need to take. And if it's around the supply chain, then obviously we need to look at those options that I mentioned around looking at other supply chain options. Obviously, the fact that ships are being rerouted around our coast is also an opportunity, from a shipping perspective. We know that one of the major global shipping organizations, Maersk, recently stopped shipping directly from South Africa to the US and started shipping from goods from Europe, which added time to our supply chain anyway. So we have experience in this matter, and our experience in having to deal with rerouting and finding alternative supply is already there, based on Maersk's disinvestment in terms of direct shipping from here to the US.
Is the rerouting of the shipping reroutes around the Cape, would they be adding significant delays and perhaps even impacting and having an effect on pricing? Or does it then place South African supply chain stakeholders in a better position perhaps than they were before?
Look, again, it's because these are international shipping companies and supply chain companies, that there's not necessarily going to be a direct impact or uplift in our local supply chain networks and businesses. So the opportunities won't really come there. But the fact that the goods are being rerouted around here, could represent some opportunities, for our ports certainly, and for our infrastructure to benefit from that shipping. So there's an upside, potential upside from that perspective. I mean, nobody likes to look at these situations and say, well, what's the economic opportunity for countries that are going to leverage off another region's hardship? But that is, just a cold hard fact. But yeah, on a broader sort of economic, macroeconomic level, we could experience things like rand volatility because of oil price spikes and geopolitical uncertainty. That's a given. We've already seen the rand weaken significantly since last week, so the impact's already there. And we've seen the price of Brent crude also increasing. So that really happened. We also look, we can see that we may import inflation now because of the input costs that have gone up, and that will lead to obviously squeezes on working capital and other areas of businesses, and some of these issues could look at affect inventory cycles as well. So the impacts are varied depending on what part of the economy we're talking about and which areas of the supply chain and our local organizations are relying on.
And I mean, I know that we were having a supply chain conversation, but for the common man like myself, the layman, who's a consumer of goods of all kinds, how do we begin to sort of, I guess, prepare to cushion this blow? Because ultimately, like you said, the crude price has increased. We've seen between Qatar, Dubai, already those big oil refineries shutting down indefinitely, not knowing when they're going to be back up and running again. This has an impact in us. The rand suddenly, just dipping back to high levels when we were just celebrating the relief. How do we begin to sort of cushion the blow or prepare ourselves for the ripple effect? Because all those additional costs are ultimately going to be leveled on us, the consumer.
Yeah, I think it's multifaceted. I think obviously, our government needs to, look at where the impact's going to be. I think in terms of what the risk is from an economic perspective, and because we are an importer of a lot of goods, we are always going to be at risk of importing inflation and importing higher prices. So I think that for the man in the street really is around thinking about anything that they consume that may be imported from via those particular regions, if they would even know that. There could be a potential risk there. We obviously don't know how long this situation is going to last for. We don't know what the long-term prognosis is in terms of the region. But what we do know is that we've already experienced a spike in the oil price and a decrease in the value of the rand.
Yeah.
Fortunately, gold is obviously still performing well, so we're able to offset some of that from an economic perspective. But the fact of the matter is, for the man in the street, we almost don't really have a lot we can do to mitigate against some of what could be coming down the line, other than obviously I know we as consumers we've taken a beating over the last few years, but just to be cognizant of the fact that there could be an impact coming down our way pretty soon.
Absolutely. Paul, we'll leave it there for this afternoon. Thank you for the time and the insights. That was Paul Voss, Regional Managing Director of the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply. On Delambana, patiently waiting by with the headline news.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, we start with news just in. Former Member of Parliament Vincent Smith has been sentenced to 7 years imprisonment by the High Court in Johannesburg. This after reaching a plea and sentence agreement with the state. The acting SIU head, Leonard Legeto, says investigations conducted by the unit have identified several high-risk sectors prone to corruption and maladministration, and the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Agriculture says more than 54,000 cattle have been vaccinated against foot and mouth disease in the South Coast region. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we are catching up with Minister of Small Business Development now, Stella Ndabeni, and we're talking around a gathering of creative entrepreneurs in Durban for the Creative Biz Nexus 2026. It's taking place tomorrow at the Durban International Convention Centre under the theme Fueled by Creativity, Powered Through Hustle. How are you doing this afternoon, Minister?
I'm good, Bridget. Thank you so much, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for the time. Much appreciated. So perhaps let's get some context around the Creative Biz Nexus 2026. Give us a little bit of background around this one, and also maybe just looking at its theme, Fueled by Creativity and Powered Through Hustle. What does that speak to?
Well, Bridget, you will notice that most of the time, if you look at the creative industry in South Africa, it is not fully developed in terms of it being able to access the other economic opportunities that are out there. Now, as the portfolio, we cut across all sectors. We then said, in our quest to ensure that we help government create more jobs, we've got to be sector focused. Now, this sector became one of those sectors where we say it has high potential, that it can help us create the jobs that South Africa needs, but also just to build sustainable businesses. If only we come to the party by availing finance to those that are in need of it, but also providing business development support. Because we've really seen that most of the creatives, we find that they have the talent, they do this, but they don't know how to commercialize what they have. Even those that are there, they may then be needing more capital to invest in what they do, but then they don't have sufficient capital. If you, for example, you look at the film industry, they will get certain funding from the National Video and Film Foundation and partly from the Department of Trade and Industry. But there's an aspect that is not paid for, marketing, for example, of the work that they do, which requires huge investment so that it attracts the viewers that can go to cinema or whatever platform people must be able to view the film on. So we then said, let's have a discussion with them. We started in September. During the Heritage Month, and we engaged with the sector in Limpopo. This is the second one here that we're having in KwaZulu-Natal, because we said, if we are saying we're going to design a funding, let us make sure that it is not informed by the desktop research. It is informed rather by the realities on the ground that are faced by the different creatives in the industry. So we are having those engagements now, go to commissions, what are the things that they view as red tapes, what is that they think the fund must look at, and what is that we must not do in order to allow them to be able to be the best that they can be and sustainable businesses that they can really aspire to be.
What jumps at me, Minister, is the first discussion engagement being in Limpopo and the second one being in Durban. And when you look at the contrast of the creative industries, particularly if you're looking at film, music and design in the two provinces, Durban is a few steps ahead in as far as infrastructure, focused development, focused business development, because of the initiatives that were put in place a few years ago by some of your contemporaries in the region to build the industry. Limpopo lagging behind probably by 100 steps. All the creativity that's there, all the talents that's there, but lacking in the development, in the infrastructure, just in the general support to build the industry. So I like the contrast of the two, because I almost feel like you have engagements from two different perspectives. Those who've already got a machinery moving and perhaps will then relay what needs to be plugged in order to scale up or patch some of the gaps, like a marketing, for instance, that you speak of. And those who really have nothing and need everything to be developed from the ground up.
Definitely, Bridget. As I said, we said, let's look at the different segments, the different environments, because the funding, the product that we must design, it must talk to every entrepreneur in the space. But also, one of the things that we emphasize to them is the need for collaboration, that they shouldn't just be competing against each other. They must find ways of collaborating so that they are able to exploit the opportunities that are there. Because if now we're going to have 10 film producers It's going to tell you that there's going to be saturation and there's going to be limited markets and including support. But if they find ways of collaborating, then it will help them to learn from each other to say, how did we get our municipality or our province to create a film commission that must look at this thing? What is it that the responsible departments, arts and culture, must do in order to complement the efforts by DTIC, by small business development? Or what should we undo completely from the existing interventions and therefore be able to introduce new things? It's because of exposure, it's because of experience in KwaZulu-Natal. There is talent in other provinces, but there isn't this experience in terms of investing in the talent. And this is what we are about. How do we invest in the talent that we have locally and, of course, internationally? How do we then assist them in terms of ensuring that they can also tap into the digital markets and be able to own the IP? Because there's certain things we don't want them to just go and then their content is everywhere, they're not generating anything. So we're looking at an entire ecosystem that affects the creative industries.
And I wonder, what sort of has been relayed thus far in the engagements that you've had with the CCIs, as well as the respective other departments that fall into this ecosystem. What was the top agenda items of focus for them?
The top agenda item was business development support, the need for business development support, and it was followed by financing, and then others, they said markets. They still struggle to access. They mentioned about Netflix and other platforms. And then this is what we said. As we speak now, they are busy in the commissions, different commissions for fashion and design, film, arts and whatever. Then that is where they're going to consolidate their ideas as the commissions to come and then say, this is what we think is best to be done. But in terms of the panel, because we've had some panelists, they focused on those three areas that I mentioned.
Minister, is there an opportunity still for other creatives who wish to attend, who wish to engage, or perhaps other avenues that they can track the conversation and track maybe a call for submissions of thought and inputs from your department?
Yes, the sessions are live streamed on the SAfmRadio platform. They are under YouTube. So even on social media it's live, and then YouTube is live. They can follow on YouTube and then make their comments.
Lovely stuff. We appreciate the time with you. That was Minister of Small Business Development, Stella Ndabeni, talking to us around the Creative Biz Nexus 2026, which is taking place in Durban. And if you track them on their social media platforms, as well as the YouTube channel for the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, that's SITFA, you'll be able to follow all of that conversation and discussion live as it happens in real time. It's gone 20 to 2 o'clock. A quick reset, and then we come back on the other side.
When music meets nature, something unforgettable happens. Symphony by the Water, a world-class live music experience set against the breathtaking beauty of Midmar Dam, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Spogazi, the Black Lapels, Saturday, the 7th of March, 2026. Day tickets from 150, evening tickets from 350. Tickets available at WebTicket and Pick n Pay. Symphony by the Waters, where sound flows.
Away, Johnny Klein here. Get ready for a new drama only on SABC2 and don't miss Paradise starting 23 February 2026 at 7 p.m. Love in every beat, the pulse of SA.
When music meets nature, something unforgettable happens. Symphony by the Water, a world-class live music experience set against the breathtaking beauty of Midmar Dam, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Spogazi, the Black Lapels, Saturday, the 7th of March, 2026. Day tickets from 150, evening tickets from 350. Tickets available at WebTicket and Pick n Pay. Symphony by the Waters, where sound flows.
With Outsurance, saving on your car insurance feels like catching your favorite song on radio just as it starts. 43-year-old Gloria saves an unbelievable 513 Rand on her 2024 Audi Q3. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get savings or cash and simply SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer in FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
Usutu are on a mission for a place in the semi-final.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, it is time for us to go deep within the creative lens, and we're looking at a new feature film called God's Work that's been selected for the Joburg Film Festival and the Luxor African Film Festival in Egypt. It's time for Stages, Pages, Screens and More.
Stages, pages, screens and more on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
All right, let's get into it. We're going to be in conversation with the director of God's Work, which is produced by Sitabile Mkhize. It's been selected to screen at the 8th edition of the Joburg Film Festival this coming Sunday, the 8th of March, at Artistry in Sandton. How are you doing, Michael? Are you good?
Hi, Bridget. Wonderful to be with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the time. Appreciate it. I've got the trailer on standby, but perhaps before we get to the trailer, just a little bit of a synopsis in as far as God's Work is concerned.
Sure. Thank you so much. So God's Work is a story about human beings living on the margins of society. It takes place in the city of Durban around the lives of a group of homeless men who are friends, who are very, very close. And it explores all the ways in which they are trying to escape the space that they're in. And in doing so, it really opens up a very human perspective on life in these spaces, the dreams, the hopes, the fears, of the humanity that people live with every day in these kinds of marginalized spaces that are often unseen by most of us.
Definitely want to delve into that because already, as you said, I'm like, I don't think I've seen that story being told. But let's get to the trailer first, and then we'll come back and continue our conversation.
Absolutely.
How would you describe life on the streets?
Survival of the fittest.
I see countless sleeping bodies.
When I'm on the street, people look through me, and I'm tired of being invisible, no? Hayi ngeke bafethu. Kuyoke zikhona impilo engcono ngaphansi, hayi lesiphila.
Mhlambe. Mina isikhathi okuyisona sona engiyangizizwe ngazuthi ngiyaphila. Ngoba ngisuke ngiphupha. Yathusa.
What do you know about God's work?
Ngizithathe mandulo ngikwazi ukuqhubekela phambili.
You can't wake up if you don't fall asleep.
Okanye awucabanga ukuthi ke leli izwe leli ophila kulona ilona lokufikisa kwikusasa.
Sengiyabona futhi amehlo akho. Khona ukuthile kona.
It is God's Work, written and directed by Michael James and produced by Stabile Mkhize. Selected to screen at the 8th edition of the Joburg Film Festival this Sunday. And as you heard Michael before the trailer saying, really tells a story of homeless men who find themselves in friendship, living on the margins of society, and all the themes that they face in just their lived experience. And you know, Michael, this is a story not yet told, I think. When I, at very least when I scan my mind in South African storytelling, I'm hard-pressed to find this particular story, this particular angle being presented to audiences. And yet it's something, if you live in South Africa, you can't drive out of your house without being confronted by the homeless community that we live alongside of.
Yes, absolutely. I think a lot of filmmaking and storytelling has revolved around perhaps trying to use sympathy as a tool. And so, you know, what that equates to is that, you know, it's easy to make people feel sorry for the suffering of others. But I think what God's Work has tried to do, what the film is about, is not sympathy but empathy, which is a far stronger human reality, which is essentially, you know, it's a human story that challenges us to not just look, but to actually attempt to feel the experience of another human being who has, through life circumstances, is in a different space to us, and ultimately to see. Because I think that's what we don't often do. Is we don't see, we drive past, we don't engage, and that ability to see and be seen is, I think, at the heart of what empathy is, and that's what the film is really trying to navigate in many ways.
I'm always interested to know the space, the moment, or the interaction that had you as a storyteller sort of decide or spark this is a story I need to bring to audiences?
Yeah, so for ages, you know, a lot of my film work has been around engaging with these kinds of stories. But there was a specific moment during the COVID lockdown period where I was tasked to do a bit of documentary filmmaking at one of the kind of, well, they called them camps. You know, the community, the homeless community was put into these different spaces. And one of them at the Dennis Hurley Center in Durban, I went there and I was introduced to a group of men who became my friends. They introduced themselves to me as filmmakers, and you know, that sparked my interest. And this then developed into something that was both challenging and beautiful at the same time, because at this point that group has dwindled down. Some of the men have died, some of the men I've never seen again, but there's still the core that is there. And it was, initially it was a documentary, and then that documentary work, which plays itself in the film when you do see it, but the documentary shifted and changed into a fictional narrative, because there was a sense that to get to the heart of the story, we actually had to look past the so-called facts and actually get into a deeper sense of what truth was. And also situating myself in the story was important, because I am coming from a context, it could come across as exploitative, you know, coming to try and make this film. And so the film also explores that. What is cinema's role in engaging with this kind of storytelling in an ethical way, in a just way that's not exploitative, and that actually challenges stories that do exploit, because a lot of filmmaking has been quite extractive and exploitative towards people who are living on the margins. So that's where the interest came, and the spark and the passion has come from.
And I love the fact that you touch on the fact the film in essence began as a documentary, telling from the first perspective, but it's somewhat of a hybrid cinematic language now. Walk us through that, because you've obviously got the staged elements. Since I was watching the visual trailer, I could tell, but also you've got some archival material there as well that you've infused brilliantly.
Yeah, thank you for noticing. It's a huge element of the film. In many ways, the film itself is really also analyzing and exploring and critiquing the nature of cinema. And I think the cinema or art in general is an attempt to engage with reality. And I think the film tries to look at that from different angles. So in the film, there is a documentary element. Then there is like a kind of surrealist element to the film. And then there is the natural kind of realist element. And then there is this archival element as well. And so on some levels, the film is trying to engage with its own nature. And ultimately, that's not just an artistic exercise, but also it's the reason for this was that we would have audiences questioning their role even in watching a film like this, is that it's not a passive exercise. Sympathy leaves you, feeling sorry, and then you go home. Whereas this film, in its exploration of empathy from all these different angles, in this hybrid model, it leaves the audience with the reality that you can't just leave here the same. This is not just a passive experience. This is something that deeply challenges one's worldview and also how one watches cinema. How do we watch these stories? How do we engage with these stories? The film really probes into these ideas.
Your producing partner, Ustabile Mkhize, was quoted as saying, "South Africa's deepening social fractures are no longer peripheral. People are being steadily removed from opportunity, recognition, and support. And God's work offers a direct encounter with these realities." And I think, when we were getting into this conversation, I was desperately trying to locate a conversation that Trevor Noah was having with his friend Kaya Dlanga on his podcast, What Next? And where he shared an encounter with a homeless individual, he shared an encounter with homeless individuals that he'd encountered in India, and how communities there almost shun, turn away, do not recognize, do not see you as a human being. And an encounter that he had with a homeless person in South Africa at a robot knocking, like we've all experienced, asking for some coins and some change. And in the typical South African demeanor, 8 times out of 10, we do acknowledge and see, whether it's a head nod, whether it's a wink, whether it's a gesture to say I don't have money, or in his case, rolling down the window and saying, I don't have coins on me now. And then a conversation ensued where the homeless guy recognized his wealth via the car that he was driving, and that became a little bit of a banter between the two of them. And a film like this, I think, helps us see beyond the physical appearance, beyond the things that deter you as a quote-unquote clean member of society, the things that make you turn away, that make you, and it makes you confront that about yourself, maybe even. Why would you not see another human being? Why would you not want to hear the story of how they came to be in the situation where they are?
It's exactly that. I think I get goosebumps thinking about it right now, is that one thing with the film is that the group of men, the film explores and gives context for who they are. The main character, Simpiwe, is on the surface level, we see him as someone with a substance abuse problem. We see him obviously within the context of the street life. But what we don't what the film unpacks is that he has a traumatized childhood, and so there is a root to this, and there's actually a young boy inside of him who feels like he's a ghost, like something has died inside of him. We have another character in the film that has a daughter that he hasn't seen, and he longs to see her. We have another character who wants to act, who can sing, and all of these realities are things, as you say, if you do get to roll down the window, or you do stop and you have a human encounter, you begin to see that this person is not different from me. They are someone's son or someone's daughter. They are a father or a mother. And when that human recognition happens, there's just something really profound. I think that's where transformation in any society happens. And that's the hope of what this film can hopefully achieve, is that the audience leaves with that sense of profound empathy and a desire to transform the way that they engage with people who are mostly kind of forgotten by society standards. Yeah.
Absolutely. Michael James, thank you so much for bringing this work to light and for the conversation this afternoon. That was director and writer of God's Work, Michael James, and it's going to be screened at the Johannesburg Film Festival this coming Sunday, 8th of March at Artistry in Sandton, and hopefully it will then be on a run in other places where you can catch it outside of the film festival. A quick break and then we go to the top of the hour news.
Usutu are on a mission for a place in the semi-finals, while the believers are confident they'll secure their tickets to the last four. In another sizzling encounter, Babina Nuku are ready to sing their song of victory. But the Stallions are courageous to cause a major upset. This is the double-header of the Nedbank Cup quarterfinals, where pride meets ambition. Catch Amazulu FC versus Casrick Stars this Saturday, 7 March at 2:30 p.m. live on SABC1. Then, Skuguna United face Milford FC at 5:30 p.m. Both matches are available on SABC+. Also, tune in to SABC radio stations at 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
You can become a victim of a legal problem, wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Reginald Husky coming through. If you crave the thrill, catch me in a story that will make you live in every beat, the pulse of SA. And don't miss Paradise, premiering 23 February 2026 at 7 p.m. on SABC2.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation.
On the top stories, former ANC MP Vincent Smith sentenced to 7 years imprisonment and thousands of cattle vaccinated against FMD in KZN. For SAFM News, I'm Ondilambana and a very good day. Former ANC Member of Parliament Vincent Smith has been sentenced to 7 years imprisonment by the High Court in Johannesburg. This after reaching a plea and sentence agreement with the state. Smith pleaded guilty to several charges including corruption and fraud. Diteboho Ndamane reports.
Other charges were of money laundering and the contravention of the Tax Act in his personal capacity, as well as a sole director and shareholder of Euroblitz. He had failed to disclose to the Registrar of Parliamentary Members' Interest the gratification that he received from Bosasa, among others. He further failed to disclose the taxable income of Euroblitz between March 2009 and July 2018, totaling to approximately 28 million rand. Diteboho Ndamane, SABC News, Johannesburg.
The Gauteng Department of Education has expressed deep concern following the arrest of a mathematics educator at Ivory Park Secondary School north of Johannesburg for allegedly raping a grade 12 learner. The incident, which took place in December last year when the learner was in grade 11, was formally reported by learner's mother to the school on Monday. The educator was then arrested yesterday after he allegedly tried to evade authorities, the department spokesperson Steve Mabona.
And also wanted to remind educators that they are entrusted with a responsibility of nurturing and guiding our children while they are in their environment. So they also need to make sure that they safeguard the learners, make sure that their well-being and development is intact. So as parents, they also need to make sure that it's not compromised at all.
The acting SIU head, Leonard Legato, says investigations conducted by the unit have identified several high-risk sectors prone to corruption and maladministration. These include health, local government, infrastructure and construction, border management and immigration state-owned entities, and the water sector. He was speaking at the launch of the Water Sector Anti-Corruption Forum in Pretoria. Legato says the water sector has emerged as one of the most vulnerable areas requiring urgent intervention.
In terms of looking at the achievement on this 9 proclamations that are finalized, we have recovered 569 million in cash out of those investigations that we have conducted. And we have prevented 717 million in potential loss. And we have set aside contracts to the value of 1.1 billion out of our investigation. And we have referred 270 matters to National Prosecuting Authority so that they must take action against some of those officials and service providers.
The KwaZulu-Natal Department of Agriculture says more than 54,000 cattle have been vaccinated against foot and mouth disease in the South Coast region. 20 veterinary teams have administered doses of the vaccine at 150 deep tanks and commercial farms in the Ugu district. The province has been identified as the epicenter of the outbreak. MEC Tembeni Madlopa Mthethwa says the mass inoculation drive will now move to the Harry Gwala district. The target is to vaccinate about 2.5 million cattle in both communal and commercial herds in the 2 districts. There have been multiple massive blasts in Tehran and other Iranian cities as the US and Israel carry out a 6th day of attacks on the country. Iranian state media says 1,045 people have been killed by the airstrikes on Iran since the start of the conflict. Recapping the top story, former Member of Parliament Vincent Smith has been sentenced to 7 years imprisonment by the High Court in Johannesburg. I'm Ondilambana for SAFM News headlines at 2:30.
Get Spar Super Savings at every store, in every aisle, every day. Like 800-gram Clover pre-packed cheese for 109.99, save 39 Rand. Or 120-gram Lay's potato chips, buy any 2 for 40, save 8 Rand. Now that's super savings. Prices valid from the 23rd of February till 8 March while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Saturday afternoons in Mzansi, where loyalty is tested every single week. Manchester United fans still believing. Liverpool fans reminding you about history. Chelsea fans saying trust the process. City fans pretending this is all normal. Arsenal fans still shouting out, we are winning it this year. Every year, mate. But that's love. Through the wins, the heartbreak, the long rebuilds. The English Premier League, where we suffer together, celebrate together, and never stop believing. EPL, Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. on S3. Open up.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Reaching a fever pitch and it's bringing me out the dark. Finally, I can see you crystal clear. Go ahead and sell me out and I'll lay your ship bare. See, I'll leave with every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I will do. There's a fire starting in my heart, reaching a fever pitch.
Adele coming through with Rolling in the Deep. And this one coming from 21, which was released back in 2011. A wonderful song. It's one of those that causes FOMO when you see Adele in concert, in tour, because it really just hypes up the crowd and something magical happens in those arenas. She's currently on a break after her last world tour, and I think she's going to be on a break for a couple of years now. Before she decides to release some new music and goes on yet another tour. And this one hit the Billboard charts, including the Billboard Hot 100, and it sat at number 1 for 7 weeks straight. Sold over 8.7 million copies in the US alone. And went on to become one of the best-selling digital songs by a female artist in the U.S. It's 10 past 2 o'clock. That is how we entered the second hour of the show with myself, Bridget Masinga, on SAFM. It is the Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. We are engaged in a whole host of conversation today because we have a full show. We've enjoyed 1 or 2 days of full shows this week as the Madlanga Commission slowly but surely begins to wind down. We're going to be talking with Ngo Dube now as a political economist and social commentator. And we're looking at his opinion piece titled Bronze Without Trust and Why Statues Cannot Substitute for Governance. In a country where symbolism often carries powerful meaning, there's been a recent public debate that's been sparked by the unveiling of statues honoring struggle icons like Nelson Mandela and Oliver Tambo in Durban. And according to a political commentator, Ngo Dube, the controversy surrounding the roughly 20 million rand statue project reflects something deeper than a disagreement about monuments. How are you doing this afternoon?
Thanks, and you, Bridget?
I'm great. Thank you so much for the conversation. Much appreciated. We saw the unveiling of those statues. In fact, I think it was a day before yesterday, if not yesterday, with the president and some VIP members in full attendance in Durban. I guess for the common folks just watching without interrogating too much around the deeper meaning and symbolism, a lot of people just said, well, do we need another statue? And particularly, do we need another statue of these two gentlemen who already have been honored in the most significant ways in the country for, their contributions that can never be replaced?
Yeah. Bridget, I don't think this is a debate about whether Mandela and Tambo deserve the honor. They absolutely do. The real issue is timing, is about trust with regards to the former ruling party and the broken social contracts between them and the public. Hence the outcry that we've witnessed in the last few days. South Africans are not hostile to history. We embrace our history. We love our heroes as well. But as you say, both the gentlemen and maybe Tambo to a lesser extent have been celebrated, have been monumentalized throughout the country. And I think even if we had to do these statues, maybe there's a missed opportunity to look at more KZN-centric heritage strategy that puts forward people like Luthuli, Dube Seme, Yusuf Dadu, the Mklanges, etc. People that the local Durban and KZN people we identified with, and people that have walked in their footsteps. So even if we did really have to build the statues, maybe there's a missed opportunity there.
In fact, in the article, you argue that these symbolic gestures are misplaced priorities in a country that's grappling with governance challenges and that declining public trust. Expand on that a little bit.
I think for the past 3 decades, the ANC has governed South Africa with a moral authority inherited from the struggle, and that has eroded over the past 30 years because of corruption, because of mismanagement, etc., etc. And you find that now there's a huge trust deficit, and people will now nitpick nitpick on every little thing. Every grand gesture we see from government is viewed with suspicion. Every transaction, we want to know where every penny went. That might sound unfair because governing a country, governing a city like Durban involves a whole array of activities at the same time, and one cannot practically be expected to respond to all these seemingly minute kind of complaints, but simply because over the past 30 years that social contract has been broken, and the city fathers and people in government need to understand that they do not possess the trust of the people anymore, and they need to be able to answer to every little thing that that the public is unhappy about, which is why we saw this outcry with the statues, which is not really about the statues but about the fact that there's so much else that's going wrong in the city of Durban. That city currently has a presidential working group overseeing the administration for the past 2 years. And I heard the president really singing praises of the group, but the lived experience of the Durban ratepayers, Durban citizens, is not the same as what we had from the president. There has been a bit of improvement, but not to the extent that it's felt in people's daily lives. They still live with routine water outages, power outages. Every December we hear about sewage that's running into the beaches, etc. So the lived experience versus the defensive posture by the politicians, the city fathers and ANC politicians contradict each other.
And no amount of symbolic projects, I guess, can sort of put a veil over that. No amount of symbolic gesture can lessen the cry, the increasing demand from citizens for that governance aspects, for good leadership, for vision, for delivery.
Yeah, the irony about this, Bridget, is that both Mandela and Tambo stood for accountability, humility, and service. Their statues now stand in a city that fails those principles daily. That is the biggest contradiction, and it hasn't gone past the public, which is why we see this outcry. That contradiction is what people are reacting to. The backlash is not about the bronze statue per se. It is about legitimacy. It is about the failure of service delivery. Yet we're seeing these grand gestures, which are not wrong on their own, but within the context of failed service delivery, they offer a huge contradiction, especially as people feel that the principles that these two leaders lived by, and which they would have wanted current leaders of society to have inherited, has been dispensed with.
So what does government do? What do they do to begin, I guess, in rebuilding that trust? Because you said you mentioned that central to this argument, that trust cannot be built through monuments. It cannot be built through these sort of symbolic gestures that honor a legacy and a yesteryear of sorts.
Yeah, one must say this is not unique to Durban or KZN. Across the country, symbolic politics seems to have outpaced material improvement in people's lives. What could be done differently? I think, Bridget, first of all, leaders of our country need to take stock, need to step back, take stock, and read the room. People are fatigued with all the problems that we're facing. Sequence matters. Fix pipes, then build monuments. So change people's lives positively. Do the basics of governance first before you can go on to these grand gestures, because they do matter, but they have to be in sequence to what the public needs. Tone also matters. When you're being criticized for things like this, tone matters a lot. In the past few days, we've been lectured about how statues bring tourism, etc. People know this. It's just that their lived experience is that they need the basics first before they can appreciate their heritage, before they can appreciate opportunities that are brought by such statues, and also the history that comes with it. People are not detached from that. They just need the basics first. So humility over defensiveness is very important for our leaders. Trust matters. Without it, all these noble gestures are misinterpreted as vanity, because really celebrating people like Tambo and Mandela, it's not a vanity project per se, but that's how they could be misinterpreted when the basics are lacking.
Yeah. Ngo, a quick pause here for us, and then we'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation. It's just gone 20 past 2 o'clock.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable. You receive up to 745,000 rand worth of legal services per year. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer, or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Osuthu are on a mission for a place in the semi-finals, while the believers are confident they'll secure their ticket to the last four. In another sizzling encounter, Babina Noko are ready to sing their song of victory, but the Stallions are ready to cause a major upset. This is the doubleheader of the Nedbank Cup quarterfinals, where pride meets ambition. Catch Amazulu FC versus Casrick Stars this Saturday, 7 March at 2:30 p.m. live on SABC 1. Then, Sekhukhune United face Milford FC at 5:30 p.m. Both matches are available on SABC Plus. Also, tune in to SABC radio stations at 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
It's a new day, new deadlines. You're gonna do your best. You're only human.
Thank you for your patience.
So why, when contacting your business's current provider, an automated voice adds you to an imaginary queue, like you're just another number?
Your caller number 17.
Not exactly humane, is it? Don't let bad tech choices get in the way. Switch to a dedicated human specialist, because nothing should stop your business. Call 084 1234. Cell C.
So SAFM is in partnership with Symphony by the Water, which is taking place on the 7th of March at the Midmar Dam. And we're giving away 15 double tickets to see an incredible lineup of South African artists supported by the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra. And to win tickets, all you have to do is send a WhatsApp voice note to 061-410-4107 telling us which artists will be performing on the day, and maybe even sing a line from one of these songs. Winners must be based in KwaZulu-Natal and must be able to get themselves to the venue, and as per usual, T's and C's do apply.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
In conversation with political economist and social commentator Ngo Dube around a opinion piece he penned titled Bronze Without Trust and Why Statues Cannot Substitute for Governance. And one of the points that you bring to the debate around the unveiling of these two statues of Nelson Mandela and Oliver Tambo in KZN is whether or not symbolism must also reflect the values of those leaders and the values that they stood for in today's governance practices. And as you mentioned, both these leaders were about good governance. They were about credible and ethical leadership. And in fact, Nelson Mandela articulating out of his own mouth in his own words that should the ANC ever do to you what the apartheid government did to them, then you do to the ANC what they have done to the apartheid government.
It can only be interpreted as symbolism without substance. I think both Mandela and Tambo stood for accountability, humility, and service. That's the painful irony here. When both these leaders are invoked to defend these statues, yet it is precisely their values that sharpen the critique. Mandela spoke relentlessly about accountability, servant leadership. Tambo believed in institutions that worked, not personalities that looked. He was such a humble leader. To honor them meaningfully would be to build cities that function, cities that reflect the will of the people, cities that nurture, cities that cover the mere basics, municipalities that care, and governments that listen most of all. So there's a painful contradiction there, that these two towering statues look over a city in decay, a city with broken pavements, a city. If you drove through the Durban CBD in the middle of the day, it's dirty. These leaders did not deliver freedom for us. For them and statues that honor them to overlook that kind of decay, that kind of mismanagement. So we really need to make sure that when we do these grand gestures, they are reflective of what these leaders stood for.
You've also highlighted during the course of our conversation and in the piece the questions around government spending and priorities thereof. Given the context of where the country is economically, where we are by way of unemployment, infrastructure challenges, as you mentioned, there are other pressing issues where this 20 million rand could have been channeled. And the sad part is, it's not the first time we find ourselves here. I remember the issue of the flag that also brought the country to a standstill. This is not the first time. And so it becomes a case of, well, when do our leaders begin to listen and heed what South Africans are saying?
Look, there could be an argument that in the greater scheme of things, if you look at the 70 billion rand budget that eThekwini has, this 22 million rand is a drop in the ocean. It could very well be, but when you contrast that with what 22 million rands could do for the poor ratepayers, for the poor citizens of Durban, that 22 million rands could go a long way in fixing sewage, in fixing the water crisis for a particular community, in fixing roads. Durban still has infrastructure that was damaged from the 2022 floods that has still gone unrepaired. That 22 million rands could have been used there. So I think the argument is not so much rolling out a heritage program. It's just about doing the basics, considering where the country is fiscally as well. We know that the country is struggling to meet the needs. Whenever the finance minister takes to the podium for the budget speech, you can see that he's moving pieces around, stealing from Peter to pay Paul, simply because the country is struggling with fiscal revenue and doesn't have enough to cover all the needs that need to be covered. So every little cent needs to be used very wisely, but also keep in mind that people are hard pressed, people are unemployed, but people are fatigued as well with all these grand gestures. People need tangible change in their lives, and they need a government that cares for them.
Absolutely. We will close it with your words as you closed off your piece and said, until that reckoning happens, every statue will be contested, every symbol questioned, every gesture doubted, not because South Africans are cynical by nature, but because they have learned painfully that symbolism without substance is hollow. So the bronze will endure, but the question is whether or not trust ever will. That was Ndor Dube, political economist and social commentator. Bring us to 2:30. Time to get familiar with what's happening by way of the news. Seeing some breaking news coming through. Dubai opening airspace partially and allowing over 100 flights to operate to and from. Ondela Mbana bringing you the latest developments from all angles.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, former ANC MP Vincent Smith has been sentenced to 7 years in prison by the High Court in Johannesburg after a plea and sentence agreement.
Celebi, focus on Celebi and the exposure of Celebi's wrongdoing. There was a lot of attention then, or a lot of cases opened against you and a lot of scrutiny of you as well. Am I correct?
The cases that were opened against me were counter investigations. Okay. So what happened was, after the Celebi prosecution, I opened cases against the people within the criminal justice system that had unlawfully assisted Jackie Celebi. So what they did, they all got together, and I'm talking about Nongoba Jiba, Lawrence Mwebi, Prince Mokateri. They all got together and they started opening cases against me. Okay. So I saw that as just retaliatory. They were trying to discredit me. We had the spokesman of the police issuing statements saying that I would be arrested.
My time is going to be finished now. But one very quick last aspect. It was asked to you about the National Credit Act, and I asked you the previous time about you doing credit checks on. You said in a conference that you did credit checks on the candidates for the National Commissioner position, and you spoke in that conference on General Mase Mola's credit record and so forth. And I asked you what authorizes.
So it was lifestyle.
Yes, but you use the credit information to say that he has revolving credit and so forth.
Yes.
Now, Regulation 18.4 of the National Credit Act says that you can do credit checks, but only in the course of investigating fraud, but only if the South African Police Service are investigating fraud. But that's what the regulation says.
There's another section. I don't have the Act in front of me now, but there's another section that deals with fraud investigations of fraud prevention.
Okay, but in those, that might be then, if that's your interpretation. But when you were doing these lifestyle audits for the shortlisting of candidates for the National Commissioner position, you weren't investigating fraud. You didn't have a mandate.
It's called fraud prevention. I was requested to do it. I know the person that requested me to do it has since denied requesting me to do it, but I have all the emails.
Did you have a mandate?
So, yes, I was requested to do it. And as I've said already, the person that requested me to do it has since denied requesting me to do it. But why would I now, where did I get the names from? He gave me a list of names. He said to me that they urgently wanted to know if any of these people had any fraud or other issues to deal with. And I issued that report as requested.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Sols.
Chair, when do I finish? It's now 14:33.
At 53.
At 53, okay. Mr. O'Sullivan, good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Hello.
Let me start by saying I maintain my stance about you. And your heroism cannot be disputed or erased from written records, even by all the emotions. But your holes must also be tested. And that is why we are here today. I too have holes. As a matter of fact, I have a lot of holes. So we've heard testimony yesterday about those holes. And so I'm going to ask you questions on clarity to test whether this is true or not. Mr. O'Sullivan, in your book, Stop Me If You Can, you only explicitly call two people a friend. Number one, Peter Hain from the UK House of Lords. And the second person you call a friend is Mr. Herman Mashaba, the current president of Action SA. Is Mr. Mashaba still your friend?
It's a very hard question to answer. Let's say we've had words, but I think you can't ditch a friendship of many, many years overnight. So we've had words, but I still consider him my friend, and I still consider his wife, Connie, my friend. Of course, he's no longer my political friend, but I would say he's probably still my friend, yes.
Does he feel the same way? Have you done something? Why would your friend, through his party, want to show the world that you are corrupt?
What do you call it? False narrative. If somebody wants to paint a picture, and I made the point quite strongly that if you're going to go and support somebody who may be engaged in criminal conduct without realizing that the person you're supporting may be engaged in criminal conduct, and then when you point out the obvious, now the only way they can retaliate is to accuse me of being involved in criminal conduct. And I just simply say, well, come with the facts. I've heard people saying that I'm embroiled with drug cartels. What a lot of rubbish. You know, when you make statements like that without any factual basis whatsoever, I accept that if you're going to be a corruption fighter, you're going to attract a lot of negativity. And I accept that that goes with the territory. And I accept that sometimes the methodology I use to fight corruption would be classed as having holes in it. But at the end of the day, if I look at the record and the success rate of the people that are now facing or already face the criminal justice system are in prison, I'm satisfied that we won a lot more cases than we lost.
Yes, I'm the first one to accept what's in writing about the heroic acts. Today we're just zooming into the holes. Are you saying with your response, you pointed out something to Mr. Mashaba and that's the reason why he is, as you say, pushing a narrative?
Actually, Mr. Mashaba didn't push any narrative at all. It wasn't Herman, it was some other fellow, I forget his name now, who started publishing. And by the way, I didn't pick the fight. I'm not on social
Mr.
media,
O'Sullivan.
and somebody brought me evidence of this person posting things on social media about me.
In this committee,
Yes.
Action SA brought a document to show that you have taken money from the slush fund.
No.
No?
No.
What happened?
So I think it was pointed out that that is an incorrect.
Yes, that's the point I'm saying. Action SA brought something
Yes.
incorrect
Correct.
to show that you are possibly corrupt. I want to understand.
Yeah.
Why would they do that when the president is your friend?
Because there's a narrative out there, and some people are quite happy to jump on the bandwagon and pursue that narrative. I'm satisfied that I've never received 1 cent from the slush fund.
Okay. So for the record, your friend is jumping on a bandwagon to show that you are corrupt.
So I don't believe my friend has done that.
Okay.
I don't believe he's a member of the House. He formed Action SA. And by the way, when he formed Action SA, I made donations to it just because I liked what he was doing. But you know, it is what it is.
Yesterday, we touched on your modus operandi, or how you operate. And I want to test it now because it was testified that how you operate is, number one, you find dirt on senior SAPS officials or whoever you target, number one. And then after finding dirt, you then threaten them with exposing that unless they do something you want them to do. If they obey you, then you leave them alone. If they don't, you then go after them until they give in to your perceived power. Is that true?
Absolutely not true. And if it were true, I belong in prison.
All right. There's a copy of an email before you. Is that your email? Did you pen that email?
Yes.
It's dated the 12th of February to General Paslane.
Correct.
You accept? It's yours.
Correct.
Now, in this email, you say, and we're testing whether this is your modus operandi. You say to General Paslane, I think you know what I mean, and you should be worried. You said, first you started off by saying, after only a week of digging into you, and I continue the investigations, I will dig up more evidence against you, and then you say, I think you know what I mean, and you should be worried, very worried, as it does not look good, what I am uncovering. You accept? Step one, you are saying in this email you dug up dirt on him.
No, so in fact, as I can't remember which member it was, but another member asked me about the same email. And I explained then, Chair, that this email was an intentional ruse. It wasn't truthful. It was deliberately intended to get a reaction out of General Paslane.
That's okay, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. What I want to gather is you are saying to General Paslane, I've got dirt on you. That's what you are saying. So we're trying to test your modus operandi. You're telling him I've got dirt on you. Step number two, you then give him an ultimatum. You say you fix this problem with Munu and Kreja and fix it now. Or you'll go the same way as Celebi. Right? Step two, you now give an ultimatum. Step three, you say you fix Munu or Kreja and I will lose interest in you. You do what I want, I will lose interest in you. If you don't, I will be all over you like a bad fitting salt. If you try any dirty tricks as your predecessors, I'll eat you for breakfast and still be hungry afterwards. This shows, step by step, a modus operandi. What is the reason that you, as an independent investigator, who discovered acts of corruption by an acting national commissioner at the time, you were willing to look the other way?
No.
You said it here.
Yes, but as I've explained before, this was a deliberate ruse. In other words, it was intended to distract him. It was intended to get a reaction out of him. And it had the desired result. It resulted in him taking steps.
Actually, it didn't. It didn't. I'll tell you why it didn't. And this is your modus operandi. That's a whole. So corruption is only dealt with against those you decide it must be dealt with. You then say, if I do not see positive action by you before the 22nd of February 2016, I shall start a process aimed solely at bringing you to book and will leave Munu alone thereafter and focus only on you. You claimed that Munu is corrupt and the acting national commissioner must deal with him. But when General Pahlani did not obey your instruction, you were willing to totally leave Munu alone.
Not the case, Chairman. I'd already opened the docket against Munu, and in fact...
I'm simply basing it on what you say.
Yes, but as I've explained already, this was a deliberate ruse. It was intentional. It was intended to mislead Pahlani.
Yes. So
because sometimes what you have to do is throw a curved ball, because if you straight down the line and you tell them what you're going to do, and that's what the intention was here, to trick him into making a mistake.
I don't believe you. I'll tell you why I don't believe you. Based on evidence before me, not based on what you say. I don't know your intentions. I can only judge you based on your email. And what your email shows is you were willing to look the other way, even though both was alleged corrupt. When General Pahlani didn't do it, you said you're going to come after him. He didn't obey you. Then you came after him. Because right after that, on the 9th of November, 2016, that's when you went to Sable Hills.
No, Chairman. I'd already been at Sable Hills before I sent this email.
I didn't say so. I said the 22nd of February is when you sent the email. I'm actually proving that what got you to Sable Hills is after the email.
No, I'd already been to, before this email was sent, I'd been to Sable Hills in November.
Yes, you were doing your investigations.
November the previous year.
You were doing your investigations. You came, that's how, when you wrote this email, you were saying to General Pahlani, I have things on you.
Yes, but as I've explained, Chairman,
now
this was a deliberate curveball intended to wrong footing.
And I disagree.
Okay.
And I'm showing you not based on thumb sucking. I'm showing you based on what you've put before us. You then go in November to Sable Hills.
Sorry, Chair, I'd been in November the previous year.
We agree, and we've just agreed on that, Mr.
No, the previous year, not
we just agreed you were there before.
Pardon me?
In November. When did you go?
November 2015.
It says 2016 is when did the issue that is on contention now, when you visited with IPID members, when did you?
So, Chair, I'd already opened this docket. The docket had
Mr. O'Sullivan, my time is almost up.
I'm trying to explain the chronology.
What I want to know is, when did you go to Sable Hills with IPID officials?
A year later, or 10 months later.
After the email?
10 months after the email.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on.
The docket was already open by then.
That's fine. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying you went after sending him the threats, after he disobeyed you. No. You then went to Sable Hills 11 months later.
Yeah, unfortunately, the delay of 11 months was caused by the capture of IPID.
That's fine. So let's deal with what happened when you now went there. When you got there, you come there with IPID officials. You testified that you did not posture yourself as an IPID official.
I can prove it.
Yes, I know you can prove it. What I want you to prove is, you did not say with your mouth, I am an IPID official. You didn't say that.
No.
But did you say with your mouth, you are not?
I gave my business card. I'll give you one. It shows exactly who I am.
To whom did you give it?
To the people at Sable Hills Estate. And I sent an email.
Mr. Sullivan.
And in the email, it's got Paul O'Sullivan Associates at the bottom.
When did you say to Mr. Euster that you testified about earlier?
I think I didn't say anything.
Yes, you didn't, and that's what I'm saying. So you were not clear. I'm not an IPRED official. Now, logically, if a group of people comes and 2 people are there as police, everyone's going to think everyone there in that group is police until one of them who's not says, I'm not.
Yeah, it could be seen that way, but
it is that way, because your defense is you didn't posture yourself by saying you are a cop.
Yes.
But we are saying you also didn't expressly say you're not. And because you didn't, there's an open possibility that it could have been perceived as you are. That's the reason why they responded to your questions.
Why,
who questioned Mr. Euster?
Who responded?
Who questioned Mr. Euster?
Mandla Mashlangu and myself.
So he answered you because he viewed you as a police officer.
I don't believe so, because I look at it.
Did he say to you he doesn't believe?
Because he never said it. I never said it.
His affidavit said. His affidavit said, you looked, your posture was like a police officer.
No, but this is the affidavit.
You had a firearm.
This is the
and when he looked at you, he was convinced you were a police officer.
No, he wasn't.
Are you speaking for him now? He said that under oath.
He said it under oath because he was forced to say it under oath.
Did you have a weapon?
I always carry a weapon.
So he saw the weapon. You were with police officers. He perceived you to be as such.
Okay.
Do you have the estate file of ERF, whatever that is, of Sable Hills? Do you have the estate file of General Pasanes?
No, IPID took that file.
How did you get it?
I didn't get it. They took it.
Did you visit Mr. Euster together with Mr. Maslango on 18 November?
Yes, I did.
And at that meeting is when you and Mr. Maslanga produced to him the certificate or the notice to produce evidence.
That was what Mandla Mashlango did.
And it is on that time that, based on that notice, that he gave the estate file
to IPID
in your presence.
Yes, Chairman, I need to bring into account here, and you need to consider this. On the 13th of November, I sent an email to Chris Euster, and it's contained within the sworn statement that I sent to the Sondag Commission, because what happened? Mr. Euster had already provided a sworn statement to IPID. When we went there on the first meeting on the 9th of January, we tape recorded the whole thing. I admit there's nothing on the tape recording where I say I'm not from IPID.
Yes.
But there's also nothing there to say I am from IPID. But now, I sent him an email, and on the email is from Paul O'Sullivan, and underneath my signature, it says Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. So you cannot possibly construe that I'm from IPID. And I'll read the email to you, Chairman, because he allowed us to take photographs.
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, thank you so much. Honorable James, your time expires at 13 minutes past.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Sullivan, you previously stated before this committee that you hosted a book launch.
Pardon?
You previously stated before this committee that you hosted a book launch, that BRI was a book launch, and you said it was a year-end function, right?
It was, no, I didn't say it was
I'm not done. You previously stated that it was a book launch, a year-end function at the former home of serial killer, murderer, drug kingpin, Radovan Krechner. This morning you told us you didn't know the owner. Minutes later, we learned that he was a close friend of yours. Am I right? And that you actually did the bidding for that house.
No, I didn't say I didn't know the owner. I said that
You said you couldn't remember, you had all sorts of stories.
No, I said I contacted the owner and asked for permission to use the house.
You couldn't remember the name.
So sometimes you have to get it back. You know, there's no doubt in my
Mr.
mind.
O'Sullivan, you lied.
Okay.
You lied under oath this morning. And we've had enough of your lies at this point. You knew very well whose home that was. Mr. O'Sullivan, what was your main reason in that motivation letter that was written by Waterson for coming to this country? Let me remind you what was put in there. I believe he would be a very useful addition to the white community of this country. That's why you came to this country. That book launch, invitations from your office went out under the header, Top Secret. Am I correct?
No, it's not correct.
It cannot not be correct. Because in my possession, I have those invitations that went out as top secret. I'm not asking you to respond. I think you have said, Mr. O'Sullivan, Mr. O'Sullivan, vandag is die by jou nie.
Can I see the
Mr. O'Sullivan, I will show you.
Thank you.
It said top secret. It's been mentioned in this committee before. So you lied about the bride. You lied about the book launch. You lied about the fact that you didn't know the owner. You also said here, your guests, looking back to your reason and purpose for coming into this country, your guests were from AfriForum. You labeled that meeting as top secret.
What?
You had AfriForum guests there, and up until today, we still don't know who were the DA members present at that meeting. Up until today. Now see where I'm going with this pattern. Here to help the white community, top secret meeting, you have AfriForum there, and you have the DA there. In your investigations, you only target, all your targets, and Honorable Wessels pointed this out earlier on, all your targets in this country was the leadership of this country. It was ministers, and it was heads of department. Can I tell you why? It was your intention to overthrow this government, and it still is. I look at all the articles released in 2017 and shortly after that meeting that you had, that braai, book launch, van niemand 'n boek gekry het nie. Supporting articles by the DA. EWN on the 26th of the 1st, 2017, DA to reveal more evidence of alleged corruption against Patlane.
Say again, I didn't hear that.
An article, EWN article, that has now been taken down, but it's in the messages because you guys would copy each other in the messages and the support.
What messages? I don't understand what messages you're
Messages
talking about.
between Sarah Jane Trent and Mandla.
I didn't involve myself in any
Yeah,
messages.
you don't have to involve yourself. You don't have anything to do with anything that's wrong in this country. The DA supported your plot against overthrowing this government.
The DA?
Yes.
How did that work? You have some evidence about that?
I will show you.
So you're saying, if I understand you correctly,
I'm saying that you came to this country to be of assistance to the white community, and I am saying to you that you plotted top ministers in this country, ministers such as Natin Tetwa, ministers such as Fikile, a whole lot of ministers. It's in that conversation between Sarah and McBride. If you look at the pattern, if you study the people that you choose to investigate and go after, it is ministers, it is people like Jackie Selebi, it is people like Patlani, it is heads of organizations, of state organizations. You are plotting to overthrow this government, and I leave it at that.
with due respect, I think you've been watching too much TV.
Like you.
Yeah. And
I have been following a pattern and I've been following a trend.
For the
I'm going
record-
to leave that, I'm going to leave it as it is.
No,
I'm
you
trying to
can't.
paint you a picture here.
Chairman,
Mr. Sullivan, I'm going on to my second question.
No, I have to finish dealing with your first question. And the reality of the situation is, quite simply, first of all, I don't know about any so-called book launch. It was a braai, and at the same time...
That was called top secret.
I don't know anything about any top secret. At the same time, it was the end-of-year braai, and by the way, there were nobody there.
With AfriForum, with DA, with the head of IPID.
Chairman, I'm trying to answer, and I'm being interrupted. It is not the right
Mr. Sullivan, you have lied too much this morning for me to still be giving you airtime.
There was nobody at that braai from the DA. There was nobody at that braai from AfriForum. And my understanding is that AfriForum have already opened a criminal docket of perjury against Cedric and Kabinda for sitting in this house and lying that AfriForum and the DA were present. And I can 100% guarantee there was nobody there from the DA and there was nobody there from AfriForum. And by the way, I would say 80% of the people that were there were African. So
from SAPS, from state organ that was helping you to plot against General Patlani.
Chairman,
I'd like to move on now.
The member is making this up as she goes along, and it's a farce.
I am not making up anything.
Absolutely.
I keep saying when I ask questions, it's not because I don't have the answers, or it's not because I do have supporting documentation.
Well, perhaps I can have the evidence.
When you stated this morning, you also again lied, and this is why my patience is up with you. When you stated this morning, you do not require SERA membership, right, as a forensic investigator. That's right, you said you don't.
If you're a certified fraud examiner, there's an agreement between SERA and the ACFE, which makes it clear that if you're a CFE, you do not need to be registered with SERA. However, because I've been registered with SERA since 19 whatever, I can't remember the year, I've kept my membership going in case, just in case, I decide to involve myself in security company activities. But I'm not involved in any security company activities.
Mr. O'Sullivan?
I do not give...
Mr. O'Sullivan?
Let me finish answering, please.
Mr. O'Sullivan, I'm done. I don't need an answer from you.
I would like to finish answering the question, because you're making false allegations, and then you're preventing me from answering. The reality is that there's an agreement between ACFE, a written, signed agreement, which was approved by the minister, which makes it clear that if you're a certified fraud examiner, you do not have to belong to SERA. However, I've kept my SERA membership going just because, but I don't need to be a SERA member.
Mr. O'Sullivan, SERA is the regulatory authority in terms of the law in South Africa. The ACFE is an American organization with a charter in South Africa. ACFE is not a regulatory authority. It's a self-governing association, like a stokvel, where you belong to. That is what you are referring to. It's a self-governing association. It is not a regulatory authority in South Africa.
That's your version of events.
No, that is the fact. You have to comply.
I have to tell you that you are wrong.
When you came into this country, our country, you have to comply and adhere to the rules and regulations of this country.
I comply with the rules and regulations.
No, you don't. You have violated. I know, I've seen. I know you are registered. We've got your registration. Company O'Sullivan, Brosman and Associates, you are registered. Registration date in 2012, you registered with SERA.
No, that's when the company was formed and I registered it. And the reason I registered it was because from time to time, I get asked to give security advice. That's the only reason.
Mr. Sullivan, you are registered with SERA, meaning that you need to comply with the SERA regulations. And as things stand, Mr. O'Sullivan, you have violated the entire code of conduct of the SIRA investigation, code of conduct. You have done investigations. You've used your own tools. Are you familiar with section 15 of the code of conduct?
I don't have it in front of me, and I don't have a photographic memory, so I'm not able to respond to that. But I can tell you, I don't have a security company, and I'm not providing any security services.
The fact that you are registered with SIRA binds you to the regulation. You are once again, I cannot believe you, you are once again lying under oath and cooking up your own justifications. Sir, you are refusing to adhere to the rules and the laws of this country that binds you. Everything that you have done in your plot to overthrow this government is against the law. You have misrepresented yourself to all the state organs and everyone that you have done business with. That is a fact.
I maintain that you've been watching too much TV.
If
it's
anything,
absolutely
sir,
wrong to come with this completely absurd allegation that I'm plotting to overthrow the government. I mean, I've never heard such nonsense in all my life.
Chair.
Honorable Ngola.
Chair, I'm rising on a serious point of order. I have been observing how the witness, it's for the third day today, responds or disagrees with sentiments put to him by members. In the 3 days that he has appeared, whenever he disagrees with what the member puts unto him, he refers the member to be watching a lot of TV, trying to insinuate that what the member may have been saying is fictitious. Even when it is fictitious, there is a respectful way of disagreeing with a member in whatever is put before him. I think it's time, Chair, that we reprimand the witness not to behave like this. Thank you so much, Chair.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Much of the things Honorable Ngola has covered me. We just wanted to raise that this belligerent of the witness before us cannot be tolerated. He's treating us with disdain. This attitude which I've spoken about earlier has to stop now, Chair. You know, I think it's high time that he respects this parliament. You know, for him, the only person who's right is only himself. Everyone is talking rubbish. Everyone is nonsense according to him. Hence, I said what I said earlier. When you deal with criminals, you must deal with criminals. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Paulo Sullivan.
Chairman, I must sit here and be called day in, day out, a criminal, a thug, a white supremacist, and I must just keep quiet about it. I'm just saying, I won't say she's watched too much TV. I will say, what you're saying is not true, it's fictitious. Thank you, Chairman.
So you are withdrawing the statement that
I withdraw the statement that the member watches too much TV, and I replace it with what you're saying is false and fictitious.
And you also apologize for having made that statement.
Of course, Chairman, I always apologize.
Okay. Can we proceed?
Chair, I'm going to conclude at that because I don't think it's even worth our time further probing Mr. O'Sullivan. I'm actually glad that it's come to an end. Again, I'm going to put it to you just today. Because I actually thought today you'd come and you'd come clean and you'll just respond. You lied about the purpose of the prize several times. There was inconsistency. You lied about knowing the owner of the house. You lied about having interaction with Khan. You said you just met him once. Recently, have you been having meetings at the residence at the Moti offices with General Sibia and Mr. Moti?
No, I've never had.
In the last 3 months, you haven't met any one of them.
I've not had any meetings with General Sibia and Moti at Moti's offices. So that's also another fictitious statement.
You lied about not being obliged to Sira. You just lied the entire morning. Mr. Sullivan, I say this and I want to put it on record. Every organ, state organ, if anything, when we make our submissions and recommendations at the end of this, should be barred from working with you. You have misrepresented yourself to this entire country, operating as an alleged forensic investigator. I leave it at that. Thank you.
Am I allowed to respond, Chairman?
You are allowed to comment on the statement.
Thank you. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa would make the claim that you are now putting forward unconstitutional, and I deny categorically that everything you've said is true. I've done my best and gone out of my way to use my memory as best as I can and recollect events over many, many years. This letter that's been handed to me now, I've only seen it for the first time. I've never seen it before, this 44-year-old letter. So at the end of the day, I cannot say that I came here to overthrow the government. Clearly, my record, if you go on our website and you look at all the other work we do, other than corrupt police officials, and you look at the work that we do there, at the moment I've got somebody that has a community property association where members of the community property association have stolen hundreds of millions of rand, and we've taken that case on voluntarily to help them get their money back. And those are not white people. They're poor people living in rural areas, Chairman. At the end of the day, I do the best I can. I'm not perfect. There's nobody perfect out there. And one thing I can say, with my head held high, I've done my best to try and make this country a better place for all citizens.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, honorable members. Can I check Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
Pardon?
Are you good?
I'm uncomfortable. I'm very much in pain, Chairman. But I'm listening.
Oh, okay. There are numerous witnesses who have come before this committee and have made statements or claims of your involvement or interference in the work or the operations of IPIT and the SAPS. Is it your submission before this committee that all those statements or claims are inaccurate?
Chairman, I stand by the submission that I've made to the Commission, to the committee, with all the evidence, and I believe that the evidence speaks for itself. Over 36 years, I have done my best to help in the fight against crime. And like any other situation, some of it might have been imperfect, but where I've made mistakes, I've tried to rectify them. I have in no way, shape or form attempted to take over IPID or to take over the police or to overthrow the government or to possess or own any instrument of government. I've just done the best I can.
That's what I'm checking. Are you saying that the statements or the claims that have been made about your involvement,
yeah,
your alleged involvement or alleged interference, are you saying that those statements are inaccurate?
100% inaccurate. And what they've done, Chairman, is part of a narrative to, in my opinion, this is my opinion, if I'm allowed an opinion, it's part of a narrative to distract the attention of this committee away from its real terms of reference, which is to get to the bottom of who is currently capturing the criminal justice system. And I can tell you for certain it's not Paul O'Sullivan.
Do you agree with me that with the answer that you have given, that these statements are inaccurate?
Correct, Chairman.
If the committee was to find that there is some veracity in one or two of the statements, you would have lied under oath before this committee.
Correct, Chairman.
Did you participate in the investigations of the late Police Commissioner Slevy?
That's correct, Chairman.
Did you investigate General Pathan?
That's correct, Chairman.
Who else in the SAPS senior ranks did you investigate outside of Slevy and Pathan?
So I can't remember all the names, Chairman, but there's quite a few. And this, when you've got a situation where there's corruption going on within the police, for example, there was a case last year, in fact it's now the year before, in 2024, where a police official and a prosecutor were arrested for selling a docket. And we put that complaint together. And by the way, we didn't take it to IPID. We took it to the police, to the head office of the police. And the matter was investigated. And that colonel in the police and that prosecutor, senior state advocate, were arrested and charged, and they're currently on trial for corruption.
Yeah.
So that there were many cases like that.
It's fine. Is it still your submission before us that the investigations on Slevy did not have anything to do with the frustrations that the Kuseleni contract had at the airport?
That's correct, Chairman. In fact, I opened the docket against Jackie Salebi for corruption whilst I was still working at AXA. And I took that docket to the Scorpions because Jackie Salebi was the chief of police. And the Scorpions said, there's insufficient evidence here. You'll have to find more evidence and come back to us. And a couple of years later, I went back.
Okay. And then the investigations on General Pathan, did they happen before you tried to coax him to investigate General Munro, or did they happen after you have sent him the emails?
Before, Chairman. And if you have a look at the statements that are contained within the docket, you will see that I had already been at Sable Hills Estate and obtained evidence before that time. But unfortunately, IPID was paralyzed for 10 months. So there was no investigation carried out by IPID. So I carried out the investigation myself.
And these generals, you were investigating them privately?
Pardon me?
You were investigating them privately?
Yes, under the auspices of Forensics for Justice. You know, there's a number of organizations, for example, Outer.
No, it's fine. I get that it was a private investigation.
Correct.
So before you start the investigations, isn't it a requirement in South African law that you obtain permission from the authorities to start investigations? If you do private investigation, or you can just wake up and say, Honorable Skosana, this is what I found about you, without him knowing that he's under investigation, if you do a private investigation.
So, Chairman, if we take the case of Forensics for Justice as an example, we have a hotline. It's 0800 118 118, and people phone in. And there's also an anonymous email service where people can send emails in. And we will get probably somewhere like 20 or 30 complaints a month. And some of those complaints are of such a nature that we just send it directly to the police, because we say, it's not,
no, in this case,
our focus.
In this case, you were investigating a police a senior officer.
That, as I said, Chairman, that was based.
So I want. Do you seek approval, or do you just intrude into the privacy of the person, and then later come with evidence and say, this is what we have against this?
No, we open a docket, Chairman. So what happens is we assemble the evidence and we open a docket. And in the case of...
I want to know, how is that evidence assembled? Is that evidence assembled with approval, or you just investigate a person without him or her not being aware that is being investigated? Well, and then the next thing, you have gathered evidence, you go to open a docket. How do you do it? Do you first seek approval from the authorities?
No, you don't have to seek approval, Chairman. For example, would you expect an investigative journalist to phone up and say, listen, I want to investigate this?
Let's not talk about journalists. We talk about, remember here, and this is what honorable members have asked you since this morning. We are what we call a constitutional democracy, where the rights of the citizens are guaranteed in this constitution. How do you violate, or where do you get the right to flagrantly violate the rights, the privacy of a citizen without him or her being aware? You are not a state institution. You agree with me?
Chairman, it's not violating the privacy of a person to open a criminal docket against them.
No, wait, let's not go to criminal docket. We still talk about gathering evidence before a docket is opened. If you can share with us, how is that evidence gathered?
Okay. So if I take, and we use the example of General Pashlane, we got a tip-off. A whistleblower came to us. We interviewed that whistleblower. The whistleblower in question is a brigadier in the police, and he came to us with evidence. So we took a sworn statement from him, and we packaged all that evidence, and then we decide, okay, let's see if this is true. I then reach out. By the way, I reach out to other people that he says will have further evidence. And that's how you put your case together.
By the way, when you say you reach out, you do that without the subject of investigation knowing that he or she is being investigated by private citizens in the country. Is that what you are saying?
That's correct, Chairman.
And then when you have gathered that information, you go and open a docket.
That's correct, Chairman.
And then when you were doing that, you are not doing that as an institution of state. You only come into contact with state institutions when you open a docket.
That's correct, Chairman.
So the act of investigating a person surreptitiously by a private citizen, doesn't it amount to flagrant violation of the privacy of that person?
I disagree, Chairman. If that was the case...
Okay, let me put it this way. If there is an allegation against me now,
yeah,
the police or through the prosecution, they will sit and evaluate the evidence that they have and then decide if there is a case that is prosecutable or not. And then from there, they can approach me. They are a state institution. We talk about you, who is a private citizen like me. Where do you get authority to move around gathering information about me when you are not an institution of state? You don't derive any authority from any law in this country, because if you have to do that, for instance, when you have to do a private prosecution, you can't wake up here and say, I'm doing a private prosecution. You must start by applying to a state institution for you to be given that approval to do a private prosecution. Am I correct?
There's a certain amount of investigation you can do to determine whether or not the allegations bear fruit. And if it appears that the allegations bear fruit, Chairman, a docket is put together, a draft docket is put together, and then it's opened, and then it's up to the police to continue the investigation, because we don't have the ability...
I don't disagree with you. You are right that you need to present a prima facie case.
Yes.
But how legal is the process of ensuring that you have that prima facie case?
It's allowed. And if it wasn't allowed, the crime levels in this country, Chairman, would be a lot higher than they are.
Okay. So you are submitting to us that whatever action that you would have taken in investigating the citizens of this country falls within the prism of the law.
That's correct, Chairman.
And you agree that if this committee was to find that you have flouted the law, you would have lied before this committee?
Well, I have to see what it is that they say, Chairman, but I don't agree that if the committee does that, I've agreed that I've lied. Because,
no, I'm saying, you are telling us now that all the actions of investigating the citizens of this country, your actions fell within the ambience of the law.
Correct, Chairman.
And then I'm saying that if it was to be the finding of this committee, there is concrete evidence available that you flouted the law, you would have lied before this committee.
Well, I can't pre-agree that I've lied to the committee, Chairman. I would have to see that document and listen to what's being said and if necessary, contest it. The reality of the situation is we act in good faith. When we get offered things which are unlawful, and it happens all the time, we reject it.
Okay.
If people offer us bank statements, I in fact had somebody come to me and ask me to do an investigation, and I said they would pay us to get phone records and bank statements. I chased them away.
Okay, no, it's fine. So you have repeatedly said here that some of the witnesses who appeared before us lied before us. Am I correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
So in the 4 days that you have been with us, there is nothing amounting to a lie that you said before us.
That's correct, Chairman. I've testified truthfully to the best of my ability. Of course, you know, I'm in my 71st year, so there may be some memory issues here and there, but I've done the best of my ability to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay. Advocate Mashura was here yesterday. He told us about a polygraph test payment that was made by you. Did you ever pay for a polygraph test where is General Mukoteli General Mkotedi was supposed to be one of those people going for the polygraph test, and he withdrew when he heard that the test was being paid by you. Did you pay for that?
Chairman, you would have to go back and examine the radio interview where Mokotedi made an allegation that I was in a process with, and by the way, his allegation is completely mirrored by what Cedric Nkabindi said. But his fake docket, which he had opened against me, alleged that I sat in a house in Bedford View with the DA, an AfriForum, and Robert McBride and others, and we talked about overthrowing the government. So I said on the radio, we're prepared to take polygraph test and we're prepared to pay for the polygraph test, so that he can't say, I'm not going to pay for the polygraph test. So I said to, and I was overseas at the time, and I said to my finance lady, contract one of these people, the polygraph people, and pay them to do those polygraphs. And as it turned out, he didn't go for the polygraph
What the
test.
committee wants to know is...
We paid for the polygraph.
Did you pay?
Not me, the company, the Forensics for Justice paid.
Is your company?
It's the non-profit company.
Is it your company?
It's not owned by me. If a non-profit company you have trusted, I was the founder.
Are you involved in that company?
Yes, I'm the founder of that entity. And
do you know what we call the South African Council of Civil Investigators?
Sorry?
South African Council of Civil Investigators.
I don't know.
South African Council of Civil Investigators.
I don't know about that.
And you are not registered. It's a professional body of people who do the kind of work that you claim to do. Are you registered with them?
Never heard of them.
You never heard of them?
No, Chair.
Okay. And then maybe the last question that I may ask you, which members would somehow have asked you. If you take a collage of the text messages that you have sent to either General Patani, to Nkabinde, to Mashura, and so on and so forth. And you look at how you threatened or intimidated them. Doesn't that remind you about what the apartheid authorities did to black people in this country?
Chairman, I don't think so. And if you take this collage in isolation to everything else that's going on at the time, which includes the massive breaches of my constitutional rights, if you put the whole thing together, you can't just look at something in isolation. But certainly, if you want to temper that, Chairman, you must look at, for example, the work that I've done in developing tourism in Soweto. You must look, for example, at the work I've done in developing business opportunities.
No, you are speaking in mitigation.
Not in mitigation.
Let's put
I'm
aside
saying
the
you have to
mitigation
look at everything together.
Look at the collage of the statements that you make against black people. For instance, it's you here. You want our sympathy when you tell us that.
Pardon me?
I say you want our sympathy when you tell us that you were arrested in a plane, the manner in which you were arrested, isn't it?
Chairman, I don't want your sympathy.
No. We are human beings. Even if you don't want our sympathy, out of our humanity and generosity, we can sympathize with you, like we sympathized in many occasions when you were in discomfort. What I'm saying is, you say to us that the manner in which I was arrested was very terrible. But you have the chutzpah, the audacity, to write a message to a person where you include his wife and maybe children by extension, who will become victims of your action. That I will come and sell your house, I will come and do this and that, I will have you for breakfast and I will still not be satiated.
As I said, Chairman, you have to look at everything in context. I don't deny some of these messages, but when you look at what happened that led to me sending such messages and what triggered that, you start to realize that actually those messages were lightweight compared to what those people did to me and my family. So really, at the end of the day, Chair, I'm not perfect. I'm just trying to do my thing. And to be honest with you, I'm in my 71st year now, and I think I'm going to throw the towel in because I'm actually gutful of all the 36 years of work I've done and what I'm got to show for it.
There is, where we, for the purpose of euphemism.
Probably?
The purpose of euphemism.
The purpose of what?
Euphemism.
My family.
Yeah, euphemism. When you say certain things in a better way, have you ever heard of what we call paternalistic herrenfolkism?
Paternalistic what?
Herrenfolkism.
I don't know that other word. Sorry.
You know the herrenfolk. The herrenfolk.
I don't know what is that.
God's chosen people, the herrenfolk. Paternalistic herrenfolkism.
I don't know about this, Chairman. It's new to me. I've never heard of this.
You never heard about it?
No.
Yes, it's an esoteric concept that is used to describe how the past where we come from, how white people regarded the blacks in this country as helpless people who do not know anything that they can do, anything knowledge, anything innovation, anything prosperity is white.
Yeah, no, I cannot possibly agree with that principle. And in fact, we've gone out of our way, me personally, to help people that are poor, and they're not white people, to help them to educate their children, to help them provide lighting in their homes at night with solar panels and a light inside, to help them have ablutionary facilities, to put on parties for their children. I can send you all the pictures. And when you see, we hire face painters, and we have and we get Father Christmas, by the way. We bring a black Father Christmas, because I didn't want them to have a white Father Christmas, and we're handing out appropriate presents for those small, poor children. So if you saw some of that, you will say, wow, that's not
my last question to you would be, the director of public prosecutions in a country, either in Ireland or in UK or in South Africa, who sees the messages that you send to a prosecutor or a minister of police who sees the messages that you send to their generals or to their police officers, or a president of a country who see those messages that you sent to the people who serve in the government which they lead, what should be their attitude towards such messages?
Well, Chair, it's like anything else. You have to exercise the audi alteram partem principle. And you need to take these things in context with the big picture. You cannot just say, okay, let's just analyze these messages. You have to look at what triggered that. What happened before that? What happened after it? And I'm saying, Chairman, that the audi alteram partem principle must apply. Because if it doesn't apply, then you have a kangaroo court. And,
yes.
and that cannot be allowed.
Yes, so maybe your last comment should be to this. If at the end their conclusion is that you are a bellicose agent provocateur, what will be your comment?
My comment would be, it's very disappointing that you have arrived at that conclusion because it fails to recognize the truth. And when you have people parading before you who haven't been properly interrogated, who haven't been able to actually, if I was able to cross-examine some of those people, I would have actually been able to expose their lies. But it is what it is. It's not a court of law. It's a parliamentary ad hoc committee. And I guess at the end of the day, I expect that somebody on your committee will find me guilty of treason and have me executed and hung at dawn. But the reality is, Chairman, I've been a loyal citizen to this country since I came here. So I thank you for giving me the opportunity to address your committee.
And you still maintain, by the oath you took, that all the evidence you have given here is truthful?
That is correct, Chairman. Thank you.
Advocate Arendse. Maybe before, can I check? Honorable Skosan.
Chair, I just wanted to remind you as well that when we left the other chamber, there's matters which are outstanding. And you said you're going to give us.
Yeah, no, you will comment on those matters. We must finish this part.
Thank you.
Advocate Arendse or Advocate Mkhize.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, a number of the questions that we had have been covered. We're just going to wrap up with this last section, probably 3 questions. Okay. Mr. O'Sullivan?
Are you sure it's 3 questions?
Yeah, I've got them here. It's just,
okay.
Yeah, what we've been doing, Chairperson, it's not asking questions for the sake of asking. It's looking at Mr. O'Sullivan's affidavit and seeing that his evidence is fully covered. So these 3 sections just speak to that questions. But everything else has been covered. Mr. O'Sullivan, do you need a comfort break?
No, I'm in a lot of pain. A comfort break isn't going to help. We've reached a stage where I'm in a lot of pain, Chairman. So if we can just do the questions quickly, I will sustain.
You see, let me tell you, the whispers that I got from my members, which are informal, is that you need to allow Advocate Mkhize to ask you those questions. Because let me tell you, if you leave without her having asked you those questions, it will appear like there is something that you are running away from.
I'm not running away, Chairman.
Yeah.
I'm just in a lot of pain, and I ask if we can move on quickly.
We sympathize with you. We are human. We know the values of compassion and solidarity, and we very much respect you as an elder. Let's run very quickly. Advocate Mkhize. Can we run quickly?
Chair, if you need to move to the next item.
Run with the questions.
Mr. O'Sullivan, I would like to just piggyback on a question that you were asked by the chairperson, and this relates specifically to infiltration at IPID, and where you can find that it's at paragraph 147 of your statement. You don't have to open it.
Okay.
I'll just put the question to you. From paragraph 147 to 154 of your statement, you deal at length with your involvement in investigations at IPID. And according to your statement at 147.1, your work within IPID was in the period 2016, whilst Mr. McBride was the head of IPID. And were there any investigations that you did in that period besides that of investigating Mr. Pahlani?
Oh yeah, lots of
Within IPID. Can you name a few?
PRASA. We carried out a corruption investigation at PRASA. We carried out a corruption investigation at Transnet.
And is this all through IPID? IPID, no.
That had nothing to do with IPID.
I'm asking specifically about IPID.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
So it's the question that I'm asking is in relation to infiltration at IPID.
Yeah.
And in your statement, you deal at length with the investigation that you conducted.
Yeah.
With investigators from IPID.
Yes.
And the only example you give is in relation to General Pahlani.
That's the
My
only
question
investigation.
I have is there any other investigation that you conducted?
No, Chair.
Was it IPID? So it's only
no.
General. Okay, thank you. I'm covered. The second question then relates to after Mr. McBride left IPID. He testified that he left in 2019. And a lot of your testimony had to do with that you assist in investigations where there's political corruption. Did you conduct any investigations with the new head of IPID after Mr. McBride left?
No, Chairman.
So you've never done any other work. It was only limited to the period with Mr. McBride.
Not the whole period of Mr. McBride, but that period pertaining to the General Pahlani investigation.
Okay, I'm covered. And then the next question that I have is, one of the things that you looked at in your investigations at IPID was a contract that had to do with a grabber or spyware.
I wasn't involved in that. I never had anything to do with
You didn't look at that contract?
No, I had nothing to do with that, or the contract. I knew nothing about it.
Okay. You testified that you were aware that there was a grabber that was to be purchased.
You're talking about the 45 million rand?
Yes,
story.
indeed.
Yeah, I got that from the newspapers.
Yes, I'm saying that you also looked into that. You looked into that contract.
No.
You did not.
Never saw the contract, never knew anything about it.
Okay. My follow-up question would have been, did you also look at the contract where General Sibiya purchased spyware for the city of Johannesburg?
Never had anything, no knowledge of that except until I heard it in the media.
Okay. The third issue has to do with the Mabula team. Yesterday, Advocate Advocate Mashucha testified that it is common that when a senior official is being investigated or is conducting an investigation that relates to them, that they would use investigators from a different province. General Musikidi also confirmed that juniors don't investigate seniors within the rank. So my question around the Mabula team is you say that it was unlawful for the Mabula team to do the investigation on behalf of General Pahlani regarding his Sable Hills home. And the two generals, the general that testified, as well as the advocate who's in Mashucha, they both testified that there's nothing uncommon about that. That is exactly what happens. You assemble a team from a different province in order, because of the sensitivity of that investigation. Do you have any comment to that?
Well, I think it's possible, but my comment wasn't about where they were from. It's about what they actually did. And they went out with a counter-investigation. So they were only set out to stop the investigation into General Pahlani. That was their only purpose in life. And in order to do that, they targeted everybody that was involved in the investigation.
However, what they were dealing with was in relation to your investigations at General Pahlani's house. So it was very related. It was not remote.
So I made the point, Chairman, that they created a fictitious story that there was a threat to a security, and that's what launched the investigation. It later transpired there was no threat to the security, and in fact, a report had been issued that there was no threat to the security. So what they were really doing was a counter-investigation aimed at destabilizing the investigation against General Pahlani. And unfortunately, they succeeded, because he wasn't eventually prosecuted on that. He was prosecuted on some other cases which we had nothing to do with.
Okay. The last question, thank you that you are still seated. The last question is regarding Mr. Chauke. And Honorable Vessels asked you about the work that you did, having been commissioned by Advocate Chauke regarding the National Commissioner. That would have been the lifestyle audit that you conducted to provide a report, whether to see that the candidates that were up for nomination were suitable to be the National Commissioner.
The brief was not to see if they were suitable, but to determine whether there were any skeletons in the cupboard that could cause problems later.
Okay. And the only thing that I seek to do with that is that you've given evidence to that effect and that you had a brief. Who was the brief from?
Bajani Chauke.
Bajani Chauke.
And I've made point of the fact that he's since denied it, but the reality is there, and I've got the emails.
Are you able to provide that email to us?
He didn't ask us in writing. I sent the report to him, and I said, as requested,
yes,
here's the report.
Are you able to provide that report to us?
I can forward it to you.
Thank you.
I think I may have forwarded it already, in fact.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, thank you.
I am in a lot of
Thank you so much. Let's do like this. No, there is one last matter. Please, just bear with us, Mr. Just one last. Can I see? I'm allocating one speaker per party.
Oh dear.
Yes. No. That's how we're going to deal. Can I see if you want to? Because listen, honorable members, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has sent us his apology about.
I'm in a lot of pain, Chairman. A serious amount of pain.
Yeah, no, we agree with you. In part, Honorable Ngola and Honorable Malema have spoken to some of the issues they want to raise with you. Can I identify members who want to speak on that item? Honorable Ngola, Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Bangazita, Honorable Malema, Honorable Sols. 5. Yeah, one member per party. No less than 5 minutes. You can't go beyond 5 minutes. We still have another witness who is coming. Honorable Ngola.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think you forgot to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Tsie and the MK Honorable Muzwai.
Let me recognize the presence of the following members. Honorable Ndlela, thank you so much and welcome. Honorable Masina, thank you so much and welcome. And Honorable Lizie. The witness before us is Mr. Paul Robert O'Sullivan. And we want to thank you so much for being part of this proceedings. Thank you. Honorable Ngola.
Thank you, Chair. No, just 2-3 issues from me. Mr. O'Sullivan, you say in your letter you were gravely in pain and you had to leave on that day.
I'm in a lot of pain right now, Chair, and you know what I have requested.
No, I'm asking about that day.
Yes, I've requested that my medical condition be kept confidential, but I was in a lot of pain then, and yes. I'm in a lot of pain now.
Yes, that's why we have kept it confidential, and that's why we only use pain. So, but when you left here, you said you are catching a flight.
Correct, Chair.
So this is a contradiction of what you said. We have a video of you leaving the house. Remember, yes, these cameras all over the chambers.
It was both. It was both the pain and the fact that I had a flight. And we can go into detail, and we'll be here for another.
No, but why is the flight matter not properly covered in the letter of apology?
I disagree that it's not properly covered. Oh, dear. I'll read what it says here. Matter of timing. This is on page 5 of the letter. Following on from the above, I place below the following extracts of the transcription of the discussions at the committee concerning my agreed departure time. And the chairman states, Honourable members, this is Mr. Robert Paul O'Sullivan, who's going to be with us from now until 1 o'clock. And then he carries on with some other stuff, and he says, we'll hand over to legal counsel to conclude with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, and then we will release him at 1 o'clock. So
yeah, but the email you wrote.
Please let me finish.
No, I'm saying, no. So wait, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Please let me finish, because it says here, at 12:25, when I was already starting to feel lots of pain, I stated the following. O'Sullivan, I need to go in 35 minutes to go to the airport. Chairperson, yeah, so that somebody else says he has a flight to catch. I said, I have a flight to catch. So you're saying that I didn't mention about the flight to catch?
No, let's go there. It's not properly covered. Because you also do not attach any travel details around your traveling.
Well, as it happens,
and also you have written you have written an email to the evidence leaders, and you said you must leave not later than 14 hours. When did your flight detail change?
So if you have a look here again. We're going to be debating this for a very long time. I've given the communications between myself and the evidence leaders. And I said here, good morning. And this is now the message I sent to the evidence leaders on the 26th. Good morning, and the good news is that I managed to get a few hours sleep, and I will see you at 0900. I need to leave no later than 1400 for the airport. Exactly. Let me finish, please. Underneath that, I said NB. There was a typo in that message. It should have read that I needed to be at the airport by 1400, which would have meant leaving by 1300.
No, it is my take that the typo explanation.
Mr. O'Sullivan, you know you have been reprimanded since this morning that you don't have to shout at.
I know, I'm just in a lot of pain, Chairman.
Yeah, we understand, but just for you to say it the way you have said it now.
I'm sorry.
Apologize. Look at him
I'm
in
sorry.
the eye and apologize.
Look at me, please. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Okay. Is your last minute?
Yeah,
now?
it's my last point, Chair. Look, my view is that this apology is just a damage control for the mess you have caused for yourself, because even the pain you are talking about, you'll recall that in the first appearance, we had allowed you to go because you were in pain. So it would have been sensible for you to raise the same concern with the chair, then we would have made the same arrangement. So there is no such a thing as a pain. You are just doing a damage control for what you have done. And in our view, you were completely in contempt of Parliament, and therefore you are going to suffer the consequences of your actions. Thank you.
If you can create space for the conversation to have eye contact.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. No, Chair, I think as the first point, I agree with the latter speaker. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, what we have done has never been done even by the state president. Even when the president is under a hostile environment in Parliament, they've never done what you have done to us, because they understand the constitutional mandate of Parliament, and two, Parliament is the highest organ of state. So you did the unprecedented. The apology that you wrote to us, I agree with the latter speaker, that is nothing but a concerted effort to escape liability for your actions. And that apology can never be enough up until you apologize to South Africans, because Parliament is a democratic institution which is constituted by representatives of the people. So you provoked many South Africans on that day. You did not only provoke us, because this is the people's parliament. We are here for the people who are carrying the mandate of the people. So we'll never accept any clandestine apology. An apology must be submitted to the people of South Africa, not to us. I'm giving you this opportunity, and if you choose to swallow your pride, that is not going to take the criminal aspect, the offense that you committed on that day, because you committed a criminal offense. But now I'm giving you an opportunity to swallow your pride and apologize to South Africans for undermining their institution like you did. I'm giving you that opportunity.
Chairman, I made the apology in writing. I've read out that aspect of it this morning. I'm happy to say that I apologize to the whole country, not for undermining Parliament, but for leaving at the time I did and in the manner in which I did. But I do not believe, despite your assertion to the contrary, that I committed any offense. And that's it in a nutshell.
No, I think you have done what I've requested you to do. For your previous appearance, how much did you claim from Parliament?
Pardon?
For your previous appearance, I think you are appearing for the third time now, correct?
Yes.
For the previous appearances, have you claimed for the recent appearance?
I've not claimed. I only claimed for the first appearance.
For the first appearance, how much did you claim from Parliament?
I think it's about 80,000 rand.
For one appearance?
No, that was for 2 days, 3 nights in a hotel during Indaba Week. Indaba Week, Chairman, there were no hotels available. So in order for me to be at this Parliament, I had to book the only hotel that was available. And it's not a 6-star or 9-star or whatever hotel. It's a 3-star hotel. And they had 2 empty rooms, and I grabbed those 2 empty rooms. And they were 10,000 Rand per night, per room.
That amount must never be paid to you from the taxpayers' money. There must be a minimum amount, and you must never receive any special treatment. The same amount that has been paid to the previous witnesses who have appeared here must be paid to you. In fact, you must be paid the lowest amount. Your amount must be rated in accordance with the lowest amount that has been paid to previous witnesses. You were not coming to a honeymoon here. You were coming to Parliament to assist our investigation. So we're going to write to the Speaker that no amount of 80,000 should be paid to you. Thank you very much.
Honorable Malem.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. O'Sullivan, I don't think that, like the previous speakers, your apology is really genuine. Because after you left here, you went to media houses and said you'll only come back here if we stop calling you a sellout, a thug, a spy, and all manner of things. And that was after you left, where you had an opportunity to self-reflect. You didn't do that. And I don't blame you. It is in the nature of who you are, a typical white male who feels is superior than the rest of us. And you displayed it here the same way you displayed it every day, the same way your subjects and targets for investigations in their majority were black males in the senior positions, because we have no regard for black people. And you looked at us here and said, no, none of these people is going to tell me anything. And that's what makes the allegations that we wanted to overthrow the state more legitimate. Because what you did that day was to overthrow the legitimacy of Parliament. You were eroding the authority of Parliament. And had we not taken a firm stand, this Parliament was going to be rendered useless and toothless because of you. And if this Parliament is not going to act on you so that no molecule after you comes to repeat what you did, no one must ever, ever come to this Parliament and behave the way you behaved. And we can only do that if we act on you and act on a white male who behaves like he's untouchable. Then everybody else will know that that Parliament will bite you if you go there and undermine it. And with those few remarks, Chair, the EFF reject your apology. It's not an apology. It's an afterthought of a racist that wanted to undermine the authority of a democratic institution called Parliament. And you wanted to erode its authority, and you successfully failed. Because we'll never allow that. We're not going to allow that the white males must continue to do what they've been doing previously during apartheid government. You displayed white arrogance, white supremacy, and we watched it in action. And you need to know that that which you did reflects exactly what happened at Flag Plus. And you confuse this Parliament to be like a Flag Plus, as if you didn't go is in charge and we are subjects and arrested in that farm. We're not in a farm here. We're elected by our people. Whether you like it or not, you have an obligation to respect the will of the people, because this Parliament is the will of the people. So you must find it in you that the new South Africa does not have a room for that kind of behavior of white males who are racist in nature. Thanks, Chair.
Do you have any comment on that statement?
None whatsoever, Chairman.
Okay.
I'm not going to dignify that statement with a comment.
Point of... Again, Chair, we don't need anything that, you know, this arrogance again is saying is not going to dignify. What are you not going to dignify here?
Being called a white racist.
No, yeah, racist, yes.
Okay.
No, wait, Honorable Skosan. Wait.
No, but he must retract that, Chair. What he said to the honorable members?
No, wait. What do you mean when you say you are not going to dignify? You mean that the statement that the honourable member has made is undignified?
Absolutely undignified, Chairman.
What moral basis do you use to determine that the statement is repugnant?
I totally disagree with being called a white racist.
Yeah.
Apartheid.
Is it difficult for you to say, I disagree with your statement, and to say, I can't dignify that statement?
Okay, I disagree with that statement, Chairman.
Okay. Honorable Bangazita.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think my colleagues actually have covered me substantially on what I had wanted to say. Safe to say that there is also an aspect which actually leaves me very much concerned when Mr. O'Sullivan actually referred to all of us, members of Parliament, as crooks. I know that he tried to apologize on that comment, but it's lingering in my mind because it was, to me, an expression of his innermost, thinking about what he sees in front of him as members of Parliament. To him, he does not see members of Parliament. He sees, a group of crooks, as he actually had said. And I really take great umbrage at that. I'm struggling to forgive him on that one, unless I see genuine retraction of that statement.
What is the recourse you are seeking, Bangazita, from the witness?
I don't think that it actually warrants just a mere sentence of saying, well, I apologize. There has to be some kind of demonstrable, remorse on that one.
Can you make that request to him to show the demonstrable remorse that you talk about? Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, the honourable member says you have not been demonstrably remorseful. You know where this statement comes from. When we met with you last week, it was raised here that you have called members of Parliament crooks, and during the proceedings you later said some. And the reason why he's saying it is that after you left the proceedings, when you did an interview with ENCA, you said, after you have apologized, when you got out of the door, you apologized, like you made an undertaking that you'll apologize. But then after apologizing during the course of the interview, when there was a horde of media houses around you, you said that you apologized because you wanted to make peace in the house. And then further went on to say, I don't have time for crooks. I have a plane to catch.
I wasn't referring to members of the House as crooks, Chairman.
Who were you referring to when you said, I don't have time?
I can't remember at the time, but if it's been read that I was referring to members of the House as crooks, then absolutely I retract and apologize for that, because it wasn't.
That's exactly what I'm saying, because you were with us.
Yeah.
You say, I don't have time for crooks.
Yeah, I think somebody
I have a plane to
Chair.
catch.
I think somebody made another comment, Chair.
That is why the honourable member says now, because we are here, all of us, you are not saying it to the media. Nobody must hear you out of context. You just look at them and say, Honourable Souls, Honourable Malema, Honourable Matheis, Honourable Mwango, up to Honorable Sokanyile here, you say, I want to apologize for those statements, because he says there is no demonstrable remorse.
Chairman, if it's been read that way, I absolutely retract and apologize to everybody for that comment. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Sols.
Mr. Sullivan, when you walked out in the last meeting, was obviously very disappointing. Furthermore, after that, you wrote to me 3 emails. In one of the emails, you spoke about my colleague and shared with me the membership declaration form of Honorable Skosana. And I'm sure you wanted me to deal with it here. Secondly, you shared with me, you praised me, and then you shared with me you joined the ANC and left when President Zuma became president, and then you joined the Democratic Alliance, and you're no longer sure about them, and so you're choosing to vote for the mighty Patriotic Alliance. Now, the reason why I never responded to you is because I wanted to do it face to face. I wanted to let you understand. The reason why I didn't respond to you was 2 things. One, I wanted to preserve the integrity of this committee and show you that even us has integrity. 2, I wanted to show you that I'm a little Busman boy that doesn't need affirmation from anybody. And I'm not doing what I'm doing for claps. Mr. O'Sullivan, I want to remind you all the good work that you've done. Your arrogance and display of arrogance takes away from the focus on what you really do. But it's your choice. I urge you again, put your breastplate of righteousness in place. I leave you with this scripture. Pride comes before the fall. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Look at me, because I'm now going to be biblical. Last week, Thursday, when you left the proceeding, 3 times I called you, and you thrice ignored me. 3 times. Mr. Paulo Sullivan, Mr. Paulo Sullivan, Mr. Paulo Sullivan, 3 times being called, thrice ignored. Do you want to apologize to the chairperson for not having heard that?
I absolutely, I didn't hear it, Chairman. I'm sorry.
The microphone, they say they can't hear you.
I absolutely didn't hear you calling, Chairman, so I apologize for not hearing you.
Okay. Look, we have come to the end of the proceedings, and I'm going to give you a chance now to say something between 1 and 5 minutes that we are concluding these proceedings in a very ceremonial way. And I want to hear what is your feeling.
What is my what?
Your sentiment.
My sentiment, Chairman.
Yeah, what is it that, I mean, from the first day you came here, remember before you came here, there was a lot of furor between you and us. Hey, I will not come there, I will not appear before this and that. So now we are at the end of the proceedings. We have had 4 days with you. And today we have an opportunity to conclude the proceedings the way we are doing now. And it will only be fair if there are members you want to thank the legal team, you want to thank so and so, you want to thank Bonani, it's your opportunity.
Okay, Chairman.
Yeah.
Obviously, I thank Bonani. I thank the Parliamentary Protection
The microphone.
Obviously, I thank Bonani. I thank the Chairman. I thank the evidence leaders. And I thank the Parliamentary Protection Services for taking care of my security arrangements. And really, Chairman, at the end of the day, I believe that you have to carry on with your work and produce a report and do what you want to do. But it would be totally misguided to say that I've captured the criminal justice system or that I try to overthrow the country and all those other things. But be that as it may, I can't stop you from doing what you have to do. And I would thank you for now allowing me to go because I'm in a lot of pain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we are going to do this. We are going to take a 20 minutes break as we prepare for the next witness who will come here at 20 minutes to 5. And I'm going to request Mr. Paul Robert O'Sullivan and Honorable Mandla David Skosana to walk each other outside, hand by hand, side by side, walk, stepping toe to toe, so that the Honorable Skosana, yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Chair, we note that the pain has already went off now already.
Members will come back at 20 minutes before 5.
It's also been hugely entertaining. And I mean, that is why people hang on to every single word of both, the ad hoc committee and the Madlanga Commission. And understandably, some, listen, everything's important, but some testimony is just so much more gripping that people do not want to miss a word. They do not want to miss a beat. Right, so as you've heard, they've adjourned. They'll come back at about 20 to 5 and we'll pick it up again, right? In the meantime, you, as always, know this. I encourage you, therefore, to drop us a voice note. We bank it and we play it when we can, like right now. So you can do that. You can send us a voice note right away. In fact, you can even call in, make it like ASAP. To call in, it's 086 000 2032. And then voice notes. Save these numbers permanently. Sure you have 0614 104 107. If you're up to tweeting, use that hashtag the National Pulse when you tag SAfmRadio and tag myself. So I wonder, all things considered today with Paul O'Sullivan, what for you's come out of it? What has been the highlight? What has been the low light? I'm talking of today. And has your perception of Paul O'Sullivan changed? I say this because just some witnesses just connect emotionally better with all of us. Good or bad, they just do that. So what do you make of it? Let's play some of those WhatsApp comments.
How's it, Ashraf? Really ridiculous committee. They're going on and on that the man must apologize to the committee members for calling them crooks and all kinds of things they must apologize for. But they don't apologize for calling him a racist, calling him a spy. They never apologize. So, you know what? This is just a waste of time. How is him apologizing to those members of parliament going to help the country? How does it help the country? What does it do for me and you as a taxpayer if Paul O'Sullivan apologizes or doesn't apologize to the members of parliament? If it's his opinion that they are crooks, that's his opinion.
Okay, that's telling. I mean, some have said like they're pushing it too much, like too many apologies, get on with it. Or not.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the SAfm listeners. This is Incognito in KZN. You know, when I listened to Paul O'Sullivan, when they were asking him what powers were vested upon him to do those, investigative work, I can only think of, investigative journalism. Yes, or even citizens' arrests, things like that. But it never had the powers. And I didn't comment about this last week. I didn't think it would be relevant. But when he told the honorable member to go and pay his debt that he owes to the bank, I knew that would come to bite him. Thanks, Ashraf, Incognito.
Thank you so much for that. What did you make of the chairperson saying at the end himself that O'Sullivan and Skosana must not just shake hands, they must walk each other out? They didn't actually do that, by the way. Was that pushing it too far?
Good day, Ashraf. This is Jambas speaking, Jambas. Ne? I'm listening to the Madlanga Commission. I don't know how to describe the MPs. I'm Jambas. I don't know how to describe them. They are grilling that poor man. The guy say he's sick. He's got pain. Even the chairperson, they just carry on and carry on. I'm really ashamed of our MPs going on like that. They should really do introspection. I'm Jambas. I don't know what to call them. Thank you.
Okay, Jambas, not Mamba Jambas. I got that. Well, listen, I hear what you're saying. Younger, not to be confused with Jambas. Younger in Cape Town High.
Mr. Ashraf.
Yes, how's it, man?
Yeah, no, firstly, I want to apologize, to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan of what he had to go through today. It was not nice to watch, I mean, you can't say an old man, who's 70-something, who told us before that he has a spinal cord problem, and he tells us that he's in pain, and you dispute that. What kind of nonsense is that? I mean, really, I was disgusted, to watch the behavior of these MPs. And I don't know if it will assist us, because it was just, a show of the egos, and either way, whether Mr. Paul O'Sullivan like black people or hate people, that's not part of what they should investigate. So really, they are wasting taxpayers' money, and I'm really
So just the last thing, do you find, I mean, look, the facts are the facts. That's the testimony, and that has to be tested, right? None of it is proven right now. But do you find that when the MPs, for example, are too critical of Paul O'Sullivan, then your sympathy shifts towards him?
Yeah, no, you can be critical with respect, and with facts on the table, not with your emotions. For God's sake.
All right, you've made your point, Younger. Thank you for that. Younger saying, come on, guys, don't do that.
Good day, Ashraf and the SAF listeners. I'd like to commend the chairperson of the ad hoc committee, Mr. Soviet Lekhanyan. The way he resolves conflict, it's really, really commendable. Yeah, he's I think there's something to learn from him, from people like him, how to resolve conflict. I'm looking at what is happening now in the world, in the Middle East and the Gulf. If we had people with that type of thinking, I think we'd be at peace. Thank you.
All right, interesting. You said good job in resolving, but in doing so, I mean, I think he certainly attained peace today. Definitely so. But did he also go too far at the end? Like he's really pushing him to say, final thoughts, go ahead, walk each other out. Do you think that's too far, too much? Or is that all completely irrelevant?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I, Ado Committee, bunch of losers. They are an embarrassment, these guys. This one's Kosana is worse. I don't know what she's doing there.
A bunch of losers. I don't know when I heard that regarding a bunch of losers. Here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. Ashraf, where is Mbalula? Where is this guy Mbalula? Why is he so quiet? Where is Mbalula? This potential appearance on Madanga or head of committees opens a bottle and put him inside and close it tightly. Where is he? Okay, it's Ramatidis on Botaville. Thanks, Ashraf.
Okay, so where is he? Well, okay. I can't answer that, but I understand your concerns. Where is Mbalula? Okay, let's get... so we will rejoin the ad hoc committee again just now, but right now it's time for the news headlines. It's 4:30.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Action SA MP Darlene James has accused private investigator Paul O'Sullivan of having plans to overthrow the South African government. He's appearing before Parliament's ad hoc committee looking into national security concerns. Volkswagen South Africa is recalling over 25,700 VW Polo vehicles sold between February 2025 and February this year. The National Consumer Commission has confirmed that the recall is to correct the handbrake fittings. And the EU's chief diplomat says countries in the Middle East have told European officials they are concerned about the risk of civil war in Iran. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Rose.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N3 northbound in Bedfordview slow moving on the link to the N12 east at Giluli's interchange. Perth Road southbound in Hurst Hill is where a crash is reported on Portland Road, and on Cedar Road, a crash between Fourways Boulevard and Witkoppen Road. In KZN, a stationary vehicle on the N3 northbound after Peter Brown interchange, a stationary vehicle on the N2 southbound after Umgeni Road, and on the N2 northbound in Amadzimtoti, there's a crash near Dickens Road. In Cape Town, the M3 Philip Gosana Drive outbound queuing towards Hospital Bend. The N2 outbound slow moving towards Bunga Avenue, and Viking Way in Epping is slow moving at the N7. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Duming Khapele.
So to me, the Minister of Sport making the point that, hey, we are here if Morocco is not going to host it. We are here. 2 weeks, we'll get it done. But it's not happening in 2 weeks' time.
It's not happening in 2 weeks' time because the Confederation of African Football has announced that the Women's Africa Cup of Nations has been postponed and will now take place from the 25th of July to the 16th of August. In a statement, CAF said that the decision was taken due to unforeseen circumstances and that the change will help ensure a successful tournament. And the competition was originally scheduled to kick off on the 17th of March. It's a developing story, and we'll definitely continue keeping a close eye on it. Meanwhile, Orlando Pirates head coach Abdeslam Moadu has raised concerns about the state of the pitch at Old Peter Mokaba Stadium following their hard-fought 2-1 win over Polokwane City in the Betway Premiership clash last night. The playing surface at the venue has been under scrutiny for some time, with concerns over player safety and injuries and little visible improvement despite ongoing complaints.
The only things that I can say that it's a bit disappointing not to play in a fantastic stadium next to that one, because the PSL is the best league in Africa, and I think when we play such a game, professional game, we need to put the players in the right condition, because today I think the pitch didn't allow us to play properly. We could have some injuries as well, and I think it's not good for the football. It's not good for the fans as well, because the fans, they want to see nice football. Today the pitch didn't allow us to play good, nice football.
Elsewhere, Tottenham Hotspur host Crystal Palace tonight in a London derby that carries pressure at the bottom end of the Premier League table. Spurs are 16th on the log, needing points to ease growing concerns among supporters, while Crystal Palace sit more comfortably in mid-table 14th, but still have ambitions of pushing towards the European places while making sure that they stay clear of the relegation fight. Kickoff is at 10 p.m. Just keeping an eye on India and England. India currently on 160 for 3 after 13 overs. It's the ICC T20 World Cup semi-final. In terms of netball, South Africa's national netball team head coach Jenny van Dijk has welcomed the growing number of South African players securing international contracts in 2026. More than 20 players are currently competing in leagues abroad, including the Netball Spur Super League in the United Kingdom, Suncorp Super Netball in Australia, and Jamaica Netball Super League. Now, Van Dijk says that the international exposure is encouraging, but stressed that establishing a professional netball league in South Africa is key to raising the standard of the sport. In swimming, South Africa's top marathon swimmers are set to converge on Marina Martinique in Jeffreys Bay this weekend for the Mbombela Concession Company SA National Open Water Championships, with national titles and junior international qualification places up for grabs. Defending champion Callan Lotta heads in as favourite, while Hannah Nielsen and Matthew Caldwell and rising star Troy McWilliam are among those that are looking to challenge. On that note, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Do you find, just a quick question, that India playing against England today, of course, we would have played the winners in the final on Sunday. That's not going to happen. But do you find, from your personal point of view, it's taken the gloss of the World Cup for you? Like, you're less interested now in that semi-final than you would have been if South Africa were going to play on Sunday?
Of course, ideally you want your home country to be competing in the next round, but unfortunately for us...
But then it is like a World Cup final. So what I'm saying, because you're talking about the 2026 World Cup football, and we're talking about 100 days to go, right? And yeah, we have an actual final like Sunday.
We do have an actual final Sunday. New Zealand versus India or England.
Well, there we are. And
This February, love the shows that keep you guessing. Every case tells a story. Every clue brings you closer to the truth. From shocking twists to unforgettable investigations, Homicide returns with seasons 3 and 4, where justice is hard-won and nothing is ever simple. Because loving what you watch sometimes means leaning into the darkness. Homicide seasons 3 and 4, weekdays at 12 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
Using Scholar Transport comes with responsibilities. Every learner has a role to play in keeping themselves, their friends, and the driver safe. Stay seated and behave responsibly. Avoid shouting, pushing, standing, or moving around inside the vehicle at any time. Think safety first. Remember that safety starts before the journey begins and continues until you are safely off the road. Good behavior saves lives. Your actions matter. Issued by the National Department of Transport.
It's all about meat-free meals on Color Your Plate this Sunday evening at 7. 4 contestants compete to prove that a midweek family meal can be hearty, nutritious, and full of flavor, even without the meat. With a steering from a previous season watching closely as guest judge, the stakes are high. Who will earn their approval and cook alongside them in the next round? Find out on Color Your Plate Sundays at 7 p.m. Repeat Saturdays at 4:30, only on SABC2.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, there's some significant results regarding the interims for First Rand. To give us all of that and more, here's Makwe Masilela from Makwe Fund Managers.
Yes, Ashraf, the guys have seen record profits, and that is coming from fees and commissions, and growth when it comes to loans boosted their revenue. Ashraf, their non-interest revenue up 12% because of sustained momentum in the insurance business and a significant rebound in the performance of their global markets unit, and further private equity realizations lifted fees and commissions. Net interest income up 7.7%, driven by improving loans growth, and that is from their lending books in SA, broader Africa, and the UK. Profit as headline earnings per share up 11%. Ashraf, markets were initially encouraged by stabilizing of oil markets, but when it started to surge, that sparked renewed concerns over the inflationary impact of the Iran conflict. China set their economic growth target at the lowest since 1991, and market participants looking ahead to the US February job numbers tomorrow. And Iran vowed to escalate its retaliation against U.S. strikes as the conflict entered its sixth day. And on the other hand, the stranded travelers are learning a hard lesson that the insurance won't cover replacement flights and extended hotel stays. Market participants have tend to have some patience when a war starts, but the patience fades away when they realize that the conflict will likely persist and generate a substantial inflation shock driven by higher energy prices. Oil prices continue to extend their weekly gains as there are no signs of de-escalation, and highlighting fears of supply disruptions from the key crude producing regions. Brent crude is up 3% at $83 a barrel. Yellow metal hit by profit taking with dollar strengthening after recent gains, with the escalating Middle East war supported safe haven appeal. As we're talking, gold is down 0.5% at 5,112. Also platinum down 0.5% at 2,150. Global markets resumed their fall as global yields advanced on rising fears of higher inflation, with the JSE giving back all of yesterday's gains. We are now down 0.9%. Oil industrials are up. The rand weakened 1.4% against the dollar, 16.55, 22.09 against the pound, and 19.20 against the euro.
Thanks for that, Makwe. Appreciate it. We'll connect with you again tomorrow. There's an hour of the market updates coming up with Jimmy Moyaha at 6 to 7.
This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30, making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom, and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution. It must be lived, protected, and upheld every single day. Join SAfm as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change, and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAfM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, we'll get to the ad hoc committee as soon as we can with diverse opinions and views. But we got a call from Cape Town. Timothy, hi. Timothy, you're live.
Hi, Ashraf.
Yeah, Timothy, how's it?
Thank you for taking my call.
It's a pleasure. Right, go for it.
Yeah. Yes, no, my concern I just want to address the chairperson.
Yeah.
Oftentimes he's a little bit too much. No, he somehow asks the people to come and dance on the floor if they don't see eye to eye or take each other out. Maybe it's just his way of diffusing the situation and bringing everything back to normal and just understand the process. But sometimes it's too much.
Sometimes it's so, too much. Okay. Well, again, we have, thanks for that opinion. There's more, okay? I understand that they're coming back. Thanks for that, Timothy. I want to get some more, but they're coming back to address, the committee itself. It means by extension to all of us. We'll do that right after this.
The Morning Brief.
Did you sabotage a plan that you pretty much steered and controlled by making an immediate demand for the repayment of that 11.7 odd billion rand?
The only problem that we see when it is black people in the lead in saving white-owned businesses, people disrespect us and think that we are thieves, and that is nonsensical. The deal that we have done is similar to what Elon Musk does. If it's Elon Musk, they applaud him to say that he's smart.
That's Robert Gumede, one of the shareholders in the Vision Sugar Group.
Tulasizwe Simelane on the...
But before you do that, you must be under oath. Before we administer oath, I want to read the following to you, that you have been invited before this ad hoc committee, which has been appointed to investigate the allegations that have been made by the Provincial Police Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal Province, General Ntantla Mkhwanazi, that the information or evidence that you are going to give here shall help the committee in its oversight and investigative work. It investigates, amongst others, number one, alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, the PKTT, or NPKTT. Alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS. And number three, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within the SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, political interference within the work of the SAPS. Ms. Trent, in extending his invitation to you, the chairperson of the ad hoc committee has indicated that you may provide information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. And please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to do so in connection with the subject matter of this inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or even damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or any place outside Parliament except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to an imprisonment not exceeding a term of 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect, oath or affirmation?
Oath.
You have elected to take an oath. May you please follow me as I dictate. You shall say I and state your names in full.
I, Sarah Jane Trent,
swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
And so help me God.
Thank you so much. You are sworn in.
Thank you.
I will come to you. Advocate Mkize, can I check how many hours do you need in the presentation of evidence?
Chair, at most, I think it will be 2 hours, but probably less. The statement is really short.
So we can say between now and 19 hours?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Before we start, Honorable Mukhalaka.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to tell the witness that she's sitting on a chair that is for special people. So, but she swapped before. It happens.
I noticed.
So if the staff members can remove that chair, because it comes with trauma.
I can imagine.
On a serious note, I'm going to leave at 6:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I thought I must register my apology.
Where are you going?
Going to the EFF.
Okay, you have organizational commitments.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Any other apology that needs to be recorded? Okay. That permission is granted, Honorable Member. That time when it comes, if you feel you should leave, you are allowed. Mrs. Trent?
It's Miss.
Are you fine?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm fine, thank you.
The person that you look at is Advocate Mkhize. From my table here is just to wish both of you good luck in the presentation of evidence. And if we can be done by that time, 19 hours, it will not require us to extend hours like we did last night. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Trent, do you have your affidavit in front of you, your statement?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We'll just go straight into it. At paragraph 1 of your statement, could you please tell the committee about your current professional standing, including the affiliations that you have? It's just basically paragraph 1 of your statement.
Yeah. I'm an attorney on the non-practicing role, which means I don't act for anyone in court or practice. And I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Fraud Examiners. Yes, and I have my own business. I'm a sole director of SJ Trent Pty Limited.
And when did you join? When did you start your own business?
I think it is here somewhere. Okay. Please forgive me. 10 May 2023.
Okay. And what does your business do?
I provide services as a certified fraud examiner, which is if a client comes and they've got an issue with fraud, theft, some legal issues that where they need someone to look into it and see if there's any relevance or if they have a prima facie case. So, for example, the client wants to, in a civil case, wants to know whether it's reasonable to go to court to continue suing someone, but they want to know, do they have the funds, or if you suspect that they are laundering money in order to evade, I would then have a look and investigate that and give them an opinion of whether they have a case or not. That's just one small example. But sorry, I'm rambling. I will try
That's
not
fine.
to do that.
That's sufficient. From paragraph 3 all the way to paragraph 7 up to paragraph 6, you set out your educational background.
Correct.
And at paragraph 4, you say that, paragraph 3, you say you matriculated in 2002.
Correct.
And you attach your CV, and is that the most updated CV that you've attached?
Yes, it is.
As STJ1.
Correct.
Okay. And then in 2003, you would have then started studying. You completed a marketing degree from Stellenbosch College at Boland.
No, it wasn't a degree. It was, I passed 16 subjects. Okay. So you've got your N4, N5. So it was basically a 16-subject merit certificate, not anything to...
Equivalent to a diploma, possibly.
Possibly.
Okay.
That's why I put merit certificate instead of diploma, because it's technically not.
Okay. But then you subsequently studied toward your law degree.
Correct.
And you obtained that in 2013. That's at paragraph 5 of your statement.
Correct.
And then you then started articles at paragraph, it's much later in your affidavit, but what I should do is, just for the sake of completion, is at paragraph 7, you detail the various certificates that you obtained after obtaining your LLB degree. So that would be 7.1. You became a certified fraud examiner.
Correct.
Which you've somewhat explained, and it deals with what you do in your current business.
Correct.
Okay. And then you've also done the usual courses that are done as a person who's doing articles to become an attorney. So that's detailed at 7.2.
Sorry to interrupt. This is actually, I think they brought in this new rule where all advocates and attorneys have to do this course.
Okay.
So this is what this is. When I was an article clerk, I did I think it's legal practical training.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Okay. And then finally, you say that in April, you completed a course in evidence for decisions from Harvard Kennedy School.
Correct.
Okay. And then we are now at paragraph 8 of your statement. And that deals with the background, your career background. You started working in 2008. And you did various jobs from 2008 up until 2011, when you then officially started your articles.
Correct. Or I went to a law firm.
Yes. And that's because you were. You say that at paragraph. At paragraph 8.3 that you were working while you were studying.
Correct.
Okay. So from paragraph 8.3, you say that in July you joined John Walker Attorneys to assist with the Pomodzi Group. Can you explain what your role was there, and how did that role turn into your training?
Okay. As short as possible.
Yeah. We are at 8.3 of your statement.
Okay. So, John Walker Attorneys, the law firm, acted for the liquidators of the company, and I apologize. There shouldn't be Pty Limited after Pomodzi Gold. You know, I've been through it.
Yeah.
Objected. So it was actually a public company. There was the insolvency issue and liquidation of Pomodzi Gold, and they needed someone to do quite a bit of the grunt work, carrying files, going through information and sorting it out. So I had the online interview, I think it was on the Wednesday, and I was on a plane the next day. It sounded like a really good opportunity. And so it started off in the inquiry. You have all the bank statements, and my principal, John Walker, said, make this make sense. Go through it, and that's what I did. So I followed the money in a sense, and that's, I think, where I got that, I found that sort of hunger to investigate or look into things more than the legal work or in a law firm. So that's...
And then you subsequently did your articles?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then John Walker offered me to do articles with him and to stay on, and that's what I did. And then I did 2 years there.
When did you leave?
It was... I know it was around 7-8 April. Do you want to get that? I think I have I put it in here?
You at 8.3. 8.3 of your statement.
Oh, is it not here? When I left. So it would have been 2014. April 2014.
Around 2014. Okay. You've been invited to give evidence in respect of your time that you spent at Paul O'Sullivan. You say so in Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. And at paragraph 12, you set out the basis of the invitation. Would you like to read that into the record?
The ad hoc committee has requested me to provide evidence in relation to issues and allegations raised by General Pakhlani in his testimony before the inquiry and those that allegedly implicate Mr. O'Sullivan by virtue of having been in his employ at Forensics for Justice. I'm informed by the evidence leaders that, in his evidence, Mr. Pakhlani informed this committee that I accompanied Mr. O'Sullivan and IPID investigators to his Sable Hills home in 2017. As a result, this led to the allegations that IPID had been infiltrated by Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and by extension by me, who also accompanied him to Mr. Pakhlani's Sable Hills home.
Okay. That I just, that provides context as to why you are here. Now I'd like to take you back to 8.4 of your statement, and we will start from there. So at paragraph 8.4, you say that from February 2015, you assisted Paul O'Sullivan on a pro bono basis for Forensics for Justice NPC, I think. How did you meet Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
So I sent him my CV. I think it would have been maybe 3 days prior or 4 days prior. I thought, what have I got to lose? I'm interested in investigations. Someone suggested to me, why don't you just send your CV? So I did, and
sorry, you went a bit too fast.
Oh no, I sent him my CV, yeah.
So you were at this point you'd completed your articles, and were you working?
You know what?
Or were you just seeking new employment?
I completely forgot to add one place that I worked in. If may it's not in my affidavit, but it wasn't for very long, so I've completely forgot to add it in.
It's okay. We can make
apologies.
It's okay. Sarah, we can make that amendment. Where we are now is at paragraph 8.4 of your statement. And we're dealing with your employment in 2015 at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates.
Yes.
And the question that I've just put to you is, if you could just tell the committee, how did you meet Mr. Paul O'Sullivan? And you can just take a step by step on how you met him and how you got to work for him. Yeah.
Okay. I sent him my CV, and I can't remember exactly what was in the email, and his PA gave me a ring.
Who was his PA?
Gigina.
You can...
Sorry? Her name is Gigina.
Gigina.
Yeah.
Okay. So Gigina, you sent an email. Did you know Paul O'Sullivan before? How did you know to contact him?
I'd had coffee with a friend of mine, and I was saying, I really like investigating. It's in a law firm, I don't think it was a good fit for me. And she said, well, why don't you send your CV to Paul O'Sullivan? And at the time, I didn't have a job and doing free online courses in a coffee shop. So I thought, well, I've got nothing to lose. And so his PA called me and said, can you come on Saturday morning and meet Paul? And so I did. And he said, well, he doesn't have... not looking to employ anybody, but he does have certain pro bono work that he does. So he would sort of, if he needed me to do anything, he would pay me an hourly rate. I didn't work from the office. It would be from home, and then I would send him what I'd done and the hours that I'd done. And then...
Okay. So my next question to you is, if you could just then maybe describe the work. Did you join him immediately after you met him that Saturday?
No.
Were you meeting him for the first time?
I'd met him for the first time.
Okay. And then when did you join after that conversation, after that first meeting on the Saturday?
So if it was the Saturday, then we had another meeting the next day on the Sunday. And I can't recall exactly, but it would have probably been like a briefing on, what I would do.
Okay.
And then the Monday, I think, was the 2nd of February.
Okay.
And so I had, what I needed to do. And I think at some point I went to the office either that Monday or that week to meet the staff and be introduced. But I didn't go into the office every day or anything.
Okay, so please describe the work that you then undertook for his organization and its mission and what it basically stood for. That you can find where we are now is at 8.4 of your statement. You don't have to remember at the top of your head.
Sorry?
I'm saying you're at 8.4. I'm just directing you where we are.
Yeah.
So could you describe the work that you undertook for the organization? It's
from beginning to end, or just from when I started?
Based on what you say at 8.4 of your statement.
Basically, as over the years, and as I sort of saw what was happening, we saw a lot of what happened in corruption in the criminal justice system, and so we would open cases and try as much as possible to expose it, and I guess get people to do something about it.
If we take it line by line,
Sure.
at your statement at 8.4,
Yes.
you say that you did work for him on an ad hoc basis. So does that mean that you did not have a permanent contract to work for him?
Sorry, are you talking about from 2 February?
So you say on 2 February 2015, I'm still at your statement at paragraph 8.4. Nowhere else, just only at 8.4.
Yeah, I'm there.
And if you can read it in. The question,
that'll be much better. Thank you.
The question is relating to that paragraph.
So I could just read this in?
Yes.
Okay. On 2 February 2015, Paul O'Sullivan used my services on an ad hoc basis to assist him with some of his pro bono work, which he did under Forensics for Justice, NPO, a non-profit organization that identified elements of the criminal justice system that had been captured by criminals or politically corrupt individuals that serve unconstitutional agendas with the aim to protect connected criminals from corruption charges. Through the use of forensic investigative methods, Forensics for Justice is able to expose corruption in those who act corruptly, promoting transparency and accountability, and inevitably protect scarce public resources.
What were your responsibilities?
For Forensics for Justice?
Yes.
So each case would come about in different ways. So either you would have a whistleblower that came to sit with Mr. O'Sullivan, and he would listen to what they say, and if they had documents, he would have a look and see, is this something that we can put together or expose or open a case, and that's sort of how it would come about. It would generally be on something that we already had, where there would be someone that had come and given something, but I don't want to sort of admit that's the only.
You can give an example. I mean, what typically did you work on? You said you worked on an ad hoc basis for Paul O'Sullivan, for Forensics for Justice.
Okay, no,
and for Forensics for Justice? That's where we are. We are at
I understand, but remember, I did Forensics for Justice. This ad hoc work was from 2 February until May.
Yes.
And then I was employed at Paul O'Sullivan. Yes. So I'm just getting confused, if you just bear with me.
So on 2 February, when you joined on an ad hoc basis, which entity were you doing work on an ad hoc basis?
That would have been for Paul O'Sullivan and Associates.
Okay. In your statement, you say you did services on an ad hoc basis to assist Paul with pro bono work, which he did under Forensics for Justice. Yes. So you've read that into your statement.
Yes.
And my question is, just typically, what kind of work did you do? Give me an example of, if you can give the committee an example of what work was being done by you on an ad hoc basis for Forensics for Justice.
I think at that time it would have been research.
Okay. So when you joined?
Yeah, because I wasn't able to access certain things, so it would have been research or putting things into a spreadsheet or something like that, kind of.
Okay. And you then subsequently, we're now at 8.5 of your statement, because we're moving step by step. You then subsequently, on 1 May 2015, officially joined Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. Is it fair to say that what you had been doing earlier for the first 3 months was perhaps on a probation of sort?
Yes, okay. I would say that.
Okay. So then when you joined Paul O'Sullivan Associates, Pty Ltd,
correct.
What sort of work were you doing there? What was, just typically give us an assignment that Paul O'Sullivan and Associates would do, and if you could also make a distinction between the work that was being done by Paul O'Sullivan and Associates versus what was being done at Forensics for Justice.
All right. So there were 2 other directors at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates who were running their sort of own project, so to speak. So I was sort of if they needed anything, then they could ask me. So it would be research or putting a document together. It was almost like a candidate attorney kind of a job. And then on the Forensics for Justice, it would have been the same thing. So if I was asked to do something, so I didn't have my own case or anything like that. It was research this or put a file note together I don't even think I sat in meetings at that point.
Okay, but you were already a certified fraud examiner. That's correct.
On the 1st of May 2015,
yes.
No.
You were not?
No.
Okay. You testified that you were interested in forensic work and your friend told you about Paul O'Sullivan and Associates because you had already been doing fraud, like that kind of work.
Well,
had you received a certificate? Have you done the course? No.
No.
Okay.
No. I just found it more interesting, and it was something that sort of stimulated my brain a bit more. I can't really explain it, but so
at that point, essentially, you had joined without having done the exam yet, and you were basically doing work on an ad hoc basis, similar to a candidate attorney, whatever was required in the firm, research, you would basically take care of it. And you didn't have, what was your specific role?
Sorry,
your position.
it's all in my affidavit.
Yes. We are at 8.5.
Legal. It was legal researcher was the title that I was given on the.
Okay, so because you make a distinction between these 2 entities, your monthly salary, once you became permanent, who was it paid by?
Paul O'Sullivan and Associates.
Paul O'Sullivan, okay. And the work for Forensics for Justice was purely pro bono?
Correct.
Did you have to record your hours?
Correct.
Okay. And then on the 31st of March, we are now at 8.6, you say that you became a director
of Forensics for Justice.
Yes. So how did that move happen from you having been doing work on a pro bono basis for Forensics for Justice, and then you became a director a few years later?
Mr. O'Sullivan asked me if I'd like to become a director of Forensics for Justice and Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, and I accepted. I'd been there for 6 years, so I think I didn't see any issue.
Okay. We can now move on to the business of the day, which is why the committee has invited you to come and give evidence. We're going to jump a few pages, just a couple of paragraphs, and those paragraphs basically deal with what the work of this committee is, as you would see at paragraph 15. Not paragraph 15. If you go to your statement at paragraph 9, it sets out the work of this committee. So there's no reason to have to go through it specifically. So we are now at paragraph 17.
Yes.
Yeah. You testified that. Well, you didn't testify, but you stated that the committee has called you because of the work that you were doing whilst you were at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, particularly the investigations that you conducted regarding Mr. Patlane's Sable Hill home. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Patlane testified regarding you accompanying Mr. O'Sullivan and IPID investigators to his Sable Hill home. In what capacity did you attend Patlane's home, General Patlane's home?
As Sarah Jane Trent, employed by Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. It's the capacity I went.
So you were, and what was the purpose of the visit?
It was, so the matter was opened the late Mantle Mahlangu and Timani Binang were investigators. And so usually what we do is just brief an investigating officer on a matter. And we just went to show the house, or sort of the scene of the crime, which was the house, and because that was basically the crux of the corruption allegation. Sorry,
it's okay. We can just break it down into
please,
into smaller questions. Yeah. If you look at paragraph 17 of your statement, you say that some of the work that you were doing at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates included forensic investigations, compiling criminal dockets, forensic reports, advice on evidence, and assisting branches of criminal justice system in investigations, providing litigation and support in fraud detection and prevention services.
Correct.
Now, that is a mouthful, so we need to break that down. And the question that I've asked you was in relation to the work that you were doing at the time at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. One of the projects that you were doing was investigating assisting IPID in its investigations, and particularly into General Patlane. And the question that I have for you is, at paragraph 18, rather, let's not have a question first, at paragraph 18,
yeah.
It's headed Investigations into the Previous Acting Commissioner, Police, General Patlane.
Correct.
And if you can read paragraph 18.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. On 9 November 2016, Paul O'Sullivan and I met with two IPID officers, the late Mandla Mahlangu and Timani Binang, had requested our assistance in the initial stages of this investigation. I was satisfied that in terms of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, Act 1 of 2011, the IPID Act, they were entitled to receive assistance in their investigations and were entitled to provide this assistance that they request. This included informing them if and when we had any new information, carrying out forensic report checks on persons of interest, desktop research, and consulting from time to time. And then I set out the section.
Okay. If you can just perhaps pause there, and then now we'll take it step by step.
Okay.
Now that you've remembered what you said, that statement.
Yeah, if you could just remind me to read from you.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm just wasting everyone's time mumbling.
Okay. So earlier in paragraph 17, you tell us that you were assisting various branches of the criminal justice system. Which branches particularly were you assisting?
If I can explain. So when we assist a client or in a pro bono matter, we open a docket. And if there are certain people that we think might have information or a witness, we'll give them a call and say, look, we're investigating this, or we'll have people come to us and open the docket with the police. And then you get obviously a CAS number, and an investigating officer is then appointed to the case. We then contact them and say, look, if it's a client, we'll say, we've been mandated to do this. Please let us know if there's anything you need from us. We are whatever. And the same thing with the Forensics for Justice work. So when I say branches, there would be, the NPA, okay. would offer assistance, but not guide them.
Okay, so you did work for the NPA. That's the one criminal system, the one justice. Okay, and what else? Which other government or law enforcement entity did you do work for?
So I didn't say we did work for the NPA.
You assisted?
We said, look, we are certified fraud examiners. We were mandated to open this matter, if it's for a client, but on Forensics for Justice, as Forensics for Justice, please let us know. These are the services that we do normally provide if we know that the state is under-resourced.
Okay, while still on that example, on the NPA, not that you did work for them, you would assist them, so you introduced yourselves as an entity that does forensic investigations, and what came out of that introduction with the NPA? Did you have to assist them in any operations?
No. Okay, so this is quite literally what we would do.
Mm-hmm.
I'd call them up or send an email and say, hi there, if it's a client, we were mandated by the complainant to assist in the investigation up until the time we need to open the docket. We are certified fraud examiners, and if you need any assistance, please let us know. That's pretty much exactly what we would say.
And then what would
then follow up.
Yeah. What would
when I say the NPA, it would be, that's exactly what it was.
Okay. Let's work on an example, taking it step by step. So you would then approach the NPA and say to the NPA, we offer these services. We have a client. We can assist.
No.
Okay.
We never. No.
Okay.
Quite literally. Hi. We've assisted a client, or as Forensics for Justice, to open a matter. We have the capacity to do these things as certified fraud examiners. If you need anything or feel it is appropriate to ask, please let us know. Here's our card, or quite literally, that is it. It wasn't, we want to run the case or
yes, no, I haven't said that.
Sorry.
I'm also not insinuating that. I'm just trying to run with your evidence, as you said. So I'm just piggybacking on what you've said earlier. And where I am now is that if we can just park at the example of the NPA, because I'm just looking for an example, right? And so you've testified that you would approach the NPA, and if I can read your words verbatim, we've assisted a client to open a matter. We have capacity, and if it is appropriate, please let us know how we can assist. The next question I have for you is, what would then come out of that offer?
Nothing. Normally, I mean, I've done a lot of cases, but
just
nothing.
On the NPA, because I want us to just use the one example. I'm going to go to the next one after this. So on the NPA, what would the NPA then say as a response?
I can't recall a time of it coming. What's an example?
So while you think about it, this is all in line with what you've said at the previous paragraph, that you were assisting branches of the criminal justice system. And,
I know it's
and so the statement is quite vague, you know, and it doesn't actually detail. I'm just asking about that, like if you can just give examples of the branches of the criminal justice system.
Okay, and then with
that you assisted in investigations.
Yeah, that's basically what would happen. But usually with the MPA, I mean, they don't need any assistance. So it was, and it wasn't every case.
Yes.
So, for example, I'll give the example of Paklani. I don't even know who the prosecutor would be.
Okay.
You know.
So who was investigating General Patlani?
IPID.
Okay. Would that be now where you are at paragraph 18? So before we get to paragraph 18 and we deal with the specific example of General Patlani, I was just perhaps asking this question, if you can assist the committee on, you know, I think from line 4 of paragraph 17.
Yeah.
Those would be your roles and responsibilities, what your role entailed within Paul O'Sullivan and Associates.
Correct.
Okay. So if you could then maybe flesh out for us, what is it that you were doing? But the question is more linked to assisting branches of criminal justice system and investigations. Perhaps if you can tell us what you mean by that.
I think there's nothing really more. It would literally assist a client in putting together a criminal complaint. We would then assist them in opening a criminal case. Either the client or we would, depending, get the CAS number. They would then get an investigating officer and would communicate with the investigating officer and say, like I said earlier, if you need any, most of the time, yeah,
okay.
Not really.
Maybe you can just list them without giving examples then. You can just list the different branches of the criminal justice system that you assisted.
So
okay.
SAPS,
yeah.
IPID, and then the NPA. But I mean, that was like really nothing. It was purely...
So those are the only branches of the criminal justice system that you were referring to in that paragraph?
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I can recall, what other?
I don't know. I'm not really sure what the work does. Okay, that's
sorry.
okay.
You know what? Actually, I should have been a bit more clear in that statement. I was just quite rushed, and it kind of I got it from a previous document, and I thought maybe rather copy and paste it. So I'm not. Sorry for causing any.
No, you're not causing anything. Ms. Trent, your statement, together with your oral evidence, together with your oral submissions, form part of your evidence. So what you may have left out, as you will see, the committee members will also invite questions of clarity where it's unclear, and all we are doing is going through your statement paragraph by paragraph, and you have a moment now to explain to the committee what it is that you meant. So it doesn't really matter that it's not in here.
Okay.
You can now tell us in evidence.
Okay. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. I forgot to add a place that I worked as well before I went to Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. It is in my CV. Yes.
You've mentioned.
I forgot.
Yeah.
Oh, did I? Oh, we just didn't go through it now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because now we are past that stage. We are now at the stage where you are working for Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. Okay. If we can then go to paragraph 18. At paragraph 18, you talk about the investigations into the previous acting commissioner of police, General Patlane. You've read the statement into the record. So if I can just maybe ask specific questions. Could you recount how Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, or perhaps Paul O'Sullivan and you, became involved in IPID investigations?
Well, it was just this. This was a criminal complaint made with IPID.
By whom?
By Mr. O'Sullivan. He laid that complaint. A rather serious complaint against the head of police for South Africa, for the nation. And yeah.
And this was in November 2016.
Are we sorry, if you can...
It's in your statement. We had paragraph 18. We had paragraph 18. We haven't moved.
I understand.
Yeah.
You asked me about investigations with IPID, so that...
You've answered. You said it was the only investigation.
Yes.
I have here that this was a criminal complaint by Paul O'Sullivan in November 2016.
Can I just read this?
You've read it already into the record.
19.
Yes. No, we're not at 19 yet. We're at 18. Okay. What type of assistance did you provide for IPID at IPID's request?
We did searches. I did a lot of desktop research. So, and then it would be a sort of a file note on media articles or social media things, or go on Twitter and see what's happening. And it would be just a file note, and I would then send it. And then certain searches. So if they were doing an investigation and it led to something, I would do that.
Okay.
And
from whom did this request come?
So it would come from one of the investigators.
How did you meet? How did you get into IPID? That's the question I asked when we started. Like, how did your involvement, how did Paul O'Sullivan and Associates get to be involved with IPID?
Okay, so in February 2016, Paul O'Sullivan, under the auspices of Forensics for Justice, gave a complaint to IPID. I was involved in some of the interview with the whistleblowers and that. And then I believe nothing happened at that time. And when Mr. McBride got back to IPID as the ED, I went to meet an investigator that he'd appointed, the late Mandla Mahlangu.
Okay, before you met Mandla Mahlangu, how did it come about that you knew that Mr. McBride had not been at IPID and he now was back at IPID? Like, I just want you to just tell the story on how did Forensics for Justice or Paul O'Sullivan and Associates get involved at IPID? Like, how did you meet?
Can I ask a favor?
Yeah.
Can we go in bite sizes, because it's quite a long story and I feel like I'm not...
it's your evidence, Ms. Trent. You can take it. I'll switch off my mic.
No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying.
I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean you need to give your evidence.
Okay. And then when Mr. McBride was back, and knowing that he, had a reputation for, being against corruption, Mr. O'Sullivan said that I should give Mr. McBride a call and ask if we can chat to him about our docket against Mr. Baklani at the time. And he said, no problem, you can meet the investigating officer.
So it's Mr. O'Sullivan who introduced you to Mr. McBride. Did he know him prior to asking you to call him?
He knew him, but I don't know for how long or what the relationship was.
Yeah, just whether he knew him. Okay, so you then called him when he was back to basically get to investigate, to assist in the investigations of General Pahlani.
Correct. Look, it was a lot of, it was, I would say, a bit of a complicated matter. So what we usually like to do is meet with the investigating officer and go through what we've done and put in the docket when we've opened the docket. So we'll say, okay, go through the statement and the evidence and everything and sort of brief them on it.
Okay. So then you called Mr. McBride, and what happened next? Did he invite you for an interview? I mean, a meeting? You can just tell the story.
Then I can't remember I don't remember how I got to the meeting. I just remember I went there and he said, this is Mandla Mahlangu. He's going to be leading the investigation. Hi, nice to meet you. And then I left. Mr. O'Sullivan was not there.
Okay, so that's how you would have met Mr. Mahlangu. What was Mr. Mahlangu at IPED?
I don't know that they have ranks or anything like that, but he was a senior investigator, I think.
Senior investigator, okay. So in your statement, you say, now at the end of paragraph 18, you say, I was satisfied that in terms of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, Act 1 of 2011, they were entitled to receive assistance in their investigations and were entitled to provide this assistance at their request. In terms of which provision exactly? You say in terms of the IPED Act, which?
Yes, this section.
Okay, you can tell us which one, and you can read it in, the one that you rely on.
Okay, the functions and investigative powers, section 24, subsection 1, an investigator may, subject to the control and direction of the executive director or relevant provincial head, exercise such powers and must perform such duties as are conferred or imposed upon him or by or her by or under this act or any other law, and must obey all lawful directions which he or she may from time to time receive from a person having the authority to give such directions under this act.
So you rely on 24.1?
No, I'm reading this whole 3A for the purpose of an investigation made.
Yes, Ms. Trent, you can continue.
Oh, okay. 3A, for the purposes of conducting an investigator may direct any person to submit an affidavit or a firm declaration or to appear before him or her to give evidence or to produce any document in that person's possession or under his or her control, which has a bearing on the matter being investigated and may question such person thereon. 3B, an investigator or any person duly authorized thereto by him or her may request an explanation from any person whom he or she reasonably suspects of having information which has a bearing on a matter being or to be investigated.
So, Ms. Trent, are you basically testifying that you're relying on section 24.1, 24 subsection 1, 24 subsection 3, B and 4, those provisions? That's what you rely on for being able to assist a law enforcing agency
Correct, at their request, yes.
Okay. And it's all those provisions that you rely on? No, you can respond.
Honorable James.
Chair, I'd just like to get clarity. These provisions that you reference here, are they not for IPID?
Yes, this is the IPID Act.
And this forms the basis of the work you do?
No, it is that they can request assistance from us. So, sorry. If I can just have 1 second.
Take your time.
Thank you.
Basically, what the question is, Ms. Trent, if I can assist Honourable James, is that you have said in your statement at paragraph 18 that you rely on these provisions for the basis of assisting IPID. And the question is, which provision exactly do you rely on, and why is it applicable to you or to Paul O'Sullivan Associates to be able to assist in IPID work?
Yes, that they believe that we can assist.
No, the provision. Yeah.
Okay, sorry,
Take your time.
So,
perhaps Honourable James, Chairperson, Honourable James has asked the question. Can we perhaps continue and then give the witness an opportunity once she's had a time to think about it?
I'm fine with that, Chair. Let's move on. Thanks.
No, Chair, we're not moving on. Chair, we're not moving on. She must point in this thing that she has attached here, where they say IPID can ask for assistance. She must go there. This was attached by her after reading it and after being a non-practicing attorney. She told us it's that. So she should know how you quote the law. She must go to where it helps her, because there is no such a thing here.
So
if I...
Are you able to respond to the question?
Sorry, I'm unable to concentrate. Yeah.
Are you perhaps at 3B of the provision?
Yeah, so basically what this means is that if they need assistance, they can ask anyone to assist. Okay, let me rather, an investigator may request an explanation. Okay.
Okay. At 3B, Ms. Trent, it reads that an investigator or any person duly authorized thereto by him or her may request an explanation from any person whom he or she reasonably suspects of having information which has a bearing on a matter being or to be investigated.
Correct.
Would you like to expand on that?
No, I think that
Have some water. We should have
So basically, my understanding is that if they need assistance in something, they can ask for it lawfully, and they were allowed to do so, and there was no issue with that.
Perhaps it will become apparent as we move on. We are now at paragraph 19.
Just
Okay.
wait. The two honorable members there, Honorable James and Honorable Malema. Let me take Honorable Malema first.
Now, I want us to agree with the witness that what she has quoted here is not helping what she's saying. She says they can ask for help legally and all of that. It's a matter we can debate. That's fine. But in terms of what she's quoting here, there is no such a thing. And she has to agree that this quotation is not saying what she's saying. But that legally they can ask for assistance, maybe the way Advocate Walo is saying it, as we go along, it will come apparent that they can ask for such a thing. But where we are now, 24.1 and 3A, 3B, and 4, all of that, there is no relevance to what she's saying. And she needs to concede that before we proceed.
She does not have an answer to the question. Ms. Trent.
Ask her if she agrees with me that this does not speak to what she's saying.
I disagree, but I think it would probably be up to you to decide at the end of the day. It wouldn't be for me to...
Quote where it says what you are saying. Quote it here. Is the purpose of putting of cutting this thing and putting it in your affidavit was precisely to make reference to it. Refer to where it says what you are saying.
What the honorable member is saying is that this committee is not dealing with facts, it's dealing with evidence. Yes, it is a fact that IPIT may ask for assistance. But where is the evidence in law that provides for that fact or that substantiates? If you say you went to IPIT because they have requested you to assist, the honorable members are saying IPIT is a government institution regulated by law. There is national legislation that regulates the operations of IPIT, including it as an organ of state. So where is the provision in national legislation? That's what they want to hear from you. If it is not on the document, but you know it is section 26, subsection 7, refer them to that provision.
Would you like an opportunity to respond?
Honorable James, do you want to make an addition?
No, Chair, I'll get back to this when I question. Ons kan nie bloed uit 'n klip uitslaan nie. Ms. Trent is unable to answer and respond. Let's move on.
Yeah, before Honorable Ngola.
No, Chair, I was going to say I think completely Section 24 of IPIT Act is irrelevant to the point, but even the subsection 3B that she's relying on explanation is also irrelevant, but we can expand that when it's our turn to ask questions.
Yeah, but before we proceed, can she concede that she does not have a provision in law to back the fact or the statement that she made here?
Can you just repeat the question?
The question is what the honorable members have asked here. Which provision in national legislation governing IPIT are you relying on to substantiate your statement? Are you able to help Advocate Mkhize?
Ms. Trent, what the chairperson is asking you is, at paragraph 18, you say that you were empowered, well, not empowered, those are not the words you use.
Empowered.
Let's use the words that you use in your statement. At paragraph 18 of your statement, you say you were satisfied. The third line, you say, I was satisfied that in terms of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Act, when you say they, you mean Mahlangu and Binang. Those are the investigators from IPID. And you say they were entitled to receive assistance in their investigations and were entitled to provide this assistance they request. So my understanding of this paragraph, you can comment from this. My understanding of this paragraph is that you're saying once you met with Mr. Mahlangu, you satisfied yourself that you were able to assist with the work of investigations that they were doing as investigators at IPID. And for that, you rely on the provisions that you've pasted at page 9 of your affidavit. Now, what the chairperson and the two honorable members have put to you is which provision exactly were you satisfied with that you could, which provision do you rely on for the basis of being able to do these investigations based on what you've pasted based on the provisions you've set out at page 9. And there are four different sections that you set out. Is there any specific one that you remember right now, or would you like to deal with that as we go along? Or are you conceding that these provisions do not apply to you?
As I understand this is that if one of the IPID investigators requested assistance, that it would be lawful and that we would be able to give assistance. And that, and I interpreted from the purposes of conducting the investigation may direct any person.
Where are you reading from?
From 3A.
Yes, you may continue.
I don't know what you want me to say.
No. It's your testimony, Ms. Trent. I don't wish to tell you what you say. There's no specific answer I'm looking for. You're answering to the two honorable members that have posed the question to you. It's a question of clarity. They're trying to get clarification on whether you still rely on these provisions for the work that Paul O'Sullivan's and associates conducted with IPID. Are these the provisions that you rely on?
Yes.
Okay. So if you say you rely on these provisions, which one?
What I've put down here.
Okay. Would you like to expand?
No. I can. I just need to please guide me.
Chair, I'm asking a specific question. I'm saying to you, go straight where this act says that. It's very specific. You just say to me,
okay,
3A or whatever, and then you read it out.
3B, an investigator or any person duly authorized thereto by him or her may request an explanation from any person whom he or she reasonably suspects of having information which has a bearing on a matter being or to be investigated.
So IPID doesn't suspect that you've got any information of any sort. You are saying they asked you to assist them. This speaks about speaking to any person who might have information or anything of that sort.
Okay.
You were asked by IPID to assist them in their investigation. Which law gives IPID such power to go to a private institution to help them with investigation?
Thank you, Honourable Malema. I understand your question now. It was purely on not to assist the entire investigation at all. It was, would you be able to do some desktop research on this, or do a search on this person of interest or whatever, but it wasn't assisting in the entire investigation. By the time it got to IPID, there were witness statements, evidence that was already there. So when it got to IPID, that was the work that had been done by Forensics for Justice. And we said, look, we've got resources and whatever, please use them if you need. But we didn't run an investigation with them.
So you never assisted IPID with any investigation? They've never asked you to assist them with any investigation?
No, they have. What I'm saying, no, I'm not saying we didn't assist. I'm saying in the entire investigation, like I wasn't sitting with them and going through everything. It was, if they came across something where they needed a search on something or something like that, then they would ask me. But it wasn't as if we were investigating with them. If I'm making sense.
Chair, let me leave it here.
Okay, Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. No, Chair, I was going to say that maybe the witness is failing to adequately explain the kind of assistance that was requested from them, because I understand the frustration of honorable members that the Act, in particular Section 24B, talks about an explanation that can be requested by an investigator to a person whom they believe to be in possession of a certain information. Now, the impression that has been given by the witness is that they were requested to assist the investigation, whereas there is no provision in the Act to that effect. The only provision is a provision of requesting for an explanation. So I just wanted to say, Chair, maybe the witness must clarify what kind of assistance was requested from you by the investigator.
Sure. Sorry, I'm just... I'm just trying to think. Okay, so if I needed to run a search, so if something came up in their investigation, for example, a company. No.
Let's not be all over the place. Here, you are approached by Mr. Mahlangu and Mr. Pinang, and then they say they want you to assist them in carrying out an investigation. What did they specify? I'm trying to assist you here. Did they specify that we want you to assist us on A, B, C, D, E? And if they did, what did they say?
Okay, so should I start it from the beginning where, for example, the house?
No. I just want us to focus on the request. What is it that they wanted you to assist them on?
Not a lot. For example, I think I answered that. If they came across, so they carried out the investigation. When the Mantle Mahlangu got the docket, or their case, I think it's called an inquiry or something like that at IPID, they then go through it. We went through it with them. And then I think Mr. O'Sullivan would have said, look, this is the house. I've had a look at the house. Let's go and I'll show you. And you need to, you should speak to the estate manager. I've been there before.
Okay, so the assistance went to that extent.
Yeah, so that was, I think, in the first week.
So it was not a once-off assistance. You were not called to come and clarify something.
Oh,
they wanted to work the investigation with you?
Oh, no. So in the criminal or in the complaint to IPID that was made, there was a Google Earth history analysis on the property and the extent of when it was built, and there was a
Okay, no. I don't want to eat on her time. Let me close it like this. They did not call you to give an explanation.
This was pretty much, it was, well, this is the house.
No, but accompanying them is not giving them an explanation. You are assisting them when you accompany them to a particular address.
I'm not sure I agree. It was...
No, it's okay. Okay. She can continue this.
No, Chair, just a second. I think I'm largely covered. There is nowhere in the Act where it talks about assistance. As you allege. Hence, Orum Non Valo is expressly taking you to explanation, because the Act speaks about explanation, not assistance. But I think we must implore you to calm down. I'm worried that you are a bit nervous, and it makes it very difficult for us to get there. Chair, can we take at least 5 minutes a break to calm down? I'm worried that we would not be able to extract evidence from a witness this nervous. So if we can cool down a little bit, Chair. Thank you so much.
They take their break. In fact, it's time for us to say our goodbyes. I hope you enjoyed the show. Extensive coverage of Parliament's ad hoc committee. And as they take the break, as I made the point, the witness needs to be reassured, Sarah Jane Trent, at this point in tears, and a need for her to compose herself as per the chairperson. Right, here's Greg Host with the news at 6.
Thank you again, Ashraf Mashitila.